subscribe to earn Crunchyroll drops. What on earth? Huh. I see. Okay. Alright, we are back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. And I'll get on call. Maybe I was supposed to wait for the rest of dinner.
Imagine food being for everyone to eat. I told you I'm not cooking anything.
Oh, you're not? Oh, okay. I mean, technically you are. You're gonna make some,
Funny bananas, right?
What? Bananas?
But yeah, these are some funny bananas, am I right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness, is the mouse even working? Okay, there we go.
I love me some corn. Do you love you some corn?
I do.
Nice.
Okay. I should go ahead and just exit out of Firefox so I can, like, restart this thing.
I don't know why God invented corn, but I'm glad he did.
Don't you mean she did?
I'm losing the plot here.
God's a woman, don't you think?
Where is this coming from?
You said he. I thought God was a girl.
Yes, where is this coming from exactly?
My life?
Okay.
Are you bothering? Am I bothering you?
No, I'm just like, huh? What? Where did this come from? What is this a reference?
It's not a reference. God's a woman.
It's what?
It's not a reference. God is a woman.
Alright, I'm completely lost, but I'm glad you're...
Why are you lost? I made a simple statement. Hey, Kuna. Isn't that an Annie song? Is it? I'm just saying God's a woman. Is that... I'm not sure why that's so confusing to you. Does it have to be a reference to something?
Well, where did it come from all of a sudden?
All of a sudden, you just... Nothing all of a sudden. I'm just saying God's a woman. You said you don't know why God invented corn, but you're glad he did. I was like, but wait, but isn't God a she?
Yes, and I'm wondering what that's supposed to mean.
It means God's good. Does it need to mean anything else?
Where did this come from?
The fact that you said God was a dude, and then I was like, no, it's a woman.
Yes, but why?
Well, I don't know, because, like, okay, maybe God has both genders. Who knows?
It's such a non sequitur.
It's not. It's not even remotely. It's not even remotely. By the way, is the stream working alright? Oh wait, I need to like. No, she hasn't. Oh, okay. She's like. Still can't believe in order to try to fix the volume, I exited out of Steam and restarted the computer and lost like 12 hours of video editing stuff. That sucks. I guess I'll start it all over again in the middle of the stream. It's like, let me open recent project. This one. I'll split it here. Where is the split button? Is this split? Yeah, that's split. Delete this. To start it all over. Wait, did I do it wrong? No?
Did you feed the cats, by the way?
Yes, I did. On cut brain. She's on cut brain. Okay, so like. Am I gonna have to like do this all over? Yes. By the way, these videos have taken up like all of my that seems good. It's gonna take for freaking ever. It's gonna take so long. I wonder if it's even gonna like run Vintage Story badly because of that. It's gonna take a lot of processing power. Freaking-y. Well, yeah, I can like change the settings. Sound. I'll go ahead and turn the music level a bit lower. Can y'all hear the game coming through the headphones? I hope it's coming through. Let me see and make sure. Let's see. Let me make sure sound's working. Let's just see if this. Can y'all hear that coming through the headphones? Or is it not working? Is this audio showing up? What happens if I like turn this all the way down?
Here's a quick shout out to my page.
Okay, it's working. I can hear it. Alright. Test successful. And look at how long it's gonna have to take me. It was like 98% done. It looks like it's gonna take 14 more hours. I hate life. I reluctantly restarted the computer because the audio was broken. Literally, I didn't have to do that. I hate that was necessary. Or actually, it wasn't necessary. That hurts even worse. I canceled it at the last second. For no reason. For no reason did I have to do that. Ah! Pain. No, it's gonna take like 14 more hours. Hopefully I backed up at least 90% of my VODs before Twitch deleted them all. Why is it just giving like a question mark? That's weird. Is it just not supporting video watching anymore? It's just showing like a question mark instead of my stream. What the heck? That is so weird. What is my computer doing? Maybe if I restart the laptop? Amy, I'm gonna be on call soon. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, wants to collaborate? Yes. Accept. And are we getting in call? No, yes. Okay, cool. Hope that that's working. Auri? Why can't I hear? Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to change like the audio source. Oh, it's because it's set to always sweet or banana. There we go.
Ba 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 ba.
Hi, I can hear you. Hey.
I can hear you too.
Yes.
Is it okay if I turn off the cold?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry, I know we just started talking. My roommate needed something.
It's okay. Tell them hello. If it's
Auri
eggy,
says hello.
tell them they're a goober.
She says you're a goober.
Ha! Got him.
I have
Thought I
had
recognized
quite
that
a
voice.
day, by the way.
Yeah, you've been
You want me to?
struggling.
Will you allow me? Will you indulge me venting about what is going on today and what has happened?
Yeah, shoot.
Going to find each other? Yeah, we are. We are. I want to vent about the past couple of days.
Go for it. Absolutely.
So, first of all, I had hell trying to compile. You know that whole like Nintendo 64 like decompilation effort?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I tried specifically trying a mod, and it required a specific, like, fork of a version of the PC mod for Mario 64. And so, like, getting that working was hell. Getting that working was complete hell.
Yeah, I remember you talking about it in my chat, and it's something to do with basically them assuming that you know a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but partly that. I could show you how to do it sometime, but I maybe after like our stream is done and we're like done talking to each other, I'll like go into further details and just like do a tutorial for stream. But it was hack. It was so much hack. I cannot believe it was that tough.
We're gonna put it together with duct tape in a cave with scraps.
Hey, I'm gonna log into the server. Let me know when you're on. Oh, my laptop's still not displaying the stream. At least I can read chat on the laptop. It's
Now,
just like
question.
giving me a question mark. It looks
question
like
is-
a Mario block.
Can
I
you
don't
log into the
understand what's
server?
going on there. This is a black screen with a Mario block. I hope that my stream just... Can you all see my stream?
Let
Whilst
me.
you're watching, does it look good? You can kind of said it looks like it looks good.
I will
I'm
tab
gonna
over
get on the
and,
server now.
observe.
Unable to connect to the server.
Yep, I got that too.
Well, it always got us to start off scuffed.
Yeah, it has to start off with a little bit of scuff. Last time I crashed it pretty much immediately. This time, it's the server's fault.
How dare you, server?
Vintage story. I will say hello to Matchbox.
It's gonna take like 12 more hours. So, number one, I spent like a day and a half trying to get this version and mod of Super Mario 64 PC working.
Yeah.
It was hell. Then we went shopping today for groceries, and my bank debit card got denied. It wasn't like declined because there was insufficient funds. It just didn't work. So the
Joy!
cashier had to go through extra effort to put it through. Despite
And
the
that's
fact
always
that, like, a
nerve-wracking.
day before, we'd bought something with no problem at a gas station. Like a cinnamon roll for my roommate, Mia/Julia. But this time, we were stuck in line after trying to buy our groceries for the rest of the month. Because it kept not, it wasn't declining the card, it just had like an error. It was weird. Then when I got home, the audio on my gaming computer, the one I used to play Vintage Story, was not working. And so I restarted the computer while I was video editing. And a video that takes like 12 hours or so to like finish, like,
Oh no.
like exporting.
Yeah.
It was like 98 when I came home. And then the audio problem was so bad, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna restart the computer and see
Oh
if it
no.
fixes the audio. So now I had to restart it again, and now it's at 1%. It says it has remaining time 11 and a half hours.
Well, it'll probably get there,
I
right?
lost 12 hours of video editing.
My soul. It hurts.
And now I start stream, and the Vintage Story server's not working.
It looks like it is back up and running now.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, poke the matchbox.
Let's. Is that the server? I think I clicked on the server. Anyway, be better. Could have gone better.
Could have, but you handled it too. Regardless of how well it went, you actually handled the issue and you got the stuff done too, and that's a good thing.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I was on the verge of rage quitting about this, so I've done it twice before. I've gotten frustrated trying to compile that.
I mean, yeah.
Twice
if something like
before.
that ends up crashing, it's really, really, really frustrating.
So, I guess what it amounts to is Windows doesn't really do compiling that much. And this is sort of like a software that mimics Unix.
You are doing things that are well beyond my my skill level. I'll say that much. I am but a little bean, weak and frail.
I mean, I can shut up about it if it's bothersome.
No, it's not bothersome at all. I love hearing stuff like that.
Wait, where am I?
That's an excellent
I don't
question.
remember this place.
I have no memory of this place.
I don't. Where am I? And my stuff? How far back did this take me?
It shouldn't have taken you back anywhere, because I was exactly at the place that we stopped last time.
Where's my stuff?
Did you lose your items?
I'm almost back at spawn.
Huh.
What?
That's...
And I have a bow? I don't remember having a bow. Where is this?
Did a friend play your account or
maybe
something?
Maybe this is single player.
No, it's not, because you just entered and left the server.
What happened? Did I lose all the bamboo?
I don't...
This is not where I was.
It sounds like
Am I playing on Mia? Maybe this is Mia's character.
What's your name supposed to be? Because you were Kawaii Thulu there.
Oh, that's Julia's character. She
That'll
must have
do
recently played. I was like so confused. I'm gonna have to put up like a B-rate back screen so they don't see like my login information. I tell you, today is just wild. Okay, at least that's not a serious thing. I was so confused though. I was so confused. I'm like, where am I?
Imagine so. Wake up in an entirely different place, basically.
Let's see, are we connected to like the same, like connected our chats together? I thought I accepted the request. Well, then you just don't have a lot of people in your chat then, do you?
Nope, it's a quiet day. Sometimes that happens.
Yes, it is, yeah. Kind of lonely, but it is what it is. I'm gonna put out something I use to blot out the screen while I log out and log back in.
Okie dokie.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it.
I can tell you what happened, but if it's like too nerdy, if it's
No,
like
you're
too
perfectly
nerdy, I won't bother you with it.
Fairy, please feel free to say anything that you feel like you want to say, alright? You're not gonna bother me. It's fun to talk.
Alright. Allow me to autistically over explain this nerd shit.
Allow me, pushes up glasses.
Exactly. Let me find, where is it? I've got like a little like privacy screen that looks judgmental. There it is. It's like, you don't look at me.
Look at this.
What
What are you looking
doing?
at? What are you looking at? Go on, go and get.
So like, have you heard of like a compiling software before? It's something programmers use.
I'm familiar with the term in a very general sense.
It's stuff that makes computery things.
Yeah. From what I understand, basically, whenever you write a program, say like Mozilla Firefox or something like that, the raw source code and whatnot, if you're wanting to like package it so that it works as like an executable and whatnot, you need to compile it. And that can take a lot of time. It's kind of like rendering a model or something like that.
Yeah,
It's good, Mindy.
that's a much better explanation than I would have been able to do. Yeah,
I'm good
that's
at
correct.
explaining stuff sometimes.
I know I need
I found wood, Bendy.
Oh, I need to go check my password. I did forget my password, but I can go find it. I know I can go find it. Should be on like my Firefox.
I might have to ideally swing by and pick you up, but I'm also running a little low on food.
I'm sorry. I should have food. I should
some
have
of
food.
some of my food has rotted.
Oh no, that sucks.
It happens.
Let's see.
I did make a gain here. Bendy is going to like the presence of new woods. We don't have a
What the
redwood
heck?
tree back at home.
My Vintage 3 account's not there. That doesn't make me happy. I don't have it on this one.
A crabbo?
I think I may remember the password. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna see if this is the password.
Oh,
How's the house? How's the house? Says Bendy.
House is good. So far, so good, Bendy. Where crab? Delicious crab. Come here.
Login failed. Invalid email or password. No. Oh, that was the password. Yeah, now I remember it now that I look it up.
That's usually how it works.
I'll have to start memorizing it. I try not to keep the same password all the time. But instead of using like a key or like a passkey thing that people use, I like just try to like rotate passwords and constantly come up with new ones. But then it's like I've got like around 200 passwords swirling up in my head. It's kind of tough.
I tend to just memorize mine, but I have my own little version of autism, I suppose. My Twitch password is 58 characters long.
Oh, dang. That's going to be hard to steal.
Ideally.
Some services don't even support passwords that long.
Yeah. In that case, if it's something that I can't use a long enough password, I'll actually use a broken down phrase that'll fit within the constraints.
That makes sense. Alright, I'm logging in. Hopefully everything's fine.
Land crab. Land crab.
Here we are. It's my character. There it
Beautiful.
is. It's the hot spring. So I am at 2,775 east and 8,736 south.
Okay, so I just have
So
to
feel
head
free to find me here.
due east, it looks like. Or sorry, wait. You said 8,000 east?
No, sorry. 2,700 east.
So 2,700, then your depth, and then 8,000-ish on the last one, yeah?
Yes, so I'm 8,700 south.
Hmm. You have changed location since last time.
Yep, I made it a lot further up. I thought
Okay.
this would be a good place to like stay because it's warm. I wouldn't have to worry about freezing out here.
Give me that first coordinate one more time. I'm sorry.
2,773 east.
2,773.
Mm-hmm.
You're just at the edge of a landmass, aren't you?
Edge
Ish.
of the landmass? Well, one of them, yeah.
Okay. I know where you're at.
Let me check. Oh, it's like freezing up while I try to check. Are you sacking? Yeah, kind of close to the edge. I mean, it makes sense considering I reached a lot of these places by sailing the ocean.
Yee. I actually should know where you're at so I can come and get you.
Cool! Okay, I'll stick around here and try not to die.
Don't die. Ah.
So, like, there's this software.
Mhm.
There's a compiler. Apparently, it's like Unix style. I'm not all sure how else to like describe it. It's called Emesis 2.
Mhm.
And the way you make Super Mario 64 for PC is it uses this software as a tool to help do the project thing. and
Okay.
and take the source code that they found from the Nintendo leak, I guess, and is bead this and presumably other Nintendo 64 games into PC games.
So,
And so if you want to do it the normal way, you need Emesis 2. And it's kind of like Linux on Windows. But mostly it's everything done via command line. You know how MS-DOS is where you have to like CD backslash and all that different stuff?
yep.
It's like that.
Okay. So, why do that versus emulate it?
So, number one, it runs better. Number
Yeah.
one, it runs better because, like, emulators need a bunch of overhead. It has to pretend it's a totally different piece of hardware.
Yeah.
And honestly, Nintendo 64 emulation kind of sucks. After
Yeah,
all
fair enough.
these years, as old as that system is, Nintendo 64 emulation kind of sucks. There's like a bunch of games that are less popular that don't even run to this day. To the point I was like watching a video on it where they were like, why does it suck? And what is the solution? And they were like, just buy a Nintendo 64, honestly. At this
Buy a
point, it's
Nintendo
not that
64.
expensive, just buy an N64.
That's just rude. I think I still have an old N64.
I
Yeah.
have an N64 too. But yeah, a lot of emulation, it's gone really good. But Nintendo 64 emulation still sucks, especially considering how old it is. You would think, by now, Nintendo 64 emulation would not suck. But Nintendo 64 emulation still sucks.
In my case, I had to do all the installation steps, including my SS2, so I could play SM64 and an Archipelago randomizer. Okay, so those words make sense to me outside of this context. What the hell is an Archipelago randomizer? Archipelago?
Well,
Like, I
I
know
know what a
that's
randomizer is.
Yeah, what's the archipelago part though? Like that's a landmass. That's not a randomizer.
Oh, so you've done the MSIS2 thing. I had so much annoying trouble with it. I wish I should have, like, messaged you. I DM'd a bunch of my friends and they were like, I don't know, you're on your own.
Good
So
luck.
I kind of had to figure it out. I should message Chillin' Chum. Chillin' Chum's done this. All I had to do was DM Chillin' Chum, probably. It would save me a lot of trouble.
It's a software framework that allows shuffling items between games into a large overall randomizer. So between games, do you mean like save files, save states, or like different games? Like 64 to, I don't know, Super Mario Galaxy or some shit. Welcome back, Uma.
Hey, Kuma. You've returned. So in my case, one of the first instructions, which I read because I was trying to get some. If you heard of Cream from Sonic the Hedgehog, she's
Yeah.
the little rabbit girl.
Cream the rabbit.
Yeah, her. I like her. She's a sweetheart. So there's a game called Cream 64. It originally like started as a Nintendo 64, like Super Mario 64 ROM hack. And then they decided the EX Allo tool fork thing was good enough for them to like port it to the PC thing. Like the PC recompilation thingy. So they did. And one of the things they first did was like get used to figuring out how to compile Super Mario 64 EX and Super Mario 64 EX Allo. Because it's based on and uses Super Mario 64 Allo. But, like,
Okay.
I don't know why, just like the tools that the Allo fork has is what they decided were the most useful for them to bring the ROM hack to like just a full PC game.
That's interesting. That seems very complicated. However, what Chillin' is talking about seems more complicated. Okay, so pick up Star in SM64. Instead of getting a star, it might send a hook shot to an Ocarina of Time player. There's a lot to unpack in that statement, but
Right?
okay.
I've
Why?
seen the Link to the Past one. I know what the Super Metroid Link to the Past one is. I've seen people play that before.
So I'm assuming it's so that they can try and beat the game with this randomizer, or beat both games with the randomizer, or is it a randomizer where like it's connecting online and giving other random players stuff?
Sorry if I'm harping on my subject too much.
No. Fairy, it's perfectly fine. I enjoyed this.
Oh, okay. So anyway,
This silly little goober.
I guess I'll continue. Oh, hey, there's copper over here. I will mark that on the map. Right by the hot spring, there's also copper. Nice.
You're trying to beat all the games, and they all connect to a central server that handles all the sending and receiving between games. That's very neat. That's very neat. That's very niche. But like, I can see why you might want to do something like that, but I cannot fathom why the idea was come up with in the first place. It's a great idea, but
I
what the
try it
hell?
out. But maybe Chillin can help me figure that out. Goodness knows, I wish I had asked for Chillin Chum's help. I probably wouldn't have wasted like 14 hours trying to figure this thing out on my own.
They seem pretty knowledgeable.
So, like, yeah, the first point of confusion for me was that it said run a prompt. And I'm like, is that like a command? Do I like type that in? No, there's the main MSys2 program, but there's also one for compiling 64-bit and one for compiling 32-bit. So there's one called like Wing something. I'm trying to remember the name. I will go search it up because it is in my C drive. There is a program, so MSys, the overarching program is called MSys 64, or sorry, MSys 2, and there is an MSys 2 exe, but you have to go in that same folder that you've installed this compiler to if you want to compile a 64-bit program, which is most Windows programs now. 32 bits old. Is Ming? MING W64. And then that's another command line just for compiling 64-bit programs with MS-DOS style commands, except they're more like Unix, Linux style. And you have to do the entire process via command line. Like 90% of it.
Okay. This is a different topic, but I am currently approaching that landmass and I'm at like 2,800, 7,800.
Nice. I've got a torch out, so hopefully it'll be a little easier to find me if it's dark.
Yeah. Let's get your coordinates one more time so we can try and I'll hone in.
So it's 2,788 east. So the coordinates is just 2,788.
Yep.
On the east-west. And south is 8,739.
So you're about 1,000 blocks to my south. Yep.
Oh.
You should see me on the east
reachable.
coast of that landmass.
Okay, if I continue explaining.
Yep, go for it.
So, first I had to figure out, yeah, the thing that they mean by prompt is like, it's a command prompt. It's a shell, command line, CLI, whatever you want to call it. It's a bunch of names for not having a mouse thing, but it's all via text. Like MS-DOS is.
Hello there, demon. Sorry.
Oh, right, nice.
Indeed. Welcome into you and your critters. It is a pleasure to see you, and thank you very much for the raid. To all the new beings, I am Auri. I look like an elf, but I'm not quite an elf. We can get into that later if it's necessary.
She's totally an elf.
Absolutely.
She just pretends to be a worm. She just pretends to be a worm. It's weird.
Nope. A robot and a fairy? That sounds... I don't know. That sounds kind of suspicious.
Pretty sus, not gonna lie. So that was the first thing I figured out was there's just like 3 different exe files, 3 different program files. There's the main one, and then there's if you want to do it in 64-bit, you use 64-bit one. So then, instead of like updating to the most recent version on their website, there's like this in-world thing, or oh, sorry, like you update the software. The first step is you update the software via the command line. If I can find it. There we go. So, like, the first step is that you, is you figure out what they mean. But, like, Ferris, so hopefully I don't die while I'm AFK real quick here. Where's that?
All right,
Where's
I'm
that?
hitting a landmass, so you'll have to head north a little bit, about 400-ish blocks.
Oh, you want me to come meet you rather than come here? But there's a nice spring over here, and there's copper.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come north. You wanna be
Alright.
home at some point, right?
Okay. Oh, there's a drifter over here. That sucks. So yeah, there's a command. I forgot what it is. It's Pac-Man. It's minus S-U... S-Y-U-U something. And for some reason, one of the commands is Pac-Man. I mean, it's a fun
that's a
reference.
Linux-
I don't know why it's called
Linux.
Pac-Man, but it is. Oh, there's quartz over here. And I better hurry because there's drifters over here. Like, if things get bad, I may have to, like, log and re-log just so I don't die. Unless you consider that cheating.
No, it's fine.
Alright, I'm heading north.
Alright, I'm
8,500 north now. It doesn't look like it's winter anymore. Who's been playing?
8,005. Ow, shit, come here.
Someone's been playing that got rid of the winter.
A little bit of winter if you keep going north. So you're at 8,500. I'm at 8,400 at 2,900. So you
Okay, so you're further east than me.
a little bit east, yeah.
Yeah, I'm at 2760, 8486.
2760, 8486. Yeah, I'm a little bit east. I can see your. There are so many things. Oh boy, there's a rift there. That's why. Yeah, you may want to boogie. I'm a little bit to your north. You can see my name tag now. You're close enough.
Oh yeah, I do see you.
You may want to detour a little bit more to the east because there's a rift between us and like
Oh, you're right.
a half dozen to a dozen drifters.
The things that try to keep people apart.
Yeah,
Oh, is that your ship?
yeah.
Oh, it's your ship! Oh, wow, nice ship. The thing that crashed the server.
Yeah, it's fine. You may hop into the boat.
Yay.
Hey, you cannot actually jump into the boat. You'll need to find a
Oh my
seat.
gosh, there's like dual audio.
Yeah, it's the RP chat, actually.
How do I turn that off?
There's a button. I don't remember what the button is.
I don't know what the button is either, but I hear an echo. How do I
Mod
get
settings.
one? Let me
There
on.
is an interactable on either end of it. It's like a seat you take. It's a little weird,
I
but
see
it's there.
shift attached.
Not quite. There is a seat right next to me. You might be able to see a little bit better if I get closer to the stand on the wood there. You should be able to right-click the seat.
Port seat. Alright, do I right click it or what? Ah!
Yeah,
Don't die here. Please do not die here.
yeah, that would suck.
Let's see. Do I have a good weapon? I do not have
Be
a good
good,
weapon. I have
pizza.
a knife.
A knife is a knife.
There we go.
There you go.
Leave
Alright.
viewers. Alright, see you, Demon Pizza.
I don't need
Are
that.
you having an issue with... Well, I fixed the issue, but it took a while. And yes, I was having an issue. I was very much having an issue.
Boat.
So the first step is that you need to update it. Update and restart the 64-bit compiler.
Mhm.
It's called Ming, whatever it's called. Where is that? build options, compilation on Windows. Yeah. It says on the instructions, run the Ming W64 prompt.
Writing home
But that
window.
just means the program, because it's a command line.
Yeah.
It's a command prompt. That's what they mean by prompt. It's a command prompt. Just like all the other things that this software is. Then you have to, like, restart it. And the command is Pac-Man minus SYUU. And it's just more like that from there. Oh my
Pac-Man
gosh, I
system
can't believe we
update.
found each other. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for coming all the way out here. How many
Absolutely
hours
fine.
did this take to get down here anyway?
At least 4.
That's a lot of work. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. Boat.
I mean, just see like a super long canal that just goes north to south and east to west.
That is
Giant
such a long canal.
That would be a long canal. Where are we sailing to? We're sailing back to the main base. Thank you for finding me. That was a lot of work for you.
It's fine. Got a boat. Good excuse to be to use a boat. It's fun.
There is definitely an echo. I wish I knew how to turn that off.
Okay, so I do remember. I forgot about that. Let's see. Controls. So if you go into the menu and then go to controls, type in the little search RP, you can see the controls and whatnot for it. So if you want to do that, hit N and it will mute. I muted myself, so you shouldn't be able to hear my double audio now.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, there is a
Cool.
little
Neat.
inbuilt vintage story voice chat thingy.
I mean, that's cool.
Do it, Bendy.
It just so happens that we're on Discord, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it's a nice little thing for people who don't want to have Discord open.
Hmm?
I want to be
Or can't.
immersed in the game.
Maybe if they're using
Yeah.
a lower spec one.
Yeah, maybe.
Plus, it's a little more RP friendly. Yeah. If you want to
Oh,
get together and
yeah,
like
that's true.
chat and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we're about to find out if this bamboo will grow. Nice boat, by the way. Nice boat.
Thanks. You panicked a little bit when you logged into that other character by accident and didn't have your bamboo, didn't you?
I did.
It's like, no,
It took
no,
me so long.
no!
It took me so long to go get it.
All of my effort, no!
I mean, hyperfixation on bamboo aside, it took work to get down there.
Heck yes. You didn't have a boat. You just swam across this shit.
Yeah, I mean, I used to raft.
Imagine
At
if there were
least I had a
dangerous things
raft.
in the water.
I know, right? That really keep you on your toes. It really keep you on your toes.
Like Valheim, you get attacked by a sea serpent.
Yeah, I've noticed that. That's happened to me before. I played Valheim.
Valheim's a good game.
We can play Valheim sometime.
Perhaps. We do like that game.
But yeah, that's just like the very beginning of this like journey. The first part was definitely like just figuring out Ming W64 prompt was not like something you put in the command line or shell or CLI, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
It was its own separate exe that's part of the same family. Then you have to update it. Then you have to install dependencies. And basically it's just like additional software. It's like, you know, plugins. Sort of, as I would compare it, as someone who's stupid and doesn't do this stuff. It's like when you add a plugin to something. It's just like an additional piece of thing that this software uses to work. That doesn't just come pre-installed.
Mm-hmm.
That takes a while for it to do that. It's a long thing that you copy and paste. Here's something that also threw me off. the command line, the MSYS2
Yeah.
Unix compiler thing for
Mhm.
Windows, it doesn't use Control V. I was
No.
like, why isn't it copying and pasting? I didn't want to copy and paste because like one of these is like really, really long. It's like Pac-Man minus S unzip make it Ming W64 I blah 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 be here forever. It's
So it
long. You want to copy and
sounds-
paste.
it
It is
sounds like it's
shift and
using-
insert.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, I was
what?
about to say. You're okay. It sounds like it's using, like you said, Unix or Linux. When I was installing Arch Linux and whatnot on my laptop,
Oh, you've done that. Cool.
yeah, that the Pacman-SYU, it's updating like its system and whatnot as part of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's basically like a Unix, Linux, whatever you want to call it, command line. I mean, Linux is just basically like Unix for normal people, I guess. My ignorant take. Like at home.
I have
think
no
Unix
idea.
is also what they built. I think that they also like built Android off of Unix too. It's not technically Linux, but it's a Unix-based system, just like Linux is. It's like
Isn't,
basically an ancient piece of software. Is what Unix is. It's like a file system, an operating system that people built different things off of, and then Microsoft was like, no, we're doing something different.
Ancient technology from a bygone age.
So, like, yeah, as far as I remember computer history, Unix is, like, something that's way back from the NASA days. And things like Android and Linux, GNU, whatever, and other things have been built on top of that. FreeBSD, I think, is also Unix. Basically everything that's not Windows. I think
From what
even
I-
Mac OS is built on top of Unix.
I think it is, and I think Microsoft or Windows is too. From what I understand, and
Really?
this has
Even
been-
Windows? I thought it was totally different, that they went and did their own thing.
This has been a while, but from what I recall, I haven't really done any research on it or done much on it. Otherwise, I'd have to confirm. I believe Unix is basically the grandpappy of all of this stuff.
That
Then
makes sense. I think I remember
everything-
hearing like NASA invented it or something.
probably something like that, or like a university or some such maybe. But Unix was the granddaddy. Microsoft is based on Unix, but it is highly changed, highly customized, basically different. It is exceedingly different. But at the
Yeah,
lowest level, it
yeah.
still uses a Unix kernel.
Wow,
Linux
I
is
didn't know
another
that.
fork
Huh.
off of Unix. So it is another Unix fork called Linux. Android is based off of an open source version of Linux, not Unix, but it's a open
Really?
source
Just straight
thing
up Linux?
for Linux. Yeah.
Huh. I thought it was just Unix, but I didn't realize it was any way related to Linux.
I'm trying to think if I can confirm it with my little memory.
And it's all related to Pac-Man. It's gotta eat those pellets.
Yeah.
Gotta run from those ghosts and eat those pellets. I mean, yeah, I don't know if this is normal for console CLIs. There's so many different names for it. Console, command prompt, shell, command line. I don't know the difference between these words, but it's basically when you do stuff in text. instead of your mouse. It's when you type things out and make computer do thing. So then you have to like.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
I was accessing my my memories and acting like a very slow computer. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
Unix. Unix
Mhm.
is again the grandpappy of all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, Windows did have a Unix-based operating system that they made, but it was referred to as Xenix, and it is discontinued. Microsoft's kernel, like the lowest level thing, is called Microsoft NT or MT, I think.
Okay, that
And
makes sense to me because I thought at
that
some point they totally did their own thing.
that is the Microsoft made engineered kernel for all Microsoft systems, Microsoft NT at this point.
Basically, Microsoft was determined to reinvent the wheel and be something totally different from what came before.
Yeah.
Probably because it gave them excuse to charge more. Be like, no,
Yeah.
no, this is different. You have to pay for it.
A big thing, I think probably the big reason that Microsoft pushed for doing something like that is they're able to control a lot of the compatibility and whatnot. And if they were able to, and evidently they very much were, based on how things are these days, to push into a high market saturation like that, you need to be compatible for Windows in order to make a successful software or something that you can sell, especially to companies. So you either are compatible and working with Windows with a Windows license and whatnot that you're going to have to end up purchasing, or you're open source and you're never going to have as much reach.
Yeah, this was basically Bill Gates and like being like, no. Stop making things for free. You gotta pay.
It may
You
have
gotta
been something like that,
charge.
or it
money.
It really depends. I don't really know the guy. I don't really read much about the billionaires behind this sort of shit. I don't really care. But it may, in the best case scenario, have been him trying to control the quality of software that is available on Windows computers and whatnot. So, for example, open source software, you can get it anywhere. Whoops. Started my ad break and I'd started my ad break and jumped out of the ship.
Oh no! I'm glad you made it back in.
Oh yeah, we're all right.
God.
Well, you gotta take a little bit of a swim every once in a while.
It's true.
Where was I? What was I talking about?
Sorry, Windows. Bill Gates.
Windows. Okay, so it may have been an attempt by him
developers.
to control...
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. It may have been a way to try and control the quality of software and whatnot on Windows, which has worked to a point. So the thinking would have been, if you're going to make something for this operating system, you're going to have this. You're going to have at least a little bit of investment into it to actually make the software, meaning that you're not going to make it shit software. Usually. Now, open source is another thing, but that might have been part of the motivation for it. Or it could have been pure money. Best case scenario, trying to control the quality of the software. Worst case scenario, money. Money.
Could have been a little bit of column me.
Yeah,
with these companies, it's usually money before anything else.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it goes.
A huge attractor to companies and like in place systems and whatnot, like governments and whatnot, has to do with stability and being compatible, or at least adaptable to be compatible with things that they need to use. That's why a lot of governmental systems and whatnot are still on like super old computers and super old versions of operating systems and whatnot.
Yeah, I've heard. It's become such a problem that Intel created chips that actually aren't like meant to be fast or new, but are actually designed to reprogram themselves to act like another piece of hardware. Because a lot of these old computer systems are failing, and they're like, no, we don't need a new system, we need an old system.
Yep.
We need our old system, our ancient system. So Intel was like, okay, we'll make this thing called an FPGA. And it's called a field programmable gate array. It's fascinating. So it's like
that
CPU.
is actually really neat. I've heard of those.
It's like a computer chip that rewires itself to act like a totally different computer chip.
Mm-hmm. So it can adapt to whatever it's actually given to, essentially. That is a very, very interesting thing and a very, very good move by Intel if they're able to do something like that, honestly.
And you know what people ended up doing with it?
I don't know what they do.
Turning it into a way to emulate video games.
That works perfectly.
A bunch of people have started selling it. If you've ever heard of, like, those analog clone consoles, they took that thing that these old businesses and banks and government buildings, Pentagon, whoever, for these really old computer systems were like, we need more old computers because they're breaking.
Yep.
And Intel makes this, and then they were like, well, we can also use this to rewrite itself to turn it into a Nintendo.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
a Super Nintendo. And then eventually someone decided we're gonna sell these as like little boutique clone consoles. Like the Analog Pocket or other things, if you've heard of any of these.
That's actually something that I very, very, very much would praise in this case, because that is a step towards a fully open source sort of thing. Like,
especially if it's one that's like, that one's a company, so it's a little bit locked down. But if you've ever heard of the Mr. FPGA thing, that's totally open source.
That is a big, big, big thing for things like right to repair.
Oh yeah, for sure. Sorry for interrupting you.
Well, you're perfectly fine. We're talking on a voice channel. You can't really see each other's faces unless you're watching the stream and whatnot, which will take our resources, so we can't really see each other's faces.
What do you mean? I can see your face right here. You're looking very blue. Are you okay? You're looking very blue today. Hey, Kyle. You had a rough day too? Well, we both had a rough day. I had a rough couple of days. At least I finally got that software working. I had a headache trying to figure out how to get it to work. Oh yeah, as always, people will figure out how to play games with it. The people have figured out how to run Doom on a refrigerator.
I think somebody got Doom running on a pregnancy test.
Of course!
Yeah. Fuck it!
I bet. Fuck it, we Doom.
We ball! Doom running on rat brain cells. Doom running on the firmament of the universe.
Probably.
Doom running on two atoms scraping together.
Honestly, that will probably happen someday.
Doom running on the representation of a caveman culture on an exoplanet, where the cavemen moving around and building structures and waking up and going to sleep and whatnot is a representation of the bits and whatnot in the computer, and renders Doom on a on an array that is in orbit around the planet.
So true. Real. But yeah, well, those little computers, I was glad you brought that up, because it's like, oh yeah, I've heard about that. That's why Intel decided they were gonna make something for these old business and government institutions who rely on old computers. It's crazy that someone can, or figured out a way to make, even if it's not like cutting edge or fast, and it's not gonna like run Crisis or anything new. But you know, something that could actually turn into a different computer chip. It blows my mind that they figured out a way to make a computer chip that can turn into a totally different computer chip. I don't know how it works.
Or at least like put on a trench coat that looks like that other piece. Or at least put on a trench coat that makes it look like that other one.
Right? I don't know how it works. So one thing that I read about, because, you know, I have like a surface level understanding, and I mostly understand this because I'm
starving,
like
aren't you?
A video game geek. I am starving a little bit. I'm like on my last bar, and I'm also freezing.
Okay.
I'm not starving yet. The damage right now should probably be from cold. Okay, I'm actually freezing right now because I've got one little bar of hunger left. Do you have any food?
I have a little bit of food, and I also have a fire starting little kit in my...
How do I get off?
Control.
control. That's right.
Yeah.
In a little bit.
You're good.
Dang, I shouldn't have used all my. Do you have any wood? I've got like some grass.
Yep, give me a second. If it'll let me open it.
I have an axe if we need to get wood. That will probably there. Axe.
Right.
But I don't know how to like
Right. Don't worry, I got you.
Jeez, why is my character whining so much? I'm only freezing to death. A
I
little bit of frostbite never hurt anybody.
never hurt nobody. There you go, fire.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I had some food to eat here, I would. The only thing I have is the bamboo shoots, and I'd rather save those.
There you go. There's some crab meat cooking.
Oh yeah, COBOL. I remember hearing about that when I was a kid. Even like when I was a kid, my dad would tell me, "Oh yeah, there's this old programming language called COBOL. It's like really for old systems, and it's like similar to assembly or something. It's supposed to be like really low level. It's almost like writing in zeros and ones, but not quite the same. I don't remember much about it, but I know it's like really old programming language that's really low level because you had to back then. You had to do low level programming. These computers can't do nothing.
They're just little fellas. They haven't learned stuff yet. Did you pick up a bucket, by the way?
I don't have a bucket. Also, my inventory is almost full. And we can put some stuff in these chests here. Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Use the one furthest towards the back of the seats here.
Oh, okay. Is
Oh,
it
she ate my
cooked?
bucket.
Crab meat cooked. Nice.
Yeah. Delicious.
I don't know much about COBOL, but it's old and difficult and low level. Do you want some of this crab meat?
Yeah, if you don't mind. They give you a decent amount of bars.
Here, I'll put it in your chest here.
Okay.
If it'll let me. There we go. Maybe we can survive. Hopefully.
Yeah. Ideally.
But yeah, so one of the things that apparently people have done to get these old like systems, whether they're computer systems to run games, because like the Mr. FPGA project also runs like old computers like Apple II and so forth, is like they decap and like will scan old computer chips. So you know, like there's like the top of like if you buy like a computer, there's like those chips. Well, just like remove the top and just scan the inside, like take really accurate like photos of it basically, so that they can see how it's wired. And so what the FPGA does is it like recreates the wiring. It recreates the wiring underneath a little chip, like when you buy an Intel chip and or a laptop chip or whatever. If you just like took the top off, where you like put the heatsink or whatever,
That's
you just
really
like
cool.
pulled that off and took like a really accurate photo to where you could see the wiring. That's what they apparently do to recreate them, is it just does the same sort of wiring and tries to recreate all the gates or whatever.
It's actually really fascinating. That's a very clever way to go about that. How is your body temperature? Art thou warm?
Yeah, I'm warm. I'm good to
Are you
go.
at, like 37.8?
C.
C.
Check by pressing C, right?
Yeah.
This is the outside temperature. I don't know how to check my temperature.
Should be on the
Body
right.
temperature. There it is. 37.8.
All right, cool beans. We'll take the rest of this wood. Please, boat.
I wonder how many people are still learning COBOL. Like, at that point, wouldn't you just... Like, is COBOL that much lower level than C?
I imagine COBOL's lower level than C. I'm not sure, though. But there are things that are lower level.
Yeah, like, I assume hex code. Hex code
Uh,
should be lower level.
Probably assembly.
Yeah, assembly's definitely...
Just write that shit in
assembly's just, like,
binary.
writing in zeros and ones, yeah. Assembly is pretty much just, like... Just, you're practically just writing things in zeros and ones, I think.
Are you a real programmer if you can't screech in binaric to your computer and it understand and create and execute the function that you want it to do? The Mechanicus is disappointed in you if you're not able to do at least that.
I'm sure. It'd be interesting to learn COBOL. It's been years since I heard someone mention COBOL.
I
remember my dad talking about COBOL and like how hard it was apparently.
I'm gonna try and learn stuff like that. I'm learning GD script right now to make a game, and I am poor at it. But you know, any skill.
I like to learn Godot just like you're learning Godot. Like, knowing that you're learning Godot makes me, like, want to be, like, learn Godot, and then, like, if I run into a problem, I can ask you for help.
And then I can be like, yeah, you should probably ask somebody who doesn't suck.
At least we could learn a little bit together.
Yeah, go for it. It's actually really fun to mess around with. I helped, Bendy and I are collaborating on it. Bendy is much better at it than I am, but I was able to make,
Bendy
like,
seems
some handlers
pretty good
and
at
stuff. For it.
stuff. You
He's
got a lot
actually
of
very,
talented
very
people
clever.
in your community.
It's weird, isn't it?
I know, right? I can't relate to having talent. How do you people get talented?
an untalented hack, attracting talented people.
How do we do it? Oh yeah, they're talking about the Super Mario 64. I do have a version of co-op, but I didn't compile it myself. I just found to download. Which I might add that while I shouldn't do that, I do own the cartridge. Not that Nintendo is going to be getting money. I owned it several times, and honestly, Nintendo is scummy about that game.
Yeah, screw Nintendo.
I own, like, the 3D All-Stars thing, which they discontinued because they wanted to sell it out of FOMO. Which I own anyway. I own several versions of Super Mario 64. I think I have the right, even if Nintendo disagrees, to play this game on PC.
Nintendo is proving themselves to be suffering from late-stage capitalism as well.
Right? Please, pay $80 for games. If we find you modding your console, we'll brick it. Oh, by the way, we're making our most expensive console yet, which is marginally better than the Switch one. Please be excited. Also, don't emulate our games.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and assume that more than likely, whenever they make that really broad statement, they're going to say things like replacing a battery or modifying, like with a battery backup or something like that, is modifying the hardware. In which case, they could just brick your stuff. And yes, they can just brick your stuff. They put it in their TOS and everything. They're excited to be able to do this. Hi, Menagerie. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid.
Whoa,
It is a pleasure to see you. Long time no see.
Thank you for the raid. Well, it wasn't a raid for me, but it kind of is because we're sharing
Close
the
enough.
chat. It's close enough.
Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring.
Hey, would you like to talk about your Switch 2's extended warranty? Oh no! No! See, they'll actually just go the cyberpunk route there'll be a very large buff enforcer person show up to your doorstep, be like, "You got to switch to warranty."
I think they have actually done that in real life in Brazil, where it's more possible for a corporation to do that, or where it's possible to send thugs.
Late stage capitalism. How you doing, Menagerie? How'd your stream go?
Things are way too expensive right now. Healthcare is bad. Everything kind of sucks right now in America.
Something, eat the rich?
Yes, I'm sure they taste quite good.
They're tender. They're so tender and moist. They haven't had to work. The meat practically falls off the bone. Decadent.
In Minecraft, of course, of course.
No,
We
eat them. Hi, Saluna.
Haha, just kidding. Unless.
Unless holds up fork. Holds up pitchfork. One's for stabbing, the other one's for eating. I sharpened the tines of the eating one just in case.
Menagerie.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry you were talking.
Okay. Unless. I hope you're feeling better, Menagerie, too. Make sure to rest up. Don't stream too long.
You made
Eat your
me onto
vegetables.
something, Auri. I think it's reasonable. It's a modest proposal, if you will. To eat the rich.
Eat your government assigned rich person and your vegetables.
I think what you've got here is a very modest proposal. A very modest proposal.
Will do, Menagerie. Pat the puppo. Ugh. Anyway, I'm figuring like slow roast over like some smoking. Yeah. Like the same way you prepare a brisket, it'll just fall apart.
We're gonna get in trouble for this. I'm going.
There are no rules against talking about eating people. There's no rules against a Pokemon, Batman. I got a lote bunny, Batman.
Oh, he landed. Just got my water. Wait, no, he didn't. We're still in the water. Why did everything look so still? I'm stupid.
I'm a theoretical cannibal, not a practical cannibal. This is like the theoretical physicist versus a practical physicist thing. I'm an architectural engineer, not a civil engineer.
But yeah, technically I ought to have the right to compile Super Mario 64. On the other hand, while I do own the cartridge as well as the Mario All-Stars on the Switch, I don't own a Nintendo 64 ROM dumper. The only ROM dumper I own is a Game Boy ROM dumper. I'm trying to remember what that's called.
A ROM dumper?
Yeah, it's like a piece of software or a piece of hardware that you plug your cartridge into and plug it into a computer, and you can just like rip your own games.
Nice.
Which is the way you're supposed to get these games, but like
Night,
most people don't own a ROM dumper. It's more of a novelty, but it's what you're supposed to do to get your ROMs legally. I do
Oh.
have it for the Game Boy, and the reason I have it is I have a Pokemon cartridges. I wanted to, like, preserve my game saves before the battery goes bad. But technically I could use the, I think it's called, like, the GB operator or something. I've got one of those, and if I wanted to, I could rip my own Pokemon ROMs. And other Game Boy ROMs.
All I'm saying is that if a company were to, for example, simply lean in to being a company that doesn't suck,
Right.
they would probably get enough positive PR from simply not being shit that it would vastly, horrendously, inexorably overwhelm any extra profit that they would have possibly made from being a shitheel.
I know, right? It just took, like, Steam doing the bare minimum, and they suddenly just exploded and took over all of PC gaming. Just from doing sort of the bare minimum.
Like, wow, you didn't actually try to rob me or kick my teeth in whenever I bought a video game from you. Huh. Money.
I tell you, right? I mean, as much as I have a cartridge, and, you know, I found various ways to play and emulate and use real hardware and different things, it's a huge mess getting all these retro consoles and things together. That's why a lot of people just want to use the virtual console or Switch Online. But, like, I kind of have to do these things because, like, they don't even put the Pokemon games on the Switch Online. Like, the last time they put the old Pokemon games on a recent system, it was on the 3DS. It's really, really hard to stream 3DS games. It is extremely hard and expensive to get your hands on a 3DS capture card, which I wish I could have.
Alright, this is
And
the,
not only that,
the Homeland
but the guy
Mass.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, this is the Homeland Mass.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Hype. Sorry I was yapping.
You're good. Please continue to yap. It is fine.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to, you know, notify you of that we're
Oh,
here.
I can't
basically.
believe we did it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm here. I should probably, get to my,
A lot of where people are settling is north. If you're wanting to head in that direction, a road, I believe, starts at around 925, 757. And you'll encounter little sad fat man's settlement to the just to the west of the road. And if you keep
why
heading
is everyone
north,
so up north? That just makes the winters rough.
because it's close to spawn.
Yeah, that's the thing.
To be fair, you are the one who wandered off 10,000, 30,000 blocks south to get wood.
Well, was that a problem?
No. I'm just saying. You did that thing. We settled in a nice, convenient location. You were like, I'm going to go all the way over here.
I sure did, but now we'll actually be able to play together. I'm sorry. At least I got some bamboo, right? Right?
Yeah, bamboo's good.
And I didn't have to, like, freeze to death. There was berries everywhere. Where's all the berries up here? I don't see no berries.
The berries are preserved in our cellars where we can eat them freely without being mauled by wolves or hyenas.
Yeah, I haven't seen any wolves down there. I think that down that far south you can come across hyenas, though. If you're in, like, a savanna type area.
You can't say that. If there is a chance for them, the wolves are just stalking you. They're right behind you right now.
I'm just saying, being that far south had its benefits.
That's fair.
Don't gotta freeze. There is food that just grows out of the ground.
Food is just there. It's just on the ground.
It's just there. It's just there. And you eat it. But yeah, back on the Game Boy thing. I would love to not go through this much effort. Technically, I have a way to do this with zero emulation. I have a real Super Famicom, which is just the Japanese Super Nintendo. A real Japanese Super Game Boy. I'm just an upscaler for my real hardware and an actual Pokemon Red cartridge. So none of that is like stealing or even emulation. But it's like, I know Nintendo doesn't want you to... Little sad fat man? What?
Yep.
Who's this? What's this player? Who's this little sad fat man?
Yeah, that's his hat. Or that's his house. Maybe he
I've
made a pillar there.
Ooh, is that someone from your server?
Yeah, he's around.
Huh.
Maybe.
Oops.
I haven't seen him talking in chat for a while, so he may not be around, but yeah, he played with us for a little while. Rosie.
Oh, I hear a cat.
Yeah, you do. She is suffering. .mp3. What?
Well, what's up with her?
She wants
What's
attention.
wrong
What?
with her?
What? What do you want? What? No.
Okay, so I'm clearly heading in the right direction.
Yeah,
Thank you for coming and finding me.
You're welcome.
I'm
I
sorry
recommend
for
you
making
setting...
you go to that trouble.
Perfectly fine. I recommend setting a spawn point.
Yeah, that would make a lot of this work be for nothing. Where are you, by the way?
You get mauled by a wolf before you get...
That would
my house.
suck. That would indubitably suck.
Hi, Maya. Thank you very much for the raid. It is a pleasure to see you once again. Hello to the beans that Maya has brought forth. It is me. I am Auri. I look like an elf, but I am not quite an elf. We can get into that later if we need to. However,
She's
it is
totally
a pleasure
an
to meet you
elf.
all. Noodles around. Hi, Deck. Hi, Lar. Maya, if you need to, please be sure to go do some self-care. Take care of yourself. If not, I hope you have a good stream, and I hope the stream went
Oh
well.
shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot!
Don't get mauled. Don't-
Shoot!
don't.
Shoot! I got mauled by a freaking wolf. I'm
Yeah,
alive,
that's
barely.
That's good. Run.
I'm so sorry. You can continue talking now. That was
No, it's fine.
freaking me out.
Rest up, Maya. I hope your arm feels better. Hi, Shades. Good to see you all. I know what wolf screams sound like. You can probably see my house.
I'm also almost starving. I'm gonna have to make like some bamboo food.
Head
Otherwise,
southeast.
I'm about to starve to death.
You should be able to see my house if you head southeast.
Southeast?
Yep, from where you're at. Yep. Up.
Let me make a real quick piece of food.
No,
Or
Spicer.
I'm gonna die.
This is a collab. Push your Spicer over. Bullies.
Tiny piece of food.
Bully, bully, bully. Absolute cinema.
I'm sorry, but I need just a little bit of this bamboo.
It's fine. You're the one who got it. You
I
can
don't
use
want-
it for whatever you want.
I don't want to die here. That would cause a lot of problems.
So many problems.
Is this your place? I see a lot of dead growing flax.
Yeah.
It's not growing,
head
it's
up.
dead. What do I mean growing flax? It's dead.
Close enough. You can head a little bit further south. You should be able to, if
Where's
you
the
look on top of some
gate?
of the, Don't you touch my flax?
There's the gate.
Don't you touch my shitty, broken flax? Gonna try, you try to steal my crops? You trying to steal, I bet that there! Woo!
Alright.
Thanks for the follow,
so,
Retrius.
Is this so? This is your place?
You come follow me. I'm like right behind you.
You see on the map. There you are. But yeah, despite the fact I have ways to do things all totally legit, like, They need to make it easier to like just play and stream things like just old Pokemon games.
I agree.
The fact that they haven't added any of them to the Switch, why? The fact that I have to go through all this trouble with like upscalers and like an old Super Nintendo and an old Super Game Boy and
Alright, now you're trapped in here. Good luck.
unnecessary. Sorry, I can.
No, I was
stop.
messing with you. Please continue.
No privilege to use blocks here.
Yeah, I closed it. I was teasing you. I closed the door and I said, "Alright, you're stuck here. Good luck."
Oh, okay. I'll just eat your food. Fire pit's cold.
Yep. Here, I'm bringing something up for you to eat.
Oh, thank
Mar-
you.
Sellers.
Nice place. Thank you for the help.
You're welcome.
Elf lets me rant.
Here you
Can
go.
outrant me. I am allowed to rant? Nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Those are candied blueberries. Bendy made
Now
them.
I need to make a spawn point before
Yeah,
we have to do that all over.
you can settle around here somewhere. You might want to wait until it's morning before you mess around or anything like that. But you can
So
settle
there's
around.
no place for me to create a spawn point here?
Probably not. The land claim will keep you from doing it.
Oh, okay. I'll go
Um,
find one of my
like I
old
said-
places.
You may want to wait until morning.
Whoa, that's a long ladder.
Yeah.
I'll wait until morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You want to take some of this bamboo? Do
Yeah,
you have
sure.
any interest in it?
Yeah, I'll take some bamboo. We got some shoots.
I need to... And me... There. Oh, you can
Thank you.
plant some bamboo. Took a
I
long time
appreciate
to
it.
find this stuff.
I think I have some things I can probably trade you for it too.
You don't need to give me anything. I just want
Stop.
to help out the community.
Help out the flan. I mean, these are pretty basic tools. We moved on from this particular type, so up, 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 up.
But like, yeah, it's hard to blame anyone for like downloading
is.
Pokemon Red and Blue
It
when
is.
and using
is.
that to stream the
It
game
is.
when literally,
Take this.
well, there's no good other ways to play it except like the BS I've gone through, you know.
Yeah.
Like Pokemon Red and Blue cartridges aren't cheap.
No, they are not.
Like, I've got them, but it was an unnecessary investment. And what's, like, your other option? Your other option is to, like, get it on the Virtual Console for the 3DS, which has been discontinued, and also is extremely difficult to stream. And you know what? One of the only people who made, a capture card in Japan, which was Katsukity, Nintendo literally sued that guy and made cease and desisted him. So now he can't make 3DS capture cards so that people could legitimately stream like Game Boy and 3DS and other things like to play Pokemon. What else is someone supposed to do? They've literally destroyed most of the alternatives.
Nintendo away. Cool.
So like, yeah. I recently streamed a good bit of Pokemon Red. Because I own a Pokemon Red I've done this all above board. I played from a legitimate, original Pokemon Red cartridge, which I can prove, on a Japanese Super Game Boy. On a Japanese Super Nintendo, also called a Super Famicom. Via an upscaler, because you need an upscaler in order to get it into a capture card. Mine's a RetroTink 5X. All of that is a lot of money that Nintendo doesn't see a penny of. They don't make money from the upscaler. They don't sell the Super Famicom and haven't in decades. Same with the Super Game Boy. This is all just expensive used stuff or boutique items like a nice upscaler. None of that is necessary. And yet that's the only way Nintendo will allow you to do it. I don't understand.
Nintendo bad. Also, anything that's on the ground there, you can have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I keep picking up the wrong thing. It's annoying.
Do I have any? Yeah, here. This will help a little bit. You don't have any bags, do you?
I only have. Is that a bag? What is
Yep.
that?
It's 2
I
bags.
only have hand baskets.
That is 2 hunter backpacks.
Oh, nice. That'll help a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my gosh, thank you for the generosity.
You're welcome. Actually, might have something else here too. Give me a second. Yeah. Ugh.
I'm glad you're on the same page as me, Spicer. Like, I have no problem with anyone. It's like, despite the fact I have all this stuff to do that, I would not once blame someone for pirating Pokemon Red and Blue to play or to stream it.
Nah.
Because having all this stuff is unnecessary. And the only other way that they offered, ever, was on the 3DS Virtual Console. Which, again, they made it harder to stream because they DMCA the guy in Japan who made 3DS capture cards. And they took down the 3DS eShop. Why, Nintendo? Why are you like this? You won't sell us the games.
Did you get those other 2 backpacks?
I have 2 backpacks. Did you give
I
more?
should have given you 2 more. Yeah.
Really?
You should have 4.
Oh, okay. Wait, I see it now. They were in my inventory for some reason.
Yeah, I put them on the ground.
Can I put these in my inventory? Or are they just like stuck there?
Looks like they're just stuck there.
I'm sorry for littering your floor.
Yeah, they'll disappear eventually.
I like the way Sega responds to this stuff. They're not perfect, but they sure are better than Nintendo. Oh yeah, is that rice seeds? Oh, with some sort of seed. I have some seeds I can give you. You want some
Go for it.
seeds?
Yeah. I like seeds.
And some soybean seeds.
I thank you. Can we have soybeans? No, turnip. Nope. Oh, thank you.
No problem. The least I can do. Look at all this nice stuff you gave me.
Yeah, you can eat this too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, we're actually playing together.
Yeah, we'll get you started a little bit.
Oh yeah, if I may go back to like 10, 20 conversations earlier.
Yeah.
So like the compiling this thing, if it's not too late to return to this.
Go for it.
So after that, you need to so I'll just like go to I made a Google Drive, or sorry, a Google Doc, because the documentation on the GitHub is actually really confusing. It is actually really confusing.
Documentation on
So
the
let
GitHub
me
being confusing?
let me go check it out.
What are you talking about? That could never be confusing.
So I made my own that I can even like link, but it's a work in progress. But I did most of the basic stuff. So yeah, you download System 2. Or sorry, Sys 2. I don't think it's short. It's probably short for system. But then after you're done installing it, which you need to install it in C drive, it seems like it doesn't work very well if you don't. Then you run Ming W64, just because for some reason that's what you need to use in order to specifically compile something in 64-bit instead of just the main program. I don't know why. Then you need to update it, restart. There's this huge thing that you have to like paste in there. Paste, let's see, Pac-Man minus S unzip make git Ming W. Oh god, that's long. 20% and wait for it to get done. You don't want to type that all out. You want to paste it, which again, Control V does not work. It's Shift Insert. Then you need to put in git clone and the Cream 64, and that'll make like a folder. Which in like the web page, it does not tell you where it was. Like I had to Google and search and check Reddit. There's a folder inside of it because it's like it creates its own little miniature Unix system, inside the Sys64 folder. Is it 64? Yes, okay.
Spicer has expressed the interest, but if you want to, I can bring Spicer in here and you can talk directly to him. He seems to be like he says he can explain that sort of thing.
Spicer's in the chat and knows this stuff.
Yeah. Do you want me? We can switch to my Discord if you want to, and I have a streaming channel that we can use.
We can talk. I can rant about the fact that I did this. I did do it. I could even like load up the game. It took me forever. Like, I can just show off the trouble I went through. The trouble I went through. Nobody knows the trouble I see.
Nobody knows the trouble I see. Nobody knows the sorrow.
Exactly. I think the original version was Nobody Knows But Jesus. You're singing the Lion King version.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Disney busts through the window.
Well, yeah, right. I made it. I made Super Cream 64. I even, like, put it in another folder and gave it its own thing, being like, it's done. It's done. I got it working. I'm gonna load it real quick. There it is!
Yeah!
I got this freaking thing working after, like, a day.
Victory! Alright, so, Fairy, if you want to, go into my server and hop into, like, Lobby 1, and then I can pull you into my streaming channel, and then Spicer will show up eventually there, too.
The ancient magics.
The ancient magic.
Spicer.
The STCs.
I should have just, like, messaged Spicer and been like, hey, what the heck is an Sys 2? Why can't I do this?
Spicer is ostensibly employed as, like, a programmer and a coder, but the way he phrases it is that somebody pays him to do his hobby in their building.
It stands for Minimal GNU. So it is Linux, basically. It's Linux on Windows. I'm opening up a Linux console on Windows, basically.
Yeah. It's fun.
Okay, let me go to your server.
Yes.
I'll exit the call and be right back. Which channel is it?
Just go into lobby 1 and I'll pull you into the other one.
Okay. Game time? I see one called Game Time. That's for D&D. Oh, there it is. Is this where you on? Streaming. No, it's... Oh, there it is. Lobby 1. Derp.
Hello?
What does Ming stand for? I'm sorry, I was in the middle of, like, reading Spicer's messages. Hey, I'm back. Or,
Welcome
you're back. I mean, we're back.
Close enough.
Hello.
It's fine. Hi.
Hi.
I also threw you some poultices so that you can heal yourself if you need to.
Hey. I'm over halfway auto healed, but I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I
You can
mean,
use
I'm in
them.
the lobby. And yes. The only thing is now your little image isn't showing up in the chat anymore.
Yeah, it's probably because you
Sad.
don't technically have permissions on my server, but it's alright. It's fine. Now, is there a spice butt? And behold.
Oh god.
Hi,
Is that
Spicer.
you, Spicer?
Hello. What up? It's me.
It do be a Spicer.
I
The
am
guy
computer
that
stupid.
knows way too much about this world.
Yeah.
About what world?
Just like programming, coding, computers.
Oh, yeah. And
It's
I'm
I'm pretty
stupid.
sure I spend more time every day messing with this stuff than I do like literally any other task besides breathing.
I mean, I wish I had like figured out a way to like message you or contact you yesterday. I was about to tear my hair out.
People are
Trying to get
weird
this
about getting
working.
help from me. I've had people like not want to talk to me about something because I guess I'm not that active on the server in some cases, and so sometimes I have this mystique around me, and people are like, "Oh, I don't want to go talk to you.
Mystique.
He's like the president or whatever." I'm like, "Bruh, I'm the guy that just like fixes crap on like the elf just comes yelling at me like I have no work."
Yeah.
Like I'm just fucking here. I don't run anything. They never gave
Spicer-
me mod privileges.
Spicer is the server tech support. Please.
Nice.
He
But
appears to be
apparently
pretty
everyone's
much.
afraid to bother the great king of computers.
Yeah, he's pretty much okay with you. Just like, I'm pretty sure you're fine with anybody just adding you, aren't you?
I'm like that wizard that lives in a tower outside of town, and you could just bring him some stupid magical problem, and he never like doesn't ask for payment like at any point. It's just like, oh, neat.
Oh, great wizard
I can't wait to
lord.
spend the rest of my day dealing with this.
Yeah.
Oh, great wizard
and
lord.
you come back the next
Would
day and he
you
hasn't
please
slept.
impart upon me your knowledge?
Yeah.
So a lot of the stuff you interacted with is like a whole lot. There is so much infrastructure that has been built for this problem. So the core issue is, so I've said this many times, but like C is the bottom layer of like most programming infrastructure. Nothing goes below it. I mean, even the like your operating system is written in at the bottom.
So what's COBOL then? Someone was talking about COBOL earlier.
COBOL's older. COBOL is a business language. It's for implementing business logic, like banks,
Business.
and banks and banks.
And banks.
Basically banks.
Let's chillin' chum. But yeah, chillin'. I mentioned it in chat earlier, but yes, I finally did get Cream 64 working. It just took me like 26 hours of my life.
But you did it.
But I will appreciate help
that
from
could have
you
been a lot
or
less.
Spicer earlier. Yeah, it could have been a lot less if I had someone's help who
I
was
actually
smarter than
used
me.
so like you know that Paru command you ran?
What command?
Paru.
Pac-Man is what she ended up using with it.
Oh, Pac-Man. Sorry, I was thinking something else. Yeah, Pac-Man. That's actually the Arch Linux package manager, but it's open source.
Oh,
so
that's
Insys
what. You mean it's not
uses it
Pac-Man
as-
as in like the Namco game?
Mhm.
I think this was
Oh,
about
no.
like running away from ghosts and stuff.
Nah.
No, it stands for package manager.
No, it stands for Namco's Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
Why do I have this wrong? Oh,
The creators of this software had Pac-Man fever.
I agree.
well, okay. So, fun fact: there is a config you can set with Pac-Man that actually, you know, where it like does the download bar when you're installing a package. You can change. There's a command you can change called I think it's I like or I love candy, and it'll turn that download bar into a little Pac-Man that eats little pellets and goes across.
Nice. Love that. That's the
Pac-Man
only way to
is-
Pac-Man. That's
Pac-Man
the only way
is
to
Arch
Pac-Man.
Linux deck.
How do I
forget
get
what
back
Seuss
down?
Uses.
Nice house,
I
by
can't
the way.
remember.
I
used
do
to
not
know
how
all
to
those.
get
thank you.
down here.
I'll let you out. There's a
This is
ladder.
actually just yeah, COBOL is an incredibly scary language right now because like some of the youngest COBOL programmers that are actually skilled enough to run these like legacy systems that basically all the major banks still rely on entirely are like 60. And they
Oh.
are not getting people in that are skilled enough to actually do this shit.
So it's
and-
really hard.
Yeah, it's actually a huge concern in the like banking
Why
world,
is it
that
so
all this
hard?
infrastructure's-
Why is it harder than C?
Cobalt is older than C and was made in a different time. Like, if you ever look at Cobalt code, it's horrible. It's like English prose. There's very little like non-English word syntax, and if you forget like a period, like good fucking luck. And a lot of the like the way it models memory and data and all this stuff is just really old and not as well thought out for like newer systems or like newer ways of doing things.
It's like when
so
banks
you
were
need to
first
know-
forming. This is like
Yeah.
the early NASA.
Oh yeah,
mainframe
Cobalt was
computer
like one of the
days.
early languages for this stuff, like that was actually usable in a business. Because like before
find-
Cobalt stuff was like fucking PL1 or Algol, like yeah, no, they were gonna
I
make
find
Yeah,
fucking
speaking of which,
fucking
what
Cobalt.
did programming language did they use for like the first NASA flights? Like, you know, going to the moon and the like. Did
that
they
was
just write
C.
it
I'm
all
pretty
in
sure
like
that was all-
assembly?
That was it was probably C in assembly actually. NASA was a little later, like it wasn't actually that early. Like C was around and like started becoming a thing in the 70s and was getting bigger in the 80s. No, I think a lot of the like probes and stuff was C or assembly, but most of that was probably all assembly. Because like just to put this in perspective, there is one of the probes they sent to like one of the rovers they sent to Mars. They at the like last minute they wanted to like take a picture of a moon on you know, like one of Saturn's moons or something, and literally they had to fit in a search algorithm to find the moon and take a picture of it in like I think it was like 12 bytes of instructions.
Damn.
Like those people were very, very skilled, and we don't have those people anymore. Like there's some crazy shit that people have been able to make with nothing.
Oh god, that
Like I don't
breaks my
think like
brain.
SpaceX literally can't even do the moon landing right now. They don't have the skills to do it right now.
Nope.
Like they're having
No,
to
it
cheat a
sure
lot.
doesn't seem like it. They seem to think that they're capable of replacing NASA, but every other rocket they launch explodes.
If I remember, their plan is to send like the spaceship
Well-
and another rocket, and then like try one of them first and see how it goes.
Hello! Welcome in, Cryo. Welcome in, Izori. It is a pleasure to see you both
Hey,
as well.
another
Thank you very
raid.
much for the raids.
2 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Deck. So I learned C like hard in the last couple of years, and got really deep into this stuff very quickly. But I'm like 29, and I've gotten deep into programming in like the last 2 years, and I'm already like one of those ancient like old wizards that's like the sorcerers today don't know true spellcraft. Like I'm already there.
I hope your
I got
streams
old.
went well, Izori and Cryo, and I hope that you have had a good time. If you need to raid and run, please do so. For those who are new
fuck
here,
outta here.
I am Auri. The little black box there is Spicer, and the little fairy is
I'm a
little
terminal.
robot fairy.
Hi.
Hello.
I am terminal.
Spicer is local tech support. Please add him for all of your problems at any point ever. Anyway,
Can learn things.
Oh yeah, so I mean to be fair, programming in the early days was hardware and not really software. It actually mattered like the hardware.
Yeah, apparently people put in
Like-
like punch cards and things.
Oh,
I
yeah,
heard from
no,
my
there's-
dad, who was a
so-
baby boomer. He's like, yeah, we had to put in punch cards.
Oh yeah, one of the early computers, I think it was the Cray 2. The operating system that was on that, the guy who made it literally walked up to a switchboard and hand entered from memory the entire operating system for that computer in one go. They knew what they were doing. Those people were crazy. And there's like people that there's so old memory used to actually be like you know how hard drives were with the disk? old RAM used to be
I
like
think
that.
they
It was
used
literally
like
a spinning
tape decks
drum.
or something.
No, yeah, that was later. But they used to use big spinning drums that had like little magnet like readers and setters on them, and like in order for it to be efficient, you would have to try and predict like where you were going to put the result that would then be calculated by like the next thing that was going to run. You had to like send things that you were doing out in front of you so it would get saved there and then used. Otherwise, you had to go all the way around the drum again. And and there's people that like compilers couldn't compete with because they would write code that would modify itself as it's going to like keep pushing like the state out in front of it, so it would be as fast as possible and requires few rotations to run the algorithm. Like, and yeah, no one can figure out that code. It's like magic.
Things were so primitive back then. You even wonder what it was even useful for.
There is a certain phrase that comes to mind
program.
Whenever I look at stuff like this, there's a certain phrase that comes to mind, and that is adversity is the mother to invention. The people who worked with that sort of thing, they didn't have a lot of the ease of use and whatnot that programmers have this day, so they had to figure shit out.
It had to be good.
And some of that stuff is arcane, like in the literal sense of the word. It is an arcane, almost inscrutable adaptation that the folks who did this sort of thing were just flat out on another level. Like, that's...
Oh, yeah, no.
Because they were people
we still
who
don't
attached to
understand
this
some
sort
of
of
those
thing.
code bases today.
Yeah.
Also, sorry to interrupt, but yes, Nekutsune Super Cream 64 is cute. Cream is cute. That's why I spent like a day and a half of my life trying to figure that out.
No, I actively have tried to like make myself operate in those kinds of environments just to improve my abilities. Like, I was running my Linux machine like it was like 1989. I was using programs that were written in like the 90s to like run my desktop. I was using text editors made in that period. I didn't go to online for a lot of documentation. Linux and Unix had a built-in system of documentation called man pages, and when I need to look up stuff from like the C standard or anything like that, I literally just open the man page and like search up the function I need to understand or whatever, and that's how I like learn instead of looking stuff up online.
But did you install Gentoo?
No, I didn't want to make that the only thing I did for like every week. Like, oh, I gotta update my system. I can't work today.
I guess I'll just.
I gotta build Firefox for like fucking 12 hours.
I guess I'll just go stare at the sun for a little while. I can't do anything today.
No, Gentoo's not worth it. It's really cool, but holy shit, I don't want to build Firefox for fucking 12 hours.
I didn't realize it would take that long.
Oh,
wow.
yes. That's why you don't compile your own programs and whatnot these days. And that's why you don't like compile. You can, but that's the reason you don't do it anymore, because a lot of programs these days take to it exactly like cheese takes to being left out in the heat.
Yeah, no. The problem is so many programs today are just giant fucking highly abstract C++ code bases or Rust code bases or whatever. And compiling that shit is so fucking slow. Like, it's why on my computers I have like a I have a weird rule where I basically try to find a C application that wants to do what I want, or that does what I want, so that I can easily read the source code to see how it works if there's something I want it to do, and it builds. It doesn't take fucking 30 minutes.
I don't know.
The only programs I still use C++ is a web browser and emulators. Those are the only programs I really allow like that C++. Everything else I use is a C program. My terminal, and my desktop, because Hyperland's just the best thing for Wayland, for like people that want a minimal desktop. Because I hate Wayland, but it's what everything's moving to. I hate the standard. Well, we'll fix the problem with X11 by making everyone re-implement it differently.
What is Wayland?
Okay, so...
You had to ask that question.
Okay, let's go back to the MSys thing first, because this is going to be a whole other conversation.
Okay, well, we'll worry about Wayland later. What the heck is MSys? And why do I need it in order to compile a freaking Nintendo 64 video game?
So,
Spicer takes a deep breath.
I'm gonna need a real deep breath. So generally speaking, it is easier to build something for a Unix-like system and then build it to other platforms than the other way around. So most portable software is written effectively on Linux, and then they just port it out to other like Windows and Mac and stuff. Because Mac's already very unit. Like Mac's
So I
based
just
on
need to
Unix.
use Linux.
Kroger, you don't
'Cause everything's
need
made
to do
for
that.
Linux.
You don't need
Yeah,
Cut
to
out
do
the
so-
that.
middleman, just use Linux, right?
Building on Windows is nightmarish. There's no good command line. The shell program, like CMD, is hot garbage. PowerShell's better, but it has other problems, like not being well supported by a lot of things. And if you want to install a build system to actually fucking build code on Windows, you basically just have to install most of Visual Studio. So it's like really terrible experience to build anything on it. And none of the Visual Studio stuff is ever compatible with anything else. So unless your project's using CMake, like good fucking luck.
I remember when I was a teenager who had no idea what I was doing, and someone kindly gifted me a copy of Visual Studio when I told them I wanted to learn programming. And it was
Don't
an
do it,
involved
Krogero.
process. Also, thank you for the bit, Krogero.
Don't do it though,
Thank you,
Krogero.
appreciate that.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't.
Don't-
Just go to
don't.
Arch or whatever.
But I was told
if you
that,
don't wanna do
that I
it the
got to
hard
install
way.
again too. Everyone keeps telling me to install again too.
Don't listen to them gently shakes.
No.
Why does everyone
There's like
want me
two
to
good
install
options:
again too
Linux
then?
Mint and Arch Linux. The end. Like, just do one of those.
I have Arch Linux on my laptop. It's pretty good. There is a very, very significant learning curve for me. Maybe not for other people, because I am a poor, empty-headed.
You're smarter than most.
I
people.
am a poor, empty-headed little nerd, and I am learning
I don't think you know how
GD
low that
script.
bar is.
I am learning GD script, and I am not quite there yet.
I mean,
I don't
LMD is
even
just
know
a
what GD
desktop
script
environment.
is.
Oh, you mean like Linux Mint?
Huh? Who, me?
It's a Python derivative that Godot uses.
Oh, Godot. Yeah, I would like to learn
Yeah.
Godot.
Yeah.
I wanted to learn Godot. I was like,
Godot's
I don't know if I want to learn Godot.
If
And
I
then I
didn't
watched
hate
someone
bloat,
make
I
a
would
video
be
where
using
they're
Godot.
like, I recreated Super Mario World
What
in Godot. And I'm like,
Yeah.
What
Oh,
makes
crap,
I used
now I
Godot
need to learn
professionally
Godot.
for a year and a half.
What makes you not like or feel that Godot is bloated, Spicer? Out of curiosity.
Because I can't get a like exported exe to be smaller than fucking 60 megabytes. And
Have you-
GD script is really fucking slow.
Whenever you do stuff like
So-
that, have you also been sure to like delete the engine that you're not using before you compile that? Because like you can
Yeah,
remove the 3D engine. And
The
whatnot
engine
if
is
you're not
actually
using it.
making most of the engine, or like most of the size is from stuff that you can't cut out.
Ah, fair enough. 60 megs, it's fine.
So- Dude,
what's
that's huge.
what's 60 megs among friends? You'll be all right.
I literally export programs that are like 300 kilobytes.
What's 60 megs amongst friends?
very anti-bloat.
It's also-
very anti-bloat.
It's also like it's a giant fucking game engine with a full rendering system that like has to load every time you open the damn thing and run it. Like it's
Did
a
you say
very
that you
heavy
make programs that are like 300 kilobytes?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
You
whatever.
just put in a
Spicer-
QR code.
Spicer is a very specialized kind of technician if he wants to get into that sort of thing, but he works on stuff that doesn't have a lot to work with. I believe.
I'm trying to get in that space, but the problem is a lot of our users have shitty computers, like from fucking 15 years ago. So it's important that stuff. Like the other problem with Godot 2 is I have a surprising amount of people that don't have graphics cards, and it gets really fucking awkward trying to emulate OpenGL. Like it's gotten better because Windows finally fucking released the Angle backend for modern Windows that basically will emulate OpenGL software for you, and Godot supports that. But that's for modern Windows, which is not the computers that don't have a graphics card in them. So it's useless. Yeah, it's a mess. That and a lot of our stuff ends up running in like virtual machines on
You're a
like,
mess.
cloud and stuff. So those also don't have. Yeah, it was a whole fucking adventure trying to get this shit to work. and not be a buggy mess when
It
there's
was
no
a
graphics
whole
card.
thing.
Because Godot's a game engine in the end. It's not really designed to be.
It's really
have
fun.
Apps made in it.
Godot
Like,
and GDScript is working as a gateway for me to get into
Yeah.
programming and whatnot.
Which is fair. Which is better than
Yeah.
me, who has
Spicer,
only been
I'm
trying to
gonna-
learn RPG Maker. At least you can do more with Godot than RPG Maker.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't recommend RPG Maker very much. That is a very like I only recommend RPG Maker when you already kind of know enough of what to do and you just want to be a masochist and see what you can make in that fucking limited ass engine. Like that's the thing you should use RPG Maker for.
Here, Spicer, I'm gonna say something that'll probably make you at least a little happy too. I've been messing around with like different code and just like reading stuff to see how I feel about it and what I've learned as part of my little GDScript stuff. And I found myself understanding C and C# and stuff whenever I come across them a little bit better.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
it's
No, if
I'm
you-
actually
so
able
if you learn any
to
C
connect
language,
concepts.
you'll figure out the rest of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually able to
I mean, that's the
connect
beauty of the
concepts
C
between
languages.
them, which is good.
And you'll like literally the only thing with C that you're gonna have a hard time with is understanding like memory. After that, C is probably the easiest language like ever to learn. It has very simple rules and limited things you can do, but they're very powerful.
I think I
Like
already
learning C++,
understand the concept.
I would rather die.
I think I already understand the concept of memory and whatnot from a couple of the
Yeah.
ways that I've been learning how to code.
There's a few like hard edge cases that are kind of esoteric because the problem is C was designed to basically work for any computer. So there's a lot of things that it leaves open in its standard that the individual like compilers and machines have to kind of just figure out what they want to do. But that's the power. That's why it's everywhere. Because like think about it. So if you have like a 32-bit number and you hit the max on what that
You're a
can
32-bit
represent,
number.
and you add one. I'm an int. Okay, I'm okay with that. That's the standard like variable in C.
That's how you derail Spicer. You just say something absurd and he'll buffer for a moment.
Have to rationalize it. That's what I am. I'm a rationalizer. I rationalize. Yeah. So like let's say you're at the maximum value that an integer can represent, a 32-bit number. If you add another one, what the fuck happens? Some processors, depending on their instructions or whatever, saturate. They just stay at the max and never go above if you keep adding to it. Some processors
explode,
wrap around, and go to the other side, and now you have a max negative number.
Oh yeah, that's how overflows work in video games.
Yeah, exactly. Most processors that most people work with, they just overflow. But some processors didn't. And so as a part of the C standard, it's undefined what happens when you add a number that goes past the limit. So it's up to the compiler and the machine to figure out what those rules are.
What are you doing up there, Nom?
And so that's something you run into a lot.
What are you doing up there, bunny?
You'll like program for years in C, but only on like an Intel computer, and you'll assume that that's the behavior of C. And then you'll go to like a little embedded chip, and it'll fucking blow your mind. All the assumptions you made on how computers work. It's wild. That's why I love C, because you're like, there's such a thin fucking layer between you and the machine you're on, but it's just enough that you can be portable and like write code for many machines, like more machines that like in more than any language.
And the way I understand a lot about C too is that once you understand C, that information is communicable in at least some way to every other language.
Yeah.
Like they're
C
all in some
ratified,
way going to connect back to that.
Yeah. It's because C was modeled heavily after like what processors were becoming in that era, and processors have pretty much continued to act like C machines because it's the dominant code that gets written, so Intel just keeps layering that on top. Like x86 is very C oriented. But yeah.
Have a good day, Dick.
And if you know the concept of lingua franca,
franca.
So when Napoleon was a thing, like everyone just fucking spoke French, so everyone spoke French with each other.
And the lingua franca is English now.
Like yeah, English is the new lingua franca, and that's basically what C is.
I was playing off of your description.
Yeah.
What did people use before C was the norm?
whatever the fuck. Okay, so there's a good quote I love from I think it was Ken Thompson, who's one of the guys that made C. Is like back in the day. No, it was another guy. But he was close. I think he worked at Bell Labs. But a big thing that would happen in the industry before like C came around and became this like widely used international fucking standard on how to interact with computers. Basically, like for instance, in Europe. Like during like the early days of computing, there was kind of a rule in Europe that like, or specifically the United Kingdom, there was a rule that everything had to be like European or British or whatever. Like they had to use stuff from their own country, so that would feed back into their own economy. Because it was during the rebuild after the World War.
Nationalism.
But, yeah, well they needed to do that because fucking the world was destroyed, except for America. And so. What would happen is if they needed, so their computers, like at universities and like big companies and stuff, they ended up basically just having to use the computers like the government and the military or whatever the largest companies were using, because that's what was supported the best. And so what would happen is these companies and organizations and colleges, they would just have to rely on like, I think it was at the time with like PL1 or maybe it was Fortran. They used Fortran for everything, but the only people that made Fortran compilers for the CPU they were using was like an aerospace organization in the military. And so they relied on that organization to specifically make that compiler so that they could do all their shit. And that's how it just was. You just relied on random organizations to support what you were doing. And it was really hard to get out of that. Like the amount of rewriting that they had to do in the past, because like, oh, a new processor came out that's way better than what we have. Anyway, there's a new language now that you have to rewrite everything in. Good luck. It's why Cobalt's still around to this day. Because like there's millions and millions and millions of lines of code written in Cobalt for really old IBM mainframes that they're still running the financial world off of to this day.
It deeply amuses me that you're still calling it Kobold.
Yeah, you sound like you're talking about kobolds, like the D&D
and
mythological race.
Yeah, we know, but it sounds like you're talking about kobolds, the D&D.
I'm going to work for the Cabal. I will write the Cabal.
No, that's a different one.
By
that's
the
a different word.
way, I missed a bunch of chat messages because I've been trying not to interrupt. I forgot about that, but yeah, it's true. Like, WarioWare do it yourself or DIY.
Oh, yeah.
That is like a thing where you can make your own little micro games. I'd always heard that was really neat, but I've never tried it before.
Yeah, so many people in like our generations, like there was a lot of games that came out that had that experience. Kinda? I don't know.
See, it works every time.
Like I know a lot of people got into game development just because of like Click and Play or Click Team Fusion, like that company, because they sometimes put it on the school computers without realizing it, and people would find that and like stop making games like clicking buttons.
I'd like to learn Click Team Fusion.
Yeah, if you ever want a cool series on like this guy's journey through game development, like from kid to like adult, there's a really good series. I think it's by 2 Clicks Phillip. And yeah, he goes through like his journey of like discovering Click and Play and like getting into Click Team Multimedia Fusion and all the weird, like he made a turn-based RPG where the way the turns worked is there was physical blocks that was each turn, and they dropped down onto a thing that would trigger like the animations, and like they would just stack on top of each other physically, and each time a turn ended, it would delete it and the next one fall down and that turn went. That's how he did turns. And
it works.
Yeah, the way he did vision detection was enemies would shoot out random little blocks in a cone, and if one of those blocks hit the player, they would shoot at him. That's all it did. It's fucking nuts. Or no, he had one like an earlier version before he figured that out. There was literally just blocks, like invisible blocks, moving all around the battlefield, bouncing off the walls. And if certain ones touched enemies, they would just shoot in your direction, or like throw a grenade or run away or whatever. Like that's how he did AI. It's just random blocks flying around the map, triggering enemy behavior.
Oh, well, Kuma, you see, my ranting never got to finish because we jumped onto a lot of different topics, so my ranting kind of ended prematurely.
Spicer,
you're talking about their ranting, it's only just begun.
Let me just shoot some coder cubes out of my eyes. Yeah, the guy didn't understand raycasting, so he just shot block.
Listen,
It's
if you need to
amazing.
shoot a cone of cubes out of your eyes in order to figure out where people are, do that. Just not in my direction, please. I do not wish to be covered in cubes.
And he got sophisticated. He got like different kind of cubes shooting out of them to like detect walls and like all kinds of shit. It's fucking wild. Just what you come up with when you don't really
The
like
red-
understand how to write algorithms.
The red cubes are for seeing walls. The blue cubes are for killing players.
I mean, this happened like 10 minutes
Basically.
ago, but I didn't end up saying it. I do have a spawn point here now, so we're good.
Good.
Yay! Now go
You
die.
won't, you won't have to go like 4 hours again to
Thank
find
goodness.
me.
Worth it.
That would have been tragic. Actually,
I can't believe I played this
That
game.
would be.
I played this game once on the like harder difficulty without realizing that it spawns you randomly like a 5,000 by 5,000 radius. I was like, oh shit! Like I'm never finding that house again.
Oh god.
you gotta use your map.
Why give you bad vibes, Kuma?
Pat's the Kuma. It's okay. I understand.
Was giving me my rant? Do you mean my rant, Kuma?
No, I don't
It'd
think
be
so.
my rant. I'm in.
No, it was totally my rant. I'm full of bad vibes.
No, I mean everybody has little ticks and whatnot that bother
I'm
them a
just
little
full of
bit.
obsessive vibes. I always know what I am. That's my cousin says my saving grace is I know what I am.
What rant
Make it
are
better,
you
huh?
talking about? What rant are you talking about, Kuma? Whose
What
rant?
the fuck? That's so many chickens.
Yeah, that is. I was thinking about that actually.
You just
As
walk
soon
through a bush and just like scatter.
It's like 12 chickens just kind of tumbled out. And what the?
Yeah, that was weird. I don't think I've ever seen that many chickens in this game in one place. Then they were just returned to the bush.
Yep, different bush, safety bush.
Oh wait, that's supposed to be there.
Oh. Oh, shitting on Nintendo. I feel that, Kuma. I do.
Fair
Oh,
enough.
well, sorry for.
I don't like it when they kill
Criticizing
my
Nintendo.
emulator.
Should
I
I
love
shut up
Nintendo.
about like whining
Push
about
the datum.
Nintendo?
You're okay. If it ends up being something like that,
Favorite games.
Kuma is capable of disengaging for a little bit, just like he did there. For instance, Kuma does not like Abiotic Factor, so he usually will stop in and visit on Mondays and then boogie. And that's perfectly fine.
I'm just saying, I don't want to like
Kumo
scare
is
away your
good,
chatters and
responsible
viewers
adult,
just by
and takes
being
care of self.
negative.
Yeah. Kuma's a good noodle.
I feel that, Kuma. Although it's for different stuff. Like, there's certain things I really fucking can't listen to that drives me AWOL, but it's really pedantic shit.
What's
Did
what's
you
one of
give
your
me
AOL?
two
And half the time it's
copper
stuff I
tools or
do.
more?
Did I
Because
what?
I only have a copper pickaxe
Okay.
and a copper falx. Did you give me other copper tools?
Scurries into the
Yeah,
abyss.
you should have a falx, shovel, pickaxe, and probably a
Shoot, I need to
prospecting
go
pickaxe.
find where you are again because I only have 2 of those.
They're not here because they're not on the ground. So they went with you. You may have dropped them. They're not here anymore.
I am so sorry.
Kuma,
What the
go play
fuck?
Tears of the Kingdom. Best vibes.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I hope you get to feeling better, Kuma. We got good vibes here.
Wait for a thunderstorm. Sit in a stable.
I'm so sorry, both of you. I'm sorry you're not doing okay, Kuma.
Hugs.
And also, I'm really sorry for
Pats the
somehow
very.
losing your tools. What the fuck happened to them? I'm so sorry.
It's perfectly okay. Those are extra
You
tools that we
wasted
had.
stuff on me.
No,
It
it's
must have
extra
been
tools
when
that
I
we had
was
laying
trying
around.
to switch between the backpacks.
Yeah.
The heck?
Okay, but Kuma, can I rant about my thing though? Is that too negative?
You're ranting about programs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I do vary. I'm also wearing armor and like decent equipment and stuff.
Fancy. I have a mobile
And-
source of light that doesn't.
These
blow
are
out
iron
when you-
tools.
I'm sophisticated. Wow, you made millions of years of progress in like a few days.
Heck yeah. What do you suggest I do in once human? Probably one of the
Become
first
human
things. Yeah, there you go. One of the first things probably to do in once human is to find a place that you want to build your base. Like find a neat little spot.
Define intense. I'm not usually that negative when I ramp. It's mostly just obsessive. And a lot of information. I'm a dumper. Yeah, I'm a dumper.
I don't know about using that term, but you know, you do you.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't even know what the context would be for that.
Well, you're gonna need
There's
a
so many.
space to kind of stage from your for your quests and whatnot, Seppi. So
I'll tell you what, I've asked questions and you've definitely explained some things, but with all of the dumping, the yapping, the ranting, whatever you want to call it, I don't remember. I kind of got lost in the sauce there with some
Yeah, that
of
happens.
them.
Yeah, we should.
Like,
I was gonna say you have to
what
not like
predates the C
enable
language,
me.
for instance? When I asked that, you were like, "Oh, there was a bunch of stuff in aerospace and various countries in Europe just had to go with whoever."
Well, the answer
and
to
I'm
that
like,
was yeah. The answer to that was lots of random nonsense.
Yeah,
like there wasn't,
that's what
like,
I got
the
out
whole
of it.
innovation of C.
So
like,
it wasn't
the closest
just
thing is
it
4chan.
wasn't just me.
4chan was very widely used.
No,
4chan,
Spicer,
yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Spicer's a little
you
scattered
mentioning
unless you
that.
aim him.
Yeah. I will literally just sit there and dump in random directions. It's why you gotta not enable me too much, and stop me. But yeah, so C was kind of the first language that actually tried better defining how two programs should talk to each other, how like libraries of code should coexist and be used. Like languages really didn't specify that stuff well, like Fortran especially.
I've
like,
heard of
you
4chan.
It was for science and like data processing.
Who is this 4chan?
Like there's an old joke with 4chan. It's like 4chan's really good for science, but my God, try to do graphics in it. Kill yourself.
No.
It was terrible. But yeah, so operating systems almost exclusively during this period were written in assembly. This was really the only thing that was fast enough and could take advantage of the hardware to make an because operating systems have to do a lot of really sophisticated stuff.
Assembly,
like,
is that basically just the zeros and ones?
No,
assembly.
It's like
assembly,
one level above direct metal.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Just
Hey, Elf knew
one
that.
layer above the zeros and ones.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Give
Yeah.
smack.
That's
Thank you.
rough.
Yeah,
Delicious.
so assembly basically just lets you write the word move and then 2 instructions of what you're moving
He
instead of
died.
having to literally put in like ones and zeros that represents the move instruction.
Yeah.
It's
So
just
if
easier to
you-
write. It's plain
I
text.
believe a like very basic like representation of assembly you might be able to poke at is the game Exapunks. I believe it makes you write something similar in assembly.
That's
Yep.
crazy.
Oh yeah.
A
the
video
Xbox
game
is like
does?
literally just a really. Oh yeah. No, there's games that do that. It's just not many. But Exapunks is probably one of the better ones.
What is
yeah, no.
Exapunks? Is it like a
So,
cyberpunk
It's like a
game?
little.
Yeah.
I'll let Elf explain. She's
Exapunks.
focused.
Exapunks is a little game that I played on stream for a decent amount of time, where
Oh,
you control
cool.
little robots, and the little robots are basically representations of where and how your code does stuff. So if you want a piece of your code,
They are little
to-
robots, but are they
Yeah.
little robot fairies?
I mean, kinda. They're like little
Kinda.
little robot
I mean,
fellas.
they look
They're
more
cute.
like aliens, but
Yeah, fair enough.
look like
Basically, you give them instructions, and their little representation on the screen is basically it shows you a sort of visual way of what your code's doing, and then you have a series of puzzles and whatnot that you need. One of the first puzzles is you're trying to get a file from like a local pizza shop, and you're trying to write in your order for the pizza instead of the order that was actually sent, so that they'll deliver your pizza without you having to pay for it. Because
Oh,
it's
that's
that kind of
wild.
game.
yeah, and
Very
they give like an
cyberpunk.
Yeah, and they give like an abstraction where like the robots are your programs and they can replicate and they can move to other machines that are connected. And so it's a nice little abstraction to help you think about this stuff.
Coding.
And files were like literally things the robots would grab and move with them and read line by line.
Mm-hmm.
It was really
And
cool
for
game.
example-
And fucking Elf made me play it because I got competitive because you and Bendy kept
Yeah.
beating my scores, and so I had to go back and destroy
Yeah.
yours.
Huh?
You can also try
I got
if you're
too lazy.
interested. If you're interested in learning coding, you can also try a game called Bitburner. It's very interesting.
The thing
yeah,
that
that
interests me most about coding is just, when I was a kid, I was like, oh, I wish I could make video games. I sure enjoyed playing them.
Yeah, me too.
That's what
honestly.
I always tell people. So the way I always recommend people get into like programming, like the easiest possible way, is get into modding games. It is
Yeah,
by far the
I've
easiest way to get
heard.
into programming.
Like, several games
'Cause,
started
like,
off
you
that
can,
way.
you can. There's already a game there. You can learn from the code around it.
True.
And like you can immediately see things that you're doing.
A lot of
just a way better
Japanese
experience.
developers hate game modding, but game modding
Mhm.
helps people learn how to make games. Apparently, a lot of
Yep.
games started out as game mods.
Oh
It
yeah, I mean,
was
that's, like,
either
most
something
of the
related to
Bethesda
Half-Life
does.
started off as a game mod.
Yep.
Like a
yeah, a
full
lot of Valve
game.
stuff.
So
Sorry,
I'm pretty
what?
sure that the game that we're playing, Fairy, started out as a game mod. Or at
Yeah,
least folks that
yeah,
were
a
aiming
mod
to
for
try and-
Minecraft.
Yeah.
Terra Firmacraft?
I believe
Is
so.
it Terra Firmacraft?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least
Yep.
someone working off of Terra Firmacraft to make something similar to it.
I think it was literally the Terra Firmacraft guy.
Could be.
Oh no. Well, I think he did work on it, but it was one of the Hypixel devs. I miss when 4chan was not taken down by a really stupid security glitch because they haven't updated their PHP in like 10 years and also was not a federal honeypot. Which
Yeah.
we proved
Yeah,
after
I
it got hacked.
heard about
Which we-
that. Like, a lot of mods were literally like federal agents. What the
Yep.
heck?
Yeah,
Yeah, of course
it was hilarious. It was so poorly maintained.
Literally,
it was like a fucking 15-year-old
4chan is
PHP
owned by
server.
Glowies. Literally, the whole, like, everyone's like, this is Glowy posting, that's Glowy's. You're not gonna get me Glowy,
Counter-Strike
and, like,
was
literally the whole site is just run by federal agents, lol.
Yep.
That's
No,
like,
if
that's
there
like
is a
the
big
sort
site
of
like
thing
that that
people
you
would
are-
make fun
that
of
you
someone
know
for.
of-
They'd be like, you're just schizo posting. But no, it was true.
The Soy Jack party caused it.
Yeah.
Probably.
No, if there's like a dark website and you know about it publicly, it's probably a honeypot. That's just how it goes. That's the rule. But yeah. No, going into game modding is like easiest. Like, especially I'll stipulate though, I think it's best
Your
if
stipulation.
there isn't. Yes.
Works every time.
I think it's best if you try to mod a game that doesn't have like an explicit modding interface built in, like scripting.
No, because
there's-
that would make it too easy on yourself, and you wouldn't be forced to
I mean,
learn.
you can do that for a while, but you definitely want to find a game that you're interested in that like you can decompile and learn how to decompile stuff. Specifically, Unity games are really good to learn modding because there's so much documentation on how to mod Unity games, and you can learn how to do stuff like monkey patching and things like that, and decompiling projects.
What
and
the
stuff. It's
heck
really
is
cool.
monkey catching?
Monkey patching.
Monkey patching.
so-
It's like monkey
There's
catching.
so if you learn okay, Lua is the best example of monkey patching because it's a thing you do a lot in Lua. You can
Hi, Captain.
functions are stored as like a variable on an object most of the time, and so what you could do is save off a copy of that function under a different name on the same object, write your own function in its place, and call the original one, and then do a bunch of extra logic. So you could just insert your code into the middle of something and like modify the game, which is what you do like for Outward, that game, which is written in Unity. Monkey patching is the main way you mod it, and like you do a lot of it. Like I run my code, and then the game's code runs after mine or before mine, and I mess with shit, or I just overwrite the function entirely and re-implement it, which I had to do in some cases, like to rewrite the enemy scaling for raid mode. I had to just overwrite the whole fucking function because it was not going to work for me.
By the way, I need a chance to be able to talk to someone in chat. Hey, Captain Yona. Get off to bed, so your stream, so I decided to pop in. So, well, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Chicken jockey for
Really
Chandos. Yeah, I heard.
Chicken jockey?
Sorry. I'm a streamer, I gotta check chat.
Chicken jockey.
I haven't seen that movie, but apparently it sucks and yeah, it's extremely popular.
I didn't know those memes were from the movie until later. Because there's a guy I watched named Whoops, and they say those memes a lot in their videos, and I didn't know what it was. I also didn't even know it was a Minecraft movie until, like, after.
There'll be an old Spicer. Pushes over.
I just don't keep up with anything. That's, like, not worth my time.
Coding.
But yeah.
You keep up with coding,
basically.
things. Yeah,
And like
video game.
the 3 good games that come out a year.
Fair enough.
And then whatever crazy fucking like CVEs come out that, you know, hack a bunch of machines or whatever. That's always fun.
Yeah.
Like the new one they found, which is as big as Spectre and Meltdown, which is great. Yay. Another horrible, globally affecting, unfixable fucking vulnerability in all CPUs.
Hooray!
Let's do this again! 3rd time!
3rd time's a charm.
At least it's just Intel this time, and not Intel and AMD.
Well, there you go. AMD really is superior.
AMD's gotten good. Intel's so fucking quiet, which honestly is a good change of pace, to be fair.
There is a cycle. There is a cycle amongst the things. One will suck and then become good, whilst the one that was good begins to suck. Yeah. And the wheel of time turns. Ages come to pass.
Yo, what she said.
I like any game that makes night. I like night in any game that actually is fucking dark.
I have a gigantic.
It's very dark in this game. Very dark at night.
Yeah, Chicken Jockey's only funny to me because I don't see it everywhere. If I did, I would fucking hate it. I'm just not in any of those communities, so I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, the reason AMD's winning is just because they're actually, like, give a shit and are very open. Like, AMD has, like, fucking the grip on Linux because they actually open source their fucking drivers and actively support Linux. So AMD's like the winner when it comes to. I don't have it. Like, I have one Intel processor, but it was one I already had before I switched to Linux. But yeah, everything I move forward now is just gonna be AMD because they actually give a shit.
That's what my current CPU on this gaming PC is. It's not super high-end. Let me check system.
I have an Intel CPU in mine, but evidently a lot of the more recent CPUs, like the new ones, have a significant problem with delitting under heat stress, and that's not cool. We don't like that.
To hear that.
They explode.
No, mine's fine.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the recent Intel.
The upgrade that I could do for mine should also be fine. It's just one of those bleeding edge ones that I'm probably never going to be in a position to afford for any reason.
That and Ryzen is crushing Intel when it comes to like cost performance.
Yeah,
like it's crazy.
I need to upgrade my
it's like
CPU.
Half the cost.
I need to upgrade my CPU for this computer. It would help it a whole bunch and whatnot. But I also considered seeing if I could start saving again, maybe one day for.
What's funny was
just getting an all new AMD computer.
Yeah. Hell yeah. No, like literally the only problem with a lot of the Ryzens was fucking Windows couldn't program a good thread scheduler, so they got one of the PlayStation 3 emulators, RPCS3.
Yeah.
They are very dependent on good multi-threading synchronization because like that's just what the fucking PlayStation 3 does. It's like hardware synchronized cores, which is really hard to fucking emulate on a non-hardware synchronized system.
Not Captain.
Yeah, literally RPCS3 had to write their own fucking thread scheduler because the Windows thread scheduler on Ryzen was dog shit. So they had to write their own so that people with Ryzen CPUs, which are really good for multi-threading, could actually like use PlayStation 3 emulation.
So what you're saying
it worked great.
is that AMD has the power of Cell.
Yes.
Yeah.
Glorious.
No, AMD's
AMD.
been kicking ass. And
used
like
to be
I like
if
AMD because
you
they're
wanted
like Toyota.
like really good performance, everyone would tell me just don't get AMD, just get Intel. Intel's better
Used to be the
supported.
case.
They're the progenitor of this architecture. They have the better
Yeah.
high-end stuff. Just get an Intel.
The
But
cycle
nowadays
does
it
not
seems
favor
like people
them.
are just like, people
problem
are
is-
recommending AMD anymore. Unless you really
So,
need
there's a weird-
single-threaded performance, like really
Yeah,
high
Intel
single-threaded
tends to
performance.
always. Yeah, the problem is single thread performance is just kind of dead now. No one really. builds
Depending
apps that
on
way
what you're
anymore.
playing or what you're doing, some games only use one core. A lot of older
Yeah.
games do.
But they're the edge case. Almost everything at least uses 4 cores now, practically.
Remember, Fairy, nobody
Um,
cares about old games anymore.
Yeah.
How
most
dare
of
you!
the- And most of the time, like the single, like those games were made with performance in mind from like 10 years ago. So, like, the single core performance has gotten there, even on the multi-core machines.
Good.
I've been
Um,
very, very happy with my AMD GPU. Honestly, it
I
runs
like it.
quieter. It runs cooler than my shittier.
I wish
NVIDIA.
mine would fucking turn the fans on. For some reason, the Linux driver is just like,
Weird.
yeah, I'll just let you not use the fans until you're like boiling, and then I'll turn the fans on. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
I've been
weird.
considering. I've been considering
Yeah, I
making
don't know
mine
why.
actually turn the fans on a little bit more often. But like,
Yeah,
even when I'm playing
I've thought
something
about
really
forcing them
intense,
on.
even when
Yeah,
there's
no,
something like really intense going on, it's just like, we're good.
Yeah, I don't
Like
feel
there
it.
is
I'm not that
no
high.
bottleneck.
It's a dry heat.
Yeah, I mean, I live in a room with a lizard, so like, it's whatever. I'm used to it.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's rough.
I mean, not really. It's fine. I have had very good interactions with it. Honestly, their software is actually decent instead of being
AMD.
pain in the
So
ass like Nvidia's.
the problem with Nvidia has always been they fucking refuse to integrate with the OS they're on. Like they always make their stupid like control panel that doesn't work correctly with the operating system.
Yep.
And like OS or like Windows used to have a protocol for doing power saving control on the GPU. Nvidia stopped implementing it and like just doesn't let Windows control the power saving on the GPU anymore. And like Windows just has to beg for like Nvidia to like drop like fucking power usage. It's so annoying. And like it like, and the only reason Nvidia is even bearable on Linux and like right now, recently, is because of the AI stuff. Like they never fucking care. Like you feel like a second-class citizen when you're using Nvidia on Linux. It's horrible. Whereas you drop an AMD in, boom, works. Doesn't give a shit. It supports every protocol that like Linux does for graphics. It's perfect. Whereas you have to do like weird shit to like even just like so you know if you like shut a laptop or you like put your computer to sleep and you open it back up, your programs still work. Yeah, your GPU has to have its own. It has to manage suspending, where it saves off everything into memory, so that when you open it back up, all your graphics like programs still have the same like memory state. Yeah, you had to do weird shit to even get that to work in fucking Linux. If you just slept the computer, it would just kill everything. Because Nvidia refuses to actually implement the proper like suspend protocol. You have to manually set it up. It's like so.
But
stupid.
you see, the ray tracing though.
Ugh,
Oh,
I
Let's
hate
have
that.
the ray
God
tracing.
raised.
They keep reducing the number of actual like proper GPU cores for these stupid AI like upscaler cores. And so like the 500 series is a weaker card than the 300 series at normal fucking processing.
Yeah.
Which is all I care about.
Oh, wow.
I don't like DLSS. I don't use ray tracing. I think it looks like dog shit. Also,
I'm
I
not
can
gonna
go on a whole
lie,
fucking...
I think it actually looks pretty good, especially on like those crazy Minecraft things. I know that kind of ruins the Minecraft aesthetic,
mean,
but I've like watched some
if
of
you
those videos.
actually
I'm like,
look
holy shit!
closely, the thing is,
It
if
looks
you actually look at
surreal.
how, well, yeah, if you move around the scene though, like on your actual computer, it looks like shit because of all the smearing and ghosting and shit. Those algorithms are terrible. Like they just look good in little controlled demos or like still frames. Like the Oblivion, like okay, something I really fucking hate recently. This is something you'll learn if you get deep into game development. Is most early games were made using what was called forward rendering, which is basically the entire render pipeline for a game was perfectly linear. Like things were just kind of done in a logical order. like one on top of another to make the scene. It had some issues with lighting performance. Like back in the day, you can only have Skyrim is forward rendering, like old forward rendering. You could have like 8 lights, like dynamic lights in a scene, and that's about fucking it. Like that's just how that stuff worked. It was really slow. But
I
there's
want
been
to
huge
say good night to
innovations.
Captain Iona. Sorry, Captain Iona, good night. Sorry, continue.
10 years straight now. Wow.
Hello, Bandy. Sorry, I have a lot of things
Bandy's
to
a
keep
cute
up with
name.
at once. Continue. Sorry.
No, always just tell me to shut up. That's how it works.
He's right.
The people that know me know me. So, like Godot. Godot is what's called forward plus render. They're actually been one of the few engines that have really pushed forward plus, like back into the mainstream when it comes to game engines. That and Valve. The Source engine is forward plus, and it's why Alex looks so fucking good. It actually works on VR.
Half-Life Alex is really, really good. I've been playing it
yeah.
recently.
I played some of it. I have a Valve Index, but
So,
also I have trouble with
there's
it
this-
because there's a lot of gruesome stuff.
Yeah.
That's fair.
A lot
I
of dead zombie-looking body things.
Yeah.
So there's like this weird thing that happened where there's like a forward kind of fell off because of we didn't have the right technology, and a new thing came around, like Unity and Unreal do this, deferred rendering, which is basically you do a lot of stuff out of order, and it made it easy to do lots of lights all at the same time. That was like the biggest thing, and different kinds of like texture mapping was easy.
You're a light.
Wait, no, that's a compliment, isn't it? And so deferred kind of took over for a while. But the thing is, deferred, like a lot of what we want to do now in modern games, like to make good graphics, isn't what deferred's good at. Deferred was kind of a cheat, and it's kind of the long line of cheats that like Unity and Unreal are following now. That's why they're having to do all this crazy nonsense, because just deferred is a bad approach. But forward plus is kind of crossed over the other side again, is now the best way to do this stuff using modern techniques that we've learned in like the last 20 years.
You're a modern technique.
Not really. I mean, I used C. And so like TAA, fucking temporal anti-aliasing, which I fucking hate because it just creates so much ghosting, my god, and blurring. Like just like load up a modern like Unreal Engine game and then just turn your camera and just look at like the garbage left behind by whatever's on the screen. like the Oblivion remake. Turn on TAA, look at your sword, turn the screen, and just like behind it. It's horrible.
Hey,
It's
if
a
you
schmear.
find any of the things that I missed on the ground, I'm missing quite a few.
What are you missing?
Like, I'm missing all of my bamboo.
That's probably why we couldn't pick up the baskets that were on the ground. You have to swap your stuff whenever you switch back, things like that.
Can you let me back into the house?
I can, but I am actually pretty far away at the moment.
If it hasn't
in.
despawned, that's probably where the other stuff is.
Yep, let's hope it hasn't despawned.
Break a window.
Also, I'm dying of cold right now. I'm at your base.
Uh,
I went around here thinking
So
I might find it.
inhospitable,
I think
letting
they're
your
in the
guests
baskets.
die outside to exposure.
You might. All right, you need to go like outside of the land claim because it won't let you do stuff, and build yourself a fire and like survive. I will be back there as soon as I'm able to,
That
but
is
I'm
indeed
actually
the
pretty
game.
distant.
I wonder how far outside of the land claim it is. But yeah, I think that's what it was. Sorry for interrupting you. I'm just like,
No, you're
brain is like frustrated. And I'm like, where is all the stuff?
And my
And
thingy.
I just heard a wolf
Where are my
howl.
things? I had so many things. I like those things.
I
Okay,
missed those
this seems
things.
to be fine.
My
Place
trinket.
a piece of grass. I need wood. Crap.
I love my pewter. All my friends are inside.
Me too. Me too.
Love that meme.
It's a good one.
I didn't catch all that, what you were saying about games not looking good with ray tracing because I was distracted.
Oh, not
I
ray
admit. I'm
tracing,
very sorry.
So,
Yeah,
because of
anti-aliasing.
deferred rendering, we can't do proper anti-aliasing anymore. Deferred rendering doesn't support that. So they had to cheat and start doing TAA, temporal anti-aliasing, which is post-process. Like, it literally takes the final image and then tries to figure out what to smooth. and it always has tons of problems with smearing and all kinds of stuff. And yeah, I really fucking hate it. It looks like shit. But there's been kind of a slow return to forward, like Valve. Like Alex is a proper forward-rendered game that uses what's called MSAA, which was the original technology for doing efficient anti-aliasing, and it looks fucking good because it doesn't have crazy fucking artifacts that smears and does all weird
Who
shit.
the heck needs any sort of filter? Just nearest
Yeah, 'cause
neighbor all day, every day. Give
it's-
me
it
those
happens-
jaggies. Give me those jaggies.
Give me them
Nearest
jaggies.
neighbor.
That's the worst thing is I've like old like Unity games before they started doing better AA. My like Outward, like they don't even have an MSAA option. It's so bad. It's so jagged. But it's like an
If
old.
it's dark, it means it'll stick to my eyes better.
If it's jagged, I can see it better.
On a legitimate note, though, I play a lot of retro games. That's why I was like, how dare you say this? That's why I spent so much time getting like Cream 64 working, because I freaking like Mario 64. Is like, I like, in fact, probably one of the things I don't like about the Nintendo 64, even though it's kind of part of the aesthetic, is everything is like smeared with Vaseline by default. But like, I like a nearest neighbor scale. Like this game has all these pixels because they use a nearest neighbor scale on the textures on like these blocks.
I don't like
voxel
bilinear
blocks.
filtering on low res. I don't know why the fuck they did it. It looks like shit.
I need bilinear filter.
I don't know why
do
the fuck
not
you're like,
know why
this is
anyone
better.
uses
It looks
that.
like poo.
I freaking hate bilinear.
like
I'm
the
so glad you're on
like-
my same page here.
A game that I think nailed that, like that kind of aesthetic and understood what it was doing was Vagrant Story for the PS1. Like they fucking, that looks good. Especially
That
when you,
didn't
like-
have a bilinear filter though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they actually took advantage of their fucking.
Yeah.
pixel
I think
aesthetic
you meant the
and made
aesthetic.
It looks so good.
Oh, right.
No, that was a game that actually understood nearest neighbor was good. In fact, a
Yeah,
lot
thank
of
goodness.
PS1. I don't think PS1 like barely had working bilinear. I don't think it was efficient enough, so they just kind of had to be nearest neighbor in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I guess
I think it was
that
the PS2 that
case.
really had a usable bilinear filter that wasn't like.
But
half
I think the
frame rate.
PS2 one graphics, aside from the wobble, because the wobble sucks. Aside
Wobble,
from the
yeah.
wobble, I feel like PlayStation 1 games actually
Oh,
actually
yeah.
like
I love
aged a
some of the
little
aesthetic.
better than Nintendo 64 games, even though Nintendo 64 games
Mhm.
had better 3D, could support
You-
more polygons. I
You ever
think that the
done,
PS1 aged a little better because it didn't look like everything was just smeared with Vaseline.
A schmear.
That and like it was. I think because of Super Mario 64, every fucking Nintendo 64 game was just like, it's a green circle, like it's one color. Like everything's just a color. But there's not
Yeah.
like a good like it's not like Breath of the Wild, everything's one color, where there's like a really solid color palette and like design around it. It's just like all we could do is colors, sorry. Texture. To be fair, it was more of a limitation of the Nintendo 64 cartridges where you just couldn't fucking store textures on it. Because it was so
Yeah,
small.
probably.
But
At
hey, no
least on
loading times.
CDs, you could have
Um,
the room for textures.
Yeah. It was why
I
the Nintendo
kinda-
64 didn't really have loading times. Because the
I kinda
cartridges are
hope-
so much faster.
They're probably not going to end up doing it, but I kind of back in the day wish that they would go back to, or at least re-implement stuff like cartridges and whatnot. Because I like cartridges more than I like discs, and it's
I
neater.
mean, they
and-
kind of did with the Switch.
Yeah, they kind of did with the Switch, and then they're going
Just not that
backwards on
big
that one and
anymore.
just turned it into a key card.
Yeah, I know that was stupid.
Oh god, I hate that. God, we're gonna go back to ranting
buy
about
a
Nintendo
license.
again. But I swear to God,
Who breaks your
Nintendo.
console as a friend?
Yeah, as a treat. Yeah,
For
no.
me. It's a treat
But,
for me to buy a
um,
new one.
I don't know what I was talking about anymore. Anyway, moving on.
Did you
We're
write-
talking about
Sorry.
MSIS originally. We've like teetered off
MSIS,
quite
yeah.
far.
That's what we were on, was MSIS. So why MSIS? What are some similar programs to MSIS, and why are these programs using MSIS
still
rather
here?
than some
So-
other compiler?
So
Is MSIS just the most popular compiler?
MSIS is the easiest one. So there's different one. So MSIS itself as a compiler, it's a distribution. So the actual underlying compiler is called Mingwen. or well, I say
Oh
it's Minji,
yeah,
it's
that's
MinGW.
the one I like
So-
did most of the stuff in.
The compiler that basically like founded the modern computing world because it was the only one that wasn't owned by a dog shit company that wanted to control everything. Was GNU. GNU, like
Hey,
people don't know this, but the only reason
Solomon.
computers are
Let's-
bearable today is because of the GNU Foundation.
Oh, we got Richard Stallman in here.
Yeah, I mean he's
GNU.
crazy. I mean he's a crazy nutcase now, but like he was a pretty like him and his buddies like did a lot of foundational work.
Just because
Yeah.
he was a crazy nutcase doesn't mean he didn't do something useful.
Well, he was, yeah. I mean, he was crazy, but he still is. He's actually only gotten worse. People hate interviewing him because he's horrible. But yeah.
What does he do that's horrible?
He's like very, very deeply like off the cuff, preachy about like free software and like.
I know,
Takes
right?
it to
There's
a
like
whole
so many
nother level.
memes. There's so
Yeah,
many
no.
memes about his free software.
Yeah, he's like a messiah
Stallman.
figure.
I remember when there was like this quest and that quest. I remember watching a video over and over called Stallman Quest because it was funny. It was
Yeah,
just him
no.
ranting about free software the whole time.
Yeah, no, he's crazy.
Free software is software that is free.
I mean, it'd be cool if his world was true, but it's not gonna fucking happen. It would be pretty great, but yeah, no. So the GNU Foundation was like stupid. So you have to remember,
No.
Unix was created by Bell Labs, which was owned by AT&T. So Unix was not fucking open and free. You had to
Yeah,
pay
Bell.
for it, and unlike Microsoft, weirdly, AT&T was really bad about letting people like treating Unix as an open platform to develop on. This is why Windows took the fuck over. Was because Microsoft did the one thing AT&T didn't do, which was like lock down their platform, like kind of like Apple does, and that made Windows like fucking thrive, because people would just do whatever they wanted on it, put it on anything, and so Unix, and there was another project by Berkeley that tried to make it like take some of the code and basically make it open source fork, but they got all locked up in a legal battle, and BSD was what it was called. Was supposed to be a free alternative, but they just got killed by legal. The project that didn't was the GNU project, which was basically a group of guys that were kind of related to the Bell Labs, but they reprogrammed all the programs and stuff, like and everything that Unix used. They just re-implemented themselves without using they clean roomed it. They didn't copy code. But they lacked a kernel. They were going to use a kernel called Herd, but they didn't like the guy, so instead they went with Linus Torvalds. Somehow the nicer guy to work with. The guy known for being like really hard to work with. And the Linux kernel got chosen instead, so it's GNU plus Linux. And that's what
yeah, I
created the Linux,
noticed that he like
Yeah.
always
He
repeats
really
that,
hates the
Richard
fact
Stallman.
that like Linux kind of stole the thunder as a name, but it's like, yeah, no one wants to say GNU, and
GNOME!
GNOME's another GNU project, but like GNU, he doesn't get enough credit, but like there's a lot of shit that GNU did that was really good at that time. They got kind of silly like in later days, but they're still good. But yeah, so they made the C compiler, the GNU C compiler, GCC, which was such a fucking important project because it was like the first big open source C compiler, and basically is like the standard that every other compiler kind of follows.
I'm
Is
back
the
home,
GCC
Fairy.
okay, nice.
Your stuff
I
does
was
not appear
able
to be on the
to
ground.
stay warm by the fire. Also, I'm getting hungry.
There's
And my
also one
stuff
really big.
should be
I-
in one of those baskets. My food, the food you gave me, rather. Sorry.
One of
go ahead.
the baskets.
Yeah, I think the berries are in one of the baskets. Probably. I don't know where else all this
Elevated
stuff
house.
would be.
So I regret to inform you that the baskets have despawned.
Fudge.
Do you want half of the bamboo shoots that you gave me?
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's fine, but I'll give you half the bamboo shoots. It's like the whole reason you went down there.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can propagate from there.
That despawned a lot of nice things.
It's bamboo. You can watch it grow.
Right? I
torture
mean, I hope
people.
it grows. I am
Like the
so
most
sorry.
invasive
I
plant
am
ever.
so sorry. I
What are you
didn't
sorry
think
for?
it would just stay in the baskets and then despawn.
It's okay.
Hard
Not
learned lesson.
Indeed.
Oh,
Bully,
thank you,
silly fairy.
Aldo.
What?
I'm
Here,
so
come here.
sorry.
No, you're fine. What tools do you have right now? Pickaxe and falx?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I like that hat.
That's literally the only copper tools that survived the mistake.
The event.
The event horizon that swallowed my stuff.
Event Horizon 1 Dawn.
All right, here. Where you
What?
come back?
You don't have to do that again. I already
Return.
destroyed 2 of your things.
It's
Return.
they're copper tools. Return.
Copper tools is a
Your
is,
little
is like
fairy
what I'm
ass back
struggling
here
to
and
get
take
at this
some
point
shit.
in my game.
Yes, here you go.
Oh my god, thank you. You are so sweet.
Some of them are a little broken, so they're not. There's a shovel on the ground, so you need to make one space.
Yeah, let me. There we go. I'll just trash that.
Control ration.
There you go. Don't die.
Yeah, I'll try my best. I'm so sorry that
okay.
ended up happening.
That's perfectly fine. It is part of
Is
the
fairy.
community.
The
thing.
goober.
You're a goober. Pushes Spicer
Obviously, the only answer to this problem is to go all the way back down and get the bamboo again. I'm just kidding.
over. I mean, you can borrow my boat if you want to.
Kill me. Do it.
You can borrow the boat if you want to.
Fuck you, I'd rather die.
I'm not going down there. That shit's far away.
It was really far away. It took me like 2 days to get down there when I first played, and was trying to get down there.
7 days later.
Elf, do you remember my thing where I'll often say, like, if God ever shows himself, I would just turn to an anime villain and my entire goal would be to kill God? You know, my
Yeah.
like mentality there.
Yeah,
Isn't
yeah.
this just
So
like the
after,
story of Tanya the Evil?
So when Cookie finished Clair Obscure, and he's
Yeah.
been like fucking processing that game for like 3 days, he finally got back to me. He's like, you know, I'm really starting to understand your vibe of like, if God ever shows himself, I'm gonna fucking kill him.
Server restarting, Barry.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's so funny.
It should only take a minute or two.
Okay,
Oh,
so
man.
since I didn't have a chance to mention it earlier, the current, because it was a good price for an upgrade over my last CPU, it's still not great. I have this gaming PC I'm playing on as an AMD Ryzen 7 5800X. 5800X. I don't know how decent that is, but it wasn't exactly expensive, and it's at least a few years old now.
Yeah. I remember one of my early CPUs from my first desktop was like fucking 3-core, and it was just like I bought it because it had good single core performance. Because all the games I wanted to play were single core.
How old
It
is
was
the
the cheapest.
CPU? Do you know the CPU? How old is that CPU? The 5800X. How old is that?
Let's see. 5800X Intel.
Sorry, you probably don't memorize this shit.
58. Oh, this is the Ryzen?
Yes.
Gotcha.
I don't know how
God.
old that is now. I thought maybe you'd just like know since you've been talking so much about
No.
AMD.
Dude, I can't make fucking sense of like hardware manufacturers' nonsensical like numbering system.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
the numbering
Don't keep
schemes
consistent.
just keep changing.
They just make that shit up. It looks like 2020. So it's like 5 years.
Could be worse.
Not
Once I
bad.
could upgrade stuff, but you know, money.
Damn money.
Well
Damn
then.
money.
So here is an interesting thing that Aries has just shared with me. Discord recently partnered
Scary.
with a generative AI called Domo AI, and apparently they're in every server, but sneakily do not show up in the member list. However, they
Oh.
still use the art/images sent in the server to train their AI.
Of course.
Oh.
That
You
is
can ban them
definitely
with
a
some
current day
IDs,
thing.
which give me just a moment, and I'm going to go ahead and do, because fuck that. I'm a VTuber.
That's fun.
I'm
glad they got like bot and they got like the CEO from Activision. That was a good move.
I'm so glad that they did that. I'm so
I
happy.
love that
Which
everyone
one?
puts their things exclusively on Discord. So now that the company has gotten worse and worse, a lot of things are going to be lost forever when people leave and abandon Discord. And then all of the important
it's on mine too.
downloads and links and instructions that people force you to join their Discord just to have access
Let's
to
put all
are
internet
gonna
history
fall
on
by
a
the wayside.
non-indexable private site.
Well, don't have a link for it, but it worked. You seeing?
I
Because
love
it's-
having to join Discords all the time just to get links and
So,
help
Luna,
for things.
I don't
And
have
having
a
to
link
juggle
for the.
hundreds of Discords. Well,
I
it's
don't-
lovely.
I don't have a link for the place that it was gotten, Saluna, but I did just put into practice and find the ID of the thing, and it's there. So,
What was the name of the company?
Domo AI. Give me a second. I'll see if I can find a source, Saluna.
Is the server back up?
Yeah, the Vintage Story server is probably back up.
Sorry for interrupting y'all.
No, you're fine.
Ah.
Return the slab.
Return the slab.
Oh yeah, there's a whole thing on this.
Awesome.
Oh, I think. Wait. I don't even think we need a link. 1 second. I think it's actually really stupid. Go here.
I was thinking I'm all to load in. Oh! Vintage Story crashed.
It happens. That is sneaky. I don't like that. Because I went ahead and when I saw it first, Luna, I double checked my own list of members and whatnot for the different IDs. They're not there. And there's nothing showing in moderator view where that person is or who that person might be. So, ostensibly, they're not in my server. Except that they are. And it was, I banned it.
Oh.
So, that's cool.
So let's use it.
That's
That-
weird.
That means that they're probably able to scrape, for example, my public-facing character sheet, which is on my art section. All the art that people were able to make of me as fan art and whatnot. And it was not an opt-in feature. Definitely. I'm going to...
It looks like it is opt-in. Let's see.
Is it part of their TOS buried in somewhere?
It does not access
Or
any
BB
images
Merc
unless you
can't eat the
explicitly choose it
chicken.
through the Edit with Apps option on Discord. We do not train on your artwork or images, and no content is stored after generation is complete. I mean, we have to take his word at this. And your creation remains 100% yours.
Yep, I
Trying
still
to
don't like
find-
that, especially since it was hidden in the servers. Maybe they still do that as part of their thing.
Fine.
I
Well,
don't
you
like
can
it.
always ban anyone.
Sorry, I need to.
It's
to
not.
look
I don't think it's
remember
hidden. I think it's
What?
because it's the Edit
I'll
with App
mute.
button.
Well, okay. Pat pat cheese.
It's probably... No, I think people are talking about it got added as an app, but it's not like in the server itself.
No, it is.
You can ban any. Well, there is a bot, and you just kind of banned it. Like, you can always ban bots.
You
even
can
if they're
ban
not there.
bots and whatnot, and that would be fine, but I'm using a ban command to do it, meaning it has to have a user to target. In this case,
Well, yeah, bots
The-
all have users.
the IDs for the other bots didn't work. There are different IDs and whatnot for them. So those aren't in my server, but Domo was.
Are they app bots? Because there is two kinds of bots, quote unquote. There's
Probably.
apps and then there's bots. Bots just kind of interface with the Discord API. Apps are integrated into the platform, so they're gonna behave a little differently.
Yeah, it's marked as an app.
Here we go. Terms of service. Visit site. By visiting this site, downloading the app or otherwise using the survey, affirmative.
Shoot, that's a bear.
Or user is free to be bound with the following information.
The other ones didn't appear to be in my server, Aries. Yours probably had the others because you have a public-facing invite for yours too. Indeed, Giraffe. I do not have a public-facing Discord invite.
All right, never mind. They're shit. They literally have the Adobe license. All right, cool.
Please pay $700 a month to use Photoshop.
Well, no, they literally have the You Grant Dome AI, a non-exclusive, transferable, perpetual, irrevocable, worldwide, fully paid, royalty-free sub-license through multiple tiers of sub-license right and license to use, copy, reproduce, modify, adapt, prepare derivative works from, translate, distribute, publicly perform, publicly display, and derive revenue or other remuneration from your content for the purpose of operating and providing the service to you. Yeah, no. It's literally Adobe. Walking in their footsteps.
Awesome.
Cool. Neat.
Aries.
Well, I can't wait for what's going to replace Discord.
Yep, I can't wait for what's going to replace Discord either. I'm actually
And then
going
all
to...
of the nice things that were made for Discord and all of the hundreds of servers people make you join in order to get important stuff gets abandoned and falls through the cracks.
Aries,
because
do me
they
a favor.
didn't put it on a GitHub or some other website.
Aries, do me a favor. Forward that information and whatnot to our lawyer brother. Because I don't like that, and it kind of genuinely pisses me off.
I just made a pun and made myself laugh.
Pets.
Wait, is someone else listening?
Comedy is truly just surprising.
Am I alone in the server?
Yes, I haven't joined back yet. I was doing that instead.
She's sitting on the menu, talking to Burb Wife. Look at the Burb Wife.
I was doing that instead. I have
anger.
This
is pretty important. Yeah, it's very important.
Demands.
Places Burb in Elf Lap to calm down.
Pats the bird.
Can I, like, control get out of here?
Dr. Evil pats
I'm, like,
Burb.
stuck in this bed. I don't like that. Does this trader even have, like, a treasure chest? I'm, like, stuck in this bed. What the heck? I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm, like, stuck in this bed.
You're stuck forever.
I think I am, though.
Yeah, gonna leave. Return the slab.
I am.
Return the slab. I need to rewatch Cow.
This is like bugged. Don't tell me I'm screwed up again. I am starving
broken magic
by this, and this is bad, and here, you hold on to it. You try getting out of here.
Kind of hard without the mouse and wheel trying to eat an apple, but
Okay, never mind.
There is
Sorry,
Saluna. So they may end up being Saluna, you're in Fairy's chat, so you're not really there right now for I can show you on mine, but give me a second. Boop, boop.
Coward, the courage to die.
This.
well,
Could be Seffi.
Get
Whoa.
Eluad.
That's weird. I can see inside my head. I think we found a cursed trader bed. I set a respawn point at a random trader between you and the main base. And I literally can't get out of the bed. Maybe if I log?
Yeah, maybe.
you can try it.
I don't know what else to try. I'm gonna have to, like... What the heck is this? No. What the heck are you doing? This is unfortunate.
This is not how I wanted it to go.
Hey, Fairy, if you want to, in my Discord, I've gone ahead and forwarded the information that was given to me by Aries. It's another VTuber. You can show Saluna that information if you want to, because they're in your chat. They won't be able to see mine.
Okay.
Quite possibly, Seffi.
Let me check.
Those
And I'm
two
dying.
pictures.
It's in your Discord.
Discord main chat. Sweet.
What channel?
Main.
Oh, nice. They unbanned themselves.
Sweet. I think I can fix that actually.
It's images. So you just like post the images? How do I do that? Forwarded, or is it from Carbon Fiber? I'm not seeing. I'm just seeing what you forwarded.
Yeah, that's it. Those two screenshots.
I'm not sure I can link to them. Can
You
I?
can save them and put them on your server if you want to.
I guess so. Alright, I'll save the images.
Oh, vintage story crashed for me too. Neat. Let's see.
As a treat.
As a treat. Well,
I have a bot, and I'm going to tell it that I hate these things, and I want them to die whenever they come into my server.
Computer on computer violence.
Yeah.
How could you? How could you do this to my people?
They shouldn't have been evil. If they had been more like you, they'd be fine.
Yeah.
you may
They
have
were-
to
they
teleport
were
me out of
abused as
somewhere again.
weapons.
May have. Fair enough. I'll see if I can.
I did
Very
not
fucking
expect
hole.
this to happen. They don't even have, like, a treasure chest to store my stuff. I'm, like, starving to death here.
I don't feel catered to, and that this is a really hostile environment. Literally out in the middle of wilderness. Surrounded by wild animals.
Eat the traitor.
Oh, I need a crash.
Eat the traitor law. I did not expect this bed to be so cursed.
To be or not to be. That is my fucking concern.
Bad bed. Wait, what?
I've done the same thing before and never had a problem, so I'm kind of confused, honestly.
Oh, you've gotten stuck in a bed before?
Oh, we used a merchant bed.
This has never happened to me before using a merchant bed either. Like, something is very broken about this specific merchant or trader bed. I was just like, oh, hey, new spawn point. I'll build something around here. Nope. They are evil. They are evil.
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 Oh, we literally did the same thing. Hey.
All I can do is starve and hope I don't lose literally everything of mine. Should I just log out and have you teleport me so at least it's not like I can place things down because it all belongs to the trader, and this trader doesn't even have a treasure chest. Worst trader ever.
You're okay, Aries.
Well, the thing is, by sleeping in that bed, that if this is Auri's server, that's your respawn point.
Yep. So I'll just be able to immediately get back my stuff, is what you're saying?
Should.
Yeah, hopefully. Unless it's even more cursed somehow.
Respawns in ocean.
Could happen. I
Aries,
mean,
don't
one
know why you're
time I
complaining about
died
being on
and
the
I
stream. I'm
respawned
here.
it basically way underground, and Ori had to get me out.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
It was so
So
weird.
I'm gonna have to double check and double check it and see if it works fully. But I just told my my little servitor, my little
This is
bot
why
there,
you
to
don't
automatically.
mod games, Ori. You're messing
Nah,
with the
modding's
laws of
fun.
nature.
She says,
Modding's
no,
fun.
modding is
Making a
fun.
game is basically just making a game. You're a scrub, get good, cope, mauled seed.
You're a scrub, get
L.
good, coat mold seed.
Skill issue.
Messing with
Skill
the
issue.
messing with the
I
laws
say
of
skill issue a
nature.
lot.
I'm man. I play games that haven't come out in my actual
There are some
lifespan.
things that are not meant to be known, not meant to be seen, not meant to be done.
Don't listen to her.
I mean, I play games that are obscure, and I've never played a game that wasn't at least 20 years old. It's a fine vintage, exactly like cheese. I don't know if Mian can hear me, but old man fist shaking.
No, Milan can't hear you. That's why I had to repeat it. Get on Ori's stream, scrub.
I've got
Old
very
man shakes
important
head
corn
in
in
the
the
clouds.
air fryer. I'm sorry, Ori.
How dare you, fake fan. Ban
I've got
ya.
important corn. Baby.
Go on ahead, ban me.
Aries
I'm not
would
going to
rather
be
die.
there
It's
anyway.
fine,
I'm
enjoy
eating
the
corn.
Alright, respawn,
Delicious
please.
corn.
Okay. Oh, heck yeah, okay. I was fudge. No. No.
I like
I was
corn.
trying to collect my stuff.
Do I need to Thanos snap you anywhere?
I'm
won't
gonna
Thanos
see if
snap you
it
to a
finishes
different
sleeping
place
through
then.
the night. I was trying to grab the stuff from my inventory. And literally, am I inside the bed? I'm inside the bed.
Thanos snap?
Yeah,
Can
I
I at
guess
least
your
collect my
skeleton
stuff?
has pushed you up higher.
What game?
You're
At least I was able to collect my stuff. I made it! I made it out! What the hell?
He's alive.
You
It's
live!
being pushed through the ceiling.
Hmm.
Pat. It was a
Also, Aries, I'd rather
bad
die.
bed. It was a bad bed.
Thank you, Aries. No, you're an unreal shooter now, Spicer. How's it feel?
Yeah, I'd rather crash and burn.
Nah, it's
Like, I
too
hate
bad.
unreal
It's too bad.
shooters.
You've been modified. You're a machine. It is not your will that shapes you.
Yeah, it's my programming to hate myself.
Real.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
fucking
me too.
real.
Real,
Get
not
real.
fake.
What are they talking about?
I don't know.
Hey,
They
that's
got derailed by
fine.
stuff.
Imsis.
Yeah, that's what I'll start this whole thing.
Male sister.
And like,
The second one. What just happened?
Hey, did you know? Speaking of male sister, did you know that there are some women who have been born with XY chromosomes but a vagina who have given birth? I don't know how that works exactly, but you can.
That sounds like a bug that needs
you
to
can
get
have
patched.
working eggs with a Y chromosome. I don't know how that
I
works
don't think
exactly.
God's a very good programmer.
But it's true. I read an article. I was like, whoa. There are cases where
Weirdly-
intersex women with vagina and eggs and uterus and all that, but a Y chromosome, have given birth.
What an education.
How that works? Like genetically? I don't know.
The body makes do.
Life finds a way.
Oh, are you muted?
Of I guess fear mongering might be a way to put it, but like
Fear mongering?
yeah, about the AI thing. Like if we don't do it, then they're just gonna
you muted.
do whatever they want.
What's wrong with you?
Huh?
Yeah.
I didn't mute you.
Well, I was like, I saw you talk on the stream and I wasn't hearing you. I was like, what happened? I got confused. But you were just talking to the stream. I figured it out.
Alright, I'm back at the main base. I'm gonna find somewhere
to
by
do
the
that.
main
I
base to
forgot- I
plant
forgot.
this bamboo
Bamboo.
before it disappears forever.
You might want to wait until spring to plant the bamboo and let it at least get established so the freeze doesn't
You think
kill
it'll
it.
die if I don't do that?
It might.
Oof.
You could try planting like 2 right now, and then reserving some others.
Yeah, maybe I'll try that. Let's see if this,
I also-
this plants.
I want to point out, like, people left Skype for Discord just because, like, it was so glitchy and the interface was bad. Like, people don't, like, Discord needs to appreciate how fucking thin of a line it is. for people to
Right?
change, like,
Yeah.
social
So we're going
platforms.
back to IRC, right?
Oh, right.
Back
Let's go
to
back to
IRC.
MIRC.
Hell yeah.
I feel like the
Give me
internet has
heroes.
lost
With the
so
flower.
much.
Tell me to go
Oh,
back,
like the
go back where they
flower
came
logo?
from, old ass.
You don't remember? God dang it. Trying to
Team
remember the
speak.
name of like that old
Ventrilo.
chat thing that had like the flower logo.
Ventrilo?
Technically, we're already
No, that was a
using
head.
MIRC. It's called Twitch.
Xfire, AIM,
It was, like,
Was it
one with the
AIM?
Flower.
AIM
Person.
Messenger. I'm talking to you, Fairy.
Was- What?
AIM.
It
AIM
wasn't
Messenger
AIM
was
that I'm
a thing.
thinking of.
Okay.
Messenger with flower logo. Yes.
Our AI says-
ICQ. Remember
Ah, yeah.
ICQ?
Yeah. We're gonna go back
I
to
do
the
not-
old
Apparently
days.
didn't.
Not on the internet.
We're gonna go back to the old days of forums and like
Oh heck,
Old
I
IRC
definitely want to go back
chats.
to forums. Forums were so much better
Yeah,
than
so
today's social
that's something
media.
I really...
Bring back forums.
That's something that modern internet has really killed. Is most of like the internet back in the day was all indexable like web archives and stuff, and like that's all gone now. So like most of everything that's created on the internet will just die. Never come
I
back.
hate it.
our main communication format for my girlfriend is a tribal wars forum. No. I actually very much enjoy it. I got my start on the internet in fucking Gaia online in MMOs.
Yep. Look, humans don't need much. We've been fucking like we used to fucking do smoke signals. We'll make do. If anything, it'll be better for us.
We'll have to get a new thing. We'll call it, instead of Discord, it'll be Chaos or something. I don't know.
We'll just all log on to RuneScape and chat there.
That's pretty good.
Oh, the next. The
Oh, no.
next main. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, so Luna, I'm still on forums. I still use the damn things. I don't really post too awful much on stuff like Gaia or anything anymore, but I've been considering going and doing that now. Again, some more. Anyway, I'm also on a forum from caring for my little bearded dragon. I have a couple of other ones that I go to try and aggregate information. Like they're just useful. It's good stuff. Use forums. Use a forum. Find a forum for the thing that you were doing, and get information from those people. Sure, you will also find people who are shit, but that will also happen in Discord and other places.
That's just life.
No, that wasn't me. I didn't
Sit
say
through
forums
the
are
shit.
dead, but they're yeah.
They're
not as
bad
healthy
They're
as
on
they
life
used to be.
support.
Time.
Forums are on life support.
I think another one of our people here, Selena, said that. Hello, Benestra. I think that one of the
We're
others said
waiting
that
for Reddit to
forums and
implode
whatnot
any
were-
day now.
Reddit is already imploded. It's just a prolonged
It
implosion.
would really suck if Reddit
I
went away.
agree,
There's so
Reddit
much
has
like
been
IT
imploding.
stuff just buried in Reddit.
Yeah, there's so much useful shit in Reddit.
It's sad. But at least it's still like an indexable website.
Sucks because it's pretty much the last accessible form.
I'm not worthy being called a gamer. It's true. I'm just aimlessly wandering around right now. That's because I'm not a gamer.
I'm cleaning snow off of my bridge. Oh, there went OBS. What are you doing, buddy? All right, so people in chat, I can't see.
Oh, no.
I can't see chat because OBS has decided that it wishes to self-terminate in some way.
I guess I can update you and tell you who's in the chat at least.
That would be nice. If anybody like says something, that would be cool.
Auri says help! Panic, Miri!
It's fine. It's okay. Pats.
It sounds like
Aries. Can't Aries just like join this chat?
No, she's not actually a moderator on my server.
Oh.
I should probably make her a moderator.
You don't give your wife that kind of permissions, eh?
Nah. You gotta keep them in line or something. I don't know. Don't listen to me.
I wasn't trying to push you that far, but alright.
I wasn't trying to push you that far, but it happened.
You took it there.
I went there. You did that on your own prerogative. You did this.
Aries has the object permanence of like a blind 2-year-old.
Aries has plenty of object permanence. She just chooses to act like a bird brain because she doesn't want to be depended upon sometimes.
Yeah.
Stares at bird. She is afraid of being relied upon for things or relying upon herself for things.
Aries says my wife. She's dead. Sorry, darling. I'll go back to the bird kitchen.
The bird kitchen.
Why?
Yes, Weiss, are you good?
I'm losing my mind. I installed a program on my desktop and it works great. It's all dark themed. I installed it on my fucking laptop, open it. Doesn't respond to dark theme. There's not even a checkbox for it. I'm like, why? It's the same config. Dark theme. Do it.
Yeah, Aries? Did she text me so that I would get that? My little watch vibrated with that. Cool. It's good to know that works. The chat's back, by the way. I can see.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh,
you call me out like this when you can't see me. I can't see you.
Choke.
I don't know. You suck air. Don't you tell me to frick myself. That's rude. You're rude.
Frick you.
Heck you.
Okay, but birds gotta do the fricking.
There you go. There it go. There it is. We were waiting for that, Aries. You're as predictable as ever, Burblet.
Yeah,
the cube.
But she's cute.
Nah.
How dare you? That's offensive. Fucking why?
I'll lay down the law.
I lay down the law.
Why do I keep walking back? I know what I was doing.
Should I go back to explaining IMSIS? Like,
yeah, sure.
5.5 hours in. the original question.
Smooches bird's cheeks. Pats.
We like bird.
Like little sad bird sounds.
I'll be sad and cry and be pushed at it. I mean, you're gonna do that in either case.
Ooh.
Corn. I'm gonna like admit a fact that I didn't know that was like my aunt. Yeah.
Huh?
Like the person that was talking in the background of Fairy stream like several times was Jan. I am so fucking bad at connecting who people are.
Yeah.
I'll literally there's people that talk to me like from your server that like just act like I know who they are and I fucking have no idea.
You just smile and nod.
Yeah, there's like so many times in my life where I have no idea who the fuck this is, but I'm just gonna pretend that I do.
Yeah, I've got a bunch.
I don't know why, but I get Aggie and Aspen mixed up really bad in my brain, and I fucking forget who's who. I don't know why. There's just certain like I don't know why there's just certain people that I get mixed up. It's so fucking annoying because it happens to me at work too. I'll just get like 2 customers mixed the fuck up, and I get so lost.
Mouth is the cornhole. It's where the corn goes.
Put it in the cornhole. Corn.
Oh yeah, she's eating a bunch of corn. We bought like so much corn today.
like
It was
cream
like on
corn.
sale at Walmart. We ended up buying like $9 worth of corn, but it's like bags and bags and bags of corn. And she's like, heck yeah, and put all this in the air fryer.
Aspen is soft scared. Eggy is spiky scared. That's very, very true, Chisei.
I did this with a lot of people. I had like 2 other like IRL friends that I knew and like fucking knew what they look like, and I still got them mixed up, and I don't know why. It's just I always call them by the wrong like each other's names, looking at them. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure I have like some kind of weird abstract form of dyslexia where I mix like flip people around in my head.
Some lonely country girls beg to differ. No, the corn goes in the cornhole, not there. Don't do that. You'll get probably a
Butter it
yeast
up
infection.
first.
No, you will definitely get a yeast infection if you do that.
Butter makes it sanitary.
You gotta boil it. You gotta put
It's
boiled
like
corn
when
up
you
there.
stick an open wound
Look at me.
in a
Look at
bucket of
me.
Windex.
Look at me. I said boiled corn, not boiling corn.
It could work.
No, it cannot.
Anything's a hole if you're brave enough.
I heard something.
I don't know what it was. Probably Elf talking to Mom.
The other
But I
person
had,
in the
like-
home was doting on the cats, I think.
Oh. Hey, welcome back.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks.
Ares killed Elf. It's what happened. That's the story.
That's
Anyway,
the
in
story
other
we're going
news.
for. In other news, Bird.
Corn. Feed the corn to the bab. Anyway, MSIS. So...
Yeah, we keep coming back to this. I don't know what to talk about. So anyway, sis.
How many
Yeah, what
times?
about sis?
Ow. So... There's actually multiple things that's like MSIS. It's like varying levels of how much of like a Linux environment do you want on a Windows computer.
One of them is
and the
Aries.
reason you need this is because Windows has like its compilers are not portable. None of Windows systems can target Linux.
You're portable.
I mean, yeah.
You can't
wanna
make
be-
something in Windows and have it target Linux?
Not really, unless you use Linux tools. That and most, like, especially free software is often like made by Linux people. And like a lot of
that's
things
true.
are developed on Linux first. And then they get like there is so many really important libraries that a lot of Windows software relies on, and they were all developed like they were ported from Linux. Like there's a really important library called PCAP, which is for like monitoring at a really low level like all the network packets that are coming in and being able to like manipulate them, drop them manually, like, you know, very low level stuff. That's very useful and it's used a lot. But it's a Linux thing. And so, of course, people port it to Windows, and it's called WinPCAP, or NPCAP is the modern one. And yeah, there's like tons of shit that you're like, oh, that's neat, and it's like it was just ported from fucking Linux. There's a lot of shit like that.
I wonder how easy it is to stream from Linux. Like, I wonder how well OBS
You can
works on
literally
Linux.
just download OBS.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh,
say
cool.
OBS just runs on Linux.
Haru,
Considering we just
uh,
use this computer mostly for streaming and doing random
Haru
stuff, I wonder at
OBS.
some point it'd just
Whatever.
be better to have.
Can't
to
remember
use
off the top of my head
Linux.
right now.
Like, we could like dual boot probably.
I'm tempted to set up
Arch Linux.
Ori is pressuring you to Arch Linux.
yeah,
Arch
no, I
Linux.
heard.
Arch Linux.
I mean, I may be a little
Arch
biased
Linux.
because I'm religious and
computers,
Arch Linux
and
is
then
my
run an
Bible, but
XP
I think you
machine
should use Arch
for-
Linux.
No, man, your opinion's wrong. I don't know what you said or what you were saying about Arch Linux. I can't actually
Or
hear
Linux
you
in
well
there.
enough to know what you're talking about or
So
what you said.
as gamers,
I'll Linux these
you
nuts.
really
Like
want to
butthole.
be. So
All
as
right.
gamers, you really want to be on Arch for the most part. It's actually what Steam supports directly.
I
Like
thought
Steam's
the
actually a huge
Steam
contributor
OS
to
was
Arch.
based on Debian.
Nope, it was based.
Nope,
the
it's based on
old
Arch.
one is based on Debian. The
Yeah.
newer one is based on Arch Linux.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Do
my
art.
brain's
Yeah, so
stuck in the old days.
It's a driver problem. Debian is always like several years behind in terms of software because it's a very stable distribution. They don't change much. Arch is always what's called a rolling release. They don't have like versions. They just put the latest software out there that's like vaguely tested. And then
I remember back in the day, you mostly used various versions of Ubuntu, and isn't Ubuntu based on Debian?
Yeah, Debian is like one of the main like root distros that a lot of other ones get like spun off of or based on top of.
You're a root.
Like 80% of the value of Ubuntu is just it's updated Debian to later packages. It's like the only thing they really do is that it's more modern. And Linux Mint's kind of the same to some extent. But yeah, like as gamers, you really have to just be on Arch because the drivers are so like if you want to play recent games, like you got to have up-to-date drivers. And
I would definitely like to use the recent Proton stuff on not just Steam Deck.
Yeah, and
if
so
you want to hold out, part of the reason I haven't just pulled the trigger yet,
Steam
it's
OS.
because of yeah, Steam OS is almost supposedly ready to come out. I heard they've run beta tests already.
I'm interested.
Yeah. No, I think a lot
if
of people
Steam comes out with an operating
because...
system and they remain the same type of company they are, I will switch fucking immediately.
Oh yeah. No, a lot of people are like that. Like, I'm gonna get off Windows because Steam is Messiah. Like, yeah, no. If Steam actually makes their own distro and like widely distributes it, it's gonna be huge and be a big shift.
Valve could be corrupt as fuck, but it would still be objectively a better OS.
Valve,
it's finally an operating system for gamers.
Valve actually kind of seems to not be corrupt too, at least right now. Yeah. And like
they're not perfect, but
they're not perfect, but like neither is any, and all of the other companies fucking suck. Like, even if they were like kind of corrupt, it could be worse. It could be so much worse.
Echelons of Valve
that's the thing.
Have really
everything is so
values.
goddamn dystopian. It's fucking Valve looks good because they're not complete assholes.
They're barely assholes any other way.
If
honestly.
you really, there's a lot of stuff that they've done publicly that like people have not liked and stuff. But if you actually go into their like the like underside of game development, of like supporting games and all that stuff, Valve is like really fucking dedicated to that shit. Like the amount of stuff Valve has developed to help people make games and like deal with the problems of developing like graphics and all that stuff and like dealing with input and all these things. It's an enormous amount of work that they put in that they didn't get paid for. It's crazy. They put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, no, that part is absolutely true, and why I still say that, like, they could be absolutely fucking corrupt and still just objectively better.
Yeah, like, PC gaming would not exist as it does, like, now if it wasn't for them. It would have probably collapsed.
I love how the #1 golden child company of literally the best morally and such is just flat neutral. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
That's, like, they want to do the thing.
We support our platform because it's how we make money.
You know why? You know why Steam is so successful is because they are an example of actually healthy capitalistic representation. They are a company trying to make money, doing it in the best way that they can without Ouroborosing themselves into some fucking demonic abomination that just whispers "consume" into the ears of all of the
Yeah, I
people that
know.
go to it.
Hello, we are
Like
Ubisoft.
when you lose to Giants,
Get used to
like when
not
you lose to
God
Giants,
owning your games. Because we're Ubisoft.
I like Poopy Soft.
yeah, no, it's hilarious. Like literally, Valve just wins every year. Like a competitor tries to go against them, and it's just we won by doing nothing.
Yeah, like the whole thing with Epic.
So fucking stupid.
They didn't do anything. There's
yeah. And Epic went to court.
That sucks.
And then Epic went to a court case, and all we
thing.
learned.
Sorry, what's that,
like,
Julia?
the only thing
That was
we
the most
learned
creepypasta
from
ass
that
thing.
You know, I just go
fucking
straight
course.
down there and there's a bow torn.
go on, Spicer.
I'm going down there.
I was gonna say, like the only thing we fucking learned from that court case is a bunch of facts about how awesome Valve is, like internally.
It's like, yes, here are details about
don't
how
have crazy-
we're not actually a shitty company, and we haven't been.
Yeah, I mean, there's some of the best like game programmers in the industry because they've been there the whole time, and like they actually pay you for like your accrued skill, which is why the lowest paying jobs is $500,000 because they don't have turnover. They keep everyone.
I wonder if
and they
Steam
accrue
wants to have
talent.
like. I wonder if Steam wants to have like a representative VTuber. I'd work alongside Steam.
I'm the Valve VTuber. I have
Hello.
a Valve on
A
my
Valve
head.
tuber.
Just oh god, that's so
Valve
creepy.
tuber. Oh my
the
god.
the Valve VTuber is just that one loading screen that they
Valve
have with
tuber.
like the bald guy with like the red spigot on the back of his head.
Maybe if they make like an iPhone competitor that also has face tracking, and they
dying.
want to like
Who's
go that
calling me?
direction.
You were standing there while a drifter was hitting you.
I didn't even see the drifter.
What was he
Right,
talking
let's-
about? How did we
let's
get to
get to
Valve? How did we get to Valve?
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
Arch
playing
Linux.
a video game, believe it
I was
or
trying to
not.
work back the conversation. Like, how did we get here again? I was like, oh yeah,
Just a bit-
Linux, Arch Linux, Steam,
Just a
Valve.
I 100% would do that. Steve, if you're listening, let's go. Valve,
Let's fucking
I'm
go.
here. I'm here for it.
You know, they have Steam streaming, but it seems like only in really limited cases, and I don't know how the heck that works.
It's usually by the devs that do that. It's just a service for the devs to use to promote their game.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but I
That's
mean,
kind of a...
It's mainly
come
what
on,
it's for.
Valve, you've already revolutionized everything else.
To be fair,
the
they
competitor
might.
we need in video game streaming. YouTube
have-
is not the
to be
good
fair-
alternative.
I have
To be fair, if
utter
Twitch
certainty.
falters, they'll probably take up that industry.
I have utter certainty that if Steam would be like, let's go into let's make some facial tracking software that's better than iPhone. They would first off do it. Apple would get pissed, but they still wouldn't do anything about it. They couldn't
Why
because
would
they just
they?
exactly.
Apple doesn't have any pull, like in the industry.
Because Apple's
They're
trash.
probably
probably
that
gonna
you
sell
want
better
iPhone
than
is like, well-
VR.
I want the Valve Index 2. I've got a Quest 2 right now that Spicer gave to me as a hand-me-down.
Oh, that's nice. Have you
And I
tried it?
use it. Yeah, I've been playing Half-Life Alyx and whatnot on it quite a bit.
Oh, yeah,
She
you
got
did
really
mention
into it for a
that.
few days.
It's
I
really
have
good.
Valve Index.
I mean,
I
I'm
need to
still
get back
into
to
it,
using
Spicer.
it.
I've been playing it pretty much every day.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just weird about reporting what I'm doing on Steam. Yeah, anyway, I've been playing a lot of it. It's good.
Yeah.
Squincidarius. Yeah, we should do that. I got a little fan thingy on it that keeps it from cooking my eyes.
Yeah, inconspicuous VR chat hangouts with Elf.
Hey,
Yeah,
have
we
you played
literally-
VR chat? I'd love to hang out in VR chat sometime.
Yeah. Yeah, I play VR chat
Hey,
and whatnot
cool. I'll have
with
to send
Aries
you
and
my
whatnot.
user.
I liked it a lot. I like VR chat a lot because I can be a tiny guy.
Just
Yeah, little fella, little minions.
It's fun.
for reasons, don't stream with Lynn on stream. We won't get into it, but Lynn is not invited to stream.
Okay.
I mean, as long as someone doesn't report. It's one of those things where it's like someone who knows that my username is me, little robot. It's a whole. I think I need to be careful about. I'm not sure if me being on your stream would lead to me being banned or not. The thing is, we don't need someone reporting my username.
That's fair.
You might be able to turn usernames off if you hang out with me,
I believe
and that
you
would
can,
work. I think you can turn usernames off.
Hmm. So,
Be
Seppi,
careful
I
of the
have a
menus,
VR
though.
headset. I might, if I can. I've been trying to tweak it a little bit. I need to get someone to test it with me in a little bit, but once I can get it where like my hands show properly whenever I'm in VR, I'll probably do a lot more VR streaming.
That would be
Um,
awesome.
I need a
Oh, I have
better
a few
battery
games
backup.
that I could hand you, Ori.
What do you mean? Hand me?
What was wrong with the battery I gave
In
you?
this day and age? I mean, I just want to play longer, Spicer. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, hang on, I'll shoot you a floppy.
I don't know how you can be in VR that long, but okay.
I once stayed an entire week in VR for a challenge.
You can.
I streamed an entire week being in VR. I passed out in VR
I'd rather die.
every day.
No, Spicer, this is the advent of the full
I know
dive.
better because I had a friend that basically lived in VR. Like, she slept in VR.
That was me for a while.
It went a
I
little
was.
There are
addicted.
even instances where, like, you can find instances in VR chat specifically made for sleeping.
It's true. It's true.
Oh,
That
yeah,
used to be
no.
me.
And also, like, cuddle, like, cafes or whatever.
Yeah.
I
So
know a lot about
here's-
VR culture because I had a friend that was very into it. It was actually.
I,
why
Then
I
you
was
probably
just
already
to
know why
hang
people
out with
sleep
them.
in VR.
Yeah, I'm aware. Believe me, I know how deep the thing goes. I had a person that was very into it, and it's the only reason I even got a VR headset was just to hang out with them.
I'm sure you've
they
heard
were
this
in it too
already
much.
then, but I'll go ahead and put this out there. There's multiple reasons why people sleep in VR. Part of it can be a social thing. Some people live alone, so it's like, if you're hanging out with friends,
Some
it
people-
makes you feel like you're not sleeping alone. It makes you feel less lonely.
Mhm.
But for other people, I think it's like an immersion thing. Because for me, it was also the first thing, like the social thing, because I was also once living with my parents and pretty lonely otherwise. But also, like, I would wake up in VR, and that would enhance the immersion. Because it would trick your brain even more than usual into believing this is like, you would disassociate from the real world a little bit more, which sounds bad, but like as a benefit, you're like, you feel extra immersed in VR when you wake up there. You like feel disoriented at first. It's like, you wake up at a hotel or a strange place,
Yeah, I
and you're
can't-
like,
I
whoa,
can't
where
even
am I?
Imagine.
Yeah. And
I can't even
the
imagine
same thing
waking up in
happens in VR, but then your brain adjusts, just like our brain is like, oh, right, I'm at a hotel, or oh, I'm at my friend's house, or oh, I'm at my uncle's. And your brain's like, oh, this is where I am. Your brain like adjusts and it's like, oh wait, this is where I am. And the oh, this is where I am is VR.
I'm interested, man.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Seppi, you can still do VR stuff if you don't have the room and whatnot. Your VR headset, if you have one, should have. I have not used very many, and the Quest 2 is last gen
It
one.
depends
I would say,
on what
but
kind she has.
yeah, so the Quest 2 has
But
a
the
room
Quest is good
has
for
both a
small
room
space.
scale boundary and a stationary boundary set up that you can use. Where basically you would just be kind of sitting in a chair and like kind of have some room for your arms, but like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it has to do with the type. Is it a base station based one, or is it a like self like station, like using cameras?
I would.
Because when you have the base station, it's kind of rough to be in a small room with those things because they get a lot of blind spots easily.
Yeah, I would.
It
Kill
depends on
for
how
a,
many you have and
index.
how you have them placed.
I would
It's definitely a
kill
good
for-
idea to try out different locations to see what works
Well,
best.
it's just yeah. It's hard to get like they're expensive and it's hard to get enough of them. to
Yeah,
cover
they
your blind
are.
spots.
I want to get either a Valve Index with a few base stations. I would kill for one of those, or I would love to get some extra trackers because
good.
there's actually a reverse kinematics full body tracker that you can get that works with just a couple of extra trackers in the Quest 2, and I would like to do that. That looks cool as shit. I want to do that.
Hey,
the
if you
Valve
ever get a
stuff's
Valve
pretty cutting
Index,
edge.
I'll send you a base station of mine.
But
I've got
you,
4 base stations. I can give you my 4th.
don't you
It's not
need
even
those though?
plugged in right now.
Don't you need that one though?
I've got like 4 of them. 3 is
Mm.
plenty. I want
Okay.
you to have good tracking.
I
want to pay
appreciate
it
that.
forward.
Also, the modern Oculuses are really impressive, like what they can do with just cameras in terms of full body tracking. It's like, as long as you're not under a blanket, it works. Like,
Yeah.
it's really impressive.
That's what's really interesting about some of the stuff that I found on that one. I've got so
Yeah,
there
I'm pretty sure a
is-
lot of the industry is going to move that direction.
the reverse kinematics tracking is actually really solid. Like, all I would need to get decent full body tracking with what I have right now, which is a Quest 2 and its controllers, would probably be like 2 more trackers, and it would be pretty all right. If I got
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, if I got like
There's some other cool
4,
projects.
it would be even better.
Anyway,
There's some
I
other,
would be
like,
willing
tracking
to. Oh,
projects.
sorry.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry
I think it's
for
called
interrupting.
Slime or something. It's an IR-based trackers that you strap onto your legs, and they don't use
Yep.
base stations. They just see each other. But I can never fucking buy one because they're always out of stock.
Yeah, I've-
everyone was fucking buying them.
I've heard of those, but I couldn't really find any. Like, I looked on Amazon. I didn't really look too awful hard because I don't have the money to spend anyway.
You can
but-
you either have to like have them made for you by someone who knows how to make them, or you buy them from the site, but they run out of inventory like instantly. Because it's actually an open source project, and they just like most people you just give the instructions on how to build them, and you got to go build them. But they do make some.
I mean, if there are instructions, I can get a hold of. If I can get a hold of the hardware, I'd be able to do it.
You need a lot of stuff. It's not something you're just gonna like make. You need to like know how to make all that crap. It's pretty sophisticated.
Fair enough.
Anyway, I would be okay with being on your stream. It might be a little bit safer for me if you do that to turn name tags off. Just in case.
If we
Or,
end up
you
doing
know.
something like VR chat or something like that, I'd be game for that.
Yeah, if you ever want to stream VR chat, then you have my permission, and I would love to be on your stream, even if Julie thinks it's risky, and maybe it is slightly. I think it should be fine.
It's possible. If you're worried, you may want to consider trying to switch up your Twitch username and whatnot. If you don't want to be like, you could still call yourself something similar to what you're doing, but just have like a different username.
I do have a different username on my new VR chat account, which I'm not going to mention because reasons.
Fair.
But yeah, I have a different username, and I would love to hang out with you, whether it's on or off stream. I
Yeah.
don't care.
By the by, Fairy, like you can feel free to like poke me on our DMs and whatnot, or like in my server. You can talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure.
No, Elf is exclusive.
Oh, sorry. Did I say something you don't think I should have said on stream?
No. That. No.
Oh,
Pets.
okay. Sorry.
Pets. That was not the intent. I was basically saying, hey, if you want,
Apologies.
you're okay.
I'll
It was
definitely
basically-
DM you about hanging out on VR chat. That sounds
Yeah,
great.
you can
Bullies,
just like
fucking
you
fair.
starve to death. You've not been
Also
paying
fair.
attention to the game.
I don't have any food.
Elf, what's the fucking green rings on your screen?
Oh, climb system. It's a stamina bar. So like it's off right now, but
Why are there so many?
because I'm that
What
cool.
is this? Like Tears of the Kingdom with like a million fucking.
I'm just
Stamina
built
bar?
different, Spicer.
My God.
But yeah,
I
I,
did
need to get
200
myself some
shrines and
food
put them all in.
sometime.
Nuts.
But yeah, I had food. You gave me all that food, and then it despawned. I hate that.
It is a little bit of a painful one. Those are candy
And the
blueberries too. if
bamboo,
any of
and a
those.
bunch of tools. It's just ugh. I
okay.
didn't think that was gonna happen.
It's okay. We still got some of the bamboo shoots, and you got some more tools for you too.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry about letting that happen.
Nah, you didn't let it happen. It just kind of happened. It's not your fault because it's not something that you tried to do. Thanks, Plastic. Roses are red, fairies are fey. Ignore the L. She's dumb, slow, and mega gay. Thanks, Plastic. Love you too. Get your ass back to work. Pack Spicer. Pats.
I wasn't insulted. I feel left out.
Why did you not insult me too? Oh. Oh.
Anyway, MSIS. So the reason you need MSIS is like.
It sounded like you said something else.
Leans into microphone.
I don't know. I saw a Coke today that had like SIS on it, like cis, but my brain just fucking didn't make the connection. It was like, we getting political over here with this cis stuff. And then I was like, oh, it's the other word. It just wasn't a word I expected on a Coke can, so I got confused. Thought of the more likely word.
A strange Bison.
Anyway,
which is over.
cis. So I think specifically with the like Super Mario 64 port, a lot of that stuff was done on Linux with Linux tools. And it's like, in the end, Windows is really the odd man out when it comes to modern operating systems. Like they're the strange ones.
I guess so much software is made for Windows.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's because they have like 80% of the market share.
Well, they have 80% of the market share with desktops and like user computers. When it comes to actual like all computers that are used, like it's a fucking drop in the bucket.
I know that Linux is used a dang lot for servers.
Well, yeah, it's all servers, routers, the shit in your car, like your phone, like all that stuff's like Unix under the hood of some kind. It's based on Unix. Like Windows.
Even
is the
Android, for instance.
Yeah, Android's just a fork of the Linux kernel. Yeah, no. And same thing with Mac. Like Mac is based on Darwin, which is an old like basically a fork of I think BSD. And like all consoles, like modern consoles that are like, you know, closer to like normal computers like PlayStation 3 and on.
Your computer.
Those are all based on BSD. I am. Those are all based on BSD. And kind of one of the reasons why the GNU Linux thing was so successful versus say like not just because of the legal stuff with AT&T between like AT&T and BSD was actually due to a licensing thing. So GNU/Linux is licensed under like LGPL, the GNU public license. And the rule for that is if you modify the code and distribute it, you must provide the modified source code for what you made. That's like the rule. Or you need to contribute it back to the original project. And that's why like Linux is so prolific, is because it's like one of the only projects in the world where literally like the NSA, the Chinese government, like every organization on the planet with any kind of technical like interest all contributes to the project together. Like it's because of this. Whereas BSD, they have more of like the MIT license where you can just kind of do whatever the fuck you want. And there's not really any provisions or like things they have to do if they make changes. Which is why a lot of game companies, like or the consoles, they all use BSD, like Nintendo and PlayStation, because they don't want to give out source code. So they all use their own forks of BSD. And the issue is that because of this, BSD never improved or became widely useful on lots of hardware because there was just never an incentive for anyone to contribute code back, whereas Linux required it. So Linux became very well supported by a lot of shit and widely used.
Nintendo is like, contribute? No.
Nintendo.
Yeah. No.
All right. It is about time for the end of stream.
Like
Pushes Spicer over.
Yay.
No! I never even explained IMSIS to this.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, you never got to it. You looped back like 4 or 5 times. Hey, Fairy, are you going to be continue streaming?
I am going to continue streaming.
I should.
Oh,
I shall go to Fairy stream.
Oh my god, it's Storm.
I tried to warn you.
Scary.
Good luck. You got this. You got this. We're going to be rating Fairy, everybody on my stream. Make sure to say hello to them and be good beans. And thank you very much for your support in and out of Twitch. I very much appreciate it. Be good little creatures. You may see a poor... Nope, that didn't take long. Bye!
Also, Kuma...
Thanks for collabing with me.
Very welcome. It's very fun.
Kuma,
it
you
was
got me,
really
like,
fun. I had a lot of fun.
Return the slab.
Good. A lot of chats, a lot of fun talks.
It was yappy as heck, but it was fun. Very social.
Fun.
Very social.
Oh man, how would it be happy? Who's yappy?
Don't
yappy here?
don't ask that. Don't say that, Spicer. You know damn well. Who is yappy? Who is
I have
yappy?
literally been like a co-host on some streams, and the chat thought I was the streamer.
Yeah,
Wow.
very. In my experience, if you get
not
Spicer,
hard.
if you get Spicer
Hey,
on your
Trini.
stream, you literally just kind of have to push him off towards a topic, and then he will just continue.
I will. I can turn anything into a podcast for 6 hours. Oh, Kuma. You said the like fucking return the slab thing, and it's just stuck in my brain now. I just keep thinking of that fucking clip. Return the slab. I need to rewatch that episode. That episode was so fucked.
I got some
It was
water.
such a fever dream. Man, I need to rewatch Courage the Cowardly Dog. It was such a good show. I grew up on that show.
Why did I get a temporal storm? Right as Ori was ending stream. By the way, thanks for the raid, Ori. I'm looking forward to next week.
Well, thank you. It was fun.
Yeah. Elf needs to do more collabs.
Yeah, I've been considering doing that. Talking to some creatures.
You gotta get more corporate. You gotta collaborate. You gotta synergize. Make yourself 20
Synergize
times
me
less
some
effective.
collabs.
That's the way I explain the company I work for. Is we're just a company of like all the engineers and actually effective people and no management, and we do all the actual thinking and novelty that like all the big companies that can't fucking do that because they're too big like need. That's basically my job. Think for yourself.
Ping pong.
You're a big fuck.
Pushes over.
Oh yeah, well I'm waiting for this horrible temporal storm. I don't have much else to do. So I'm gonna like
until it's over.
I'm gonna install a clean install of Emesis and just show people this is how you install Cream 64.
If you
This
two
is
wish
how
to
you do the
continue,
thing.
if you two wish to continue in my stream chat, that's perfectly fine. Just keep in mind you'll need to.
We own this place now.
Push Spicer over. You may not be able to get anybody back in here. So.
What do you mean?
That's fair.
The stream.
Back in here?
So if one of you leaves, you won't be able to enter back into this channel because it's a.
Okay, but what if I cry and plead?
Oh dear.
I will push you over and laugh at your inconvenience.
Does Barry have a Discord?
Do you have a Discord? Gestures at Barry.
Yes, I do. You want to call on Discord?
Oh, I can't find it.
I
no,
can,
what?
like,
No, I mean like a server.
I do have a server. Let me
All
I
right,
was trying to read all this stuff, but there's a lot of text.
I can like. What would be the best?
Have
way
a good
for me
night,
to, like,
Auri.
show
Beat
you
you
my
up.
server.
Push it.
Yeah, have a good night. Hi chat. Sorry, this has been mayhem. I'm just gonna try to survive this temporal storm.
Sephi, you didn't miss anything. I'm responding late, but you didn't miss anything. That's like everyone that interacts with me. I'm like a podcast you play before you go to sleep. I literally had friends that I would get in a call with them before bed for them, and I would just sit there and start talking, and they'd just go to sleep, and then I'd leave. I was like, I did my job. I used to do that as like a service, to sit there and talk to them until they passed out, and then leave.
So I've got a link to my Discord, but I don't know where to post it.
Lay
You
it
can
on
come
me.
to my like. How do I lay it on you?
Direct message me.
On like Twitch? Like how?
No, what? No, Discord. Like just right click my name.
Do we even
hit message?
Do we have even like? I guess I could like do it via like.
We're in mutual
Ori's
servers, and I have
Discord.
open DM.
Yeah, Ori's server. Oh, okay, so it's possible to DM me from there.
Yeah.
Well, let me just find your message. Dang it, is
I'm too lazy to
stream
friend people, so it's just
mode
easier.
on? How do I turn that off? It's not like showing up. It's like truncating people's
What the heck?
names.
You could just right click me in the or like click on me in the like the chat we're in, and just hit like right click me and hit message.
Oh yeah, I remember. We were talking in the image about this about sis too. I messaged you from there. And for some reason streamer mode is on and I'm not able to disable it. It's like showing up. That is some spooky music when it happens. Maybe I'll try messaging you. Hi. I do not know why it's not letting me turn off streamer mode. Because that's weird.
Join. Might have it.
Unless you just change your name to S. It's just like showing your name as S ... to me.
Oh, yeah, it's trying to hide.
Oh, to turn streamer mode off. Normally it has like a thing at the top where it's like disable streamer mode.
I think there's like a... I think they got rid of that.
Oh, there it is. Streamer mode enabled. Can I like exit out? No? I want to disable streamer mode.
I think you need to go into the settings.
Oh, there we go.
Turn it off.
I think I was able to... There it is. Let's join your name is Spicer. I mean, we can call or do whatever if you want. Or we can have like a call on my Discord. It's whatever you want.
Well, I was more just curious if you had one. I was like, I should join.
I do. You can join it now. If you do, thank you.
You're one of the 1, 2, 3, 4 people I have on Twitch. I don't actually watch streams that much. I actually did not watch streams at all before Auri.
Oh wow.
Did I ever?
Well,
oh yeah,
I'm
you
honored.
don't know how I met. You don't know how I met her.
I don't know how you met her.
Yeah, so I was really active on the Outward Discord. And I think it was another one of her friends, Clockwork, told her to like post her stream in the like streamer like section in that server. And I don't usually look there very often, but I happened to, and I was like, I like this picture of the person that's streaming, so I clicked on it, started watching, and I liked it, the way she talked and engaged, and like her, vibe and everything. So I stuck around and kept, sticking around and kept watching the streams, and she was one of the like the best Outward streamers at the time to watch. That was most consistent. And so I just ended up hanging out a lot, and then I got like more and more and more involved, and like became like an angel investor and shit over time.
An angel investor, huh?
Yeah. Well, she used to work for like a shitty bank, and so I got her to like quit that job and go try to do streaming full time. Basically.
That's really cool.
Yeah. One day I'll get her to stream Outward again. I got her to do a playthrough of what?
What was Outward again?
Oh, it's like a third-person action RPG. It's very different. Like the combat's really clunky, but it compensates for like you can prepare for stuff. You have like a backpack that, like, if you try to roll with it, you'll like stumble, but if you take it off, you can like roll normally. And you can like go pick it back up again, and it's like a very like gritty kind of RPG, where like there's no leveling. You have to just like get money to get better gear, or figure out how to craft better gear, or like pay for training to get more skills. But there's like a limited number of like different trees you can go down at a time.
I like how one of the first results when I'm looking through pictures is some article from PC Game Sun being like, a survival RPG that has no respect for your time.
Yeah.
Glowing review, I see.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those games where you either love it or you hate it. Like the company that makes it, like the CEO, he had a very particular thing where he feels that the market doesn't serve the like older gamers. What he calls more sophisticated gamers, basically, that have a lot of that played a lot of games. Well, that's what sophisticated really means in that context, is like you played a lot of games, so you have a more developed palate. And he's like, there's just no games that serve those markets, and so that's what he exclusively wanted to do, was like serve the market he was a part of. And so yeah, it's a very like niche game, and like if you either love it or hate it.
Sorry, I
really
have to
loved it.
yeehaw now. Yeehaw!
Eat. Yeah.
I got a yeehaw. Pretty. Yeehaw! Oh, that's interesting.
God.
Never tried that game, but that's cool. I'm gonna do a fresh install of
It was really
2.
unique.
I'm gonna do a fresh install of
also had
2, and just show how I did the thing. And it seems like it runs best when it's just on the C drive or root drive or whatever you want to call it. You know, just basically C drive. Where some people have issues if they install it to somewhere other than C drive, and I don't know why, but it seems like it likes being on just C drive.
Yeah, it's because Windows created this kind of like false thing where like it's assumed that everything's on C drive. That's like a common problem with Windows. Is that a lot of programs just get built with the assumption that it's because Windows lacks a good semantic like file system that means anything. Like that's why Unix is really cool, is because it has like strong semantics with what files like the file system is supposed to mean and what goes where. There's standards. And yeah, the whole like drive thing that Windows created was so fucking stupid. Because in Linux there isn't like drives. Like if you want to use another hard drive, you have to mount it somewhere in the file system. Like there's one file system. But in Windows there's multiple, because like every single drive is a different file system. Basically, like at least to the user and the programmers, it looks like that.
Yeah, I've noticed, though, as someone who's used Windows for so long. It took me a bit of time to get used to it. I think the first time I really got used to it, because I only used Ubuntu briefly, like for a few months at a time before returning to Windows, was Android, which really got me used to like thinking differently.
Oh yeah, no, there's lots of stuff like that. Like there's a lot of things that we just assume. Like if you plug in like a USB drive, like Windows, like I mount it for you. Here it is. Like here's a little like device abstraction you can click on and open. Yeah, and Linux it's just like, I don't know, I mount it somewhere in the file system, or you do it yourself, like I do.
Yeah, basically.
Or you manually just mount it. Yeah, no, it's a different world. But yeah, no, for the IMSys stuff, like most programs are written for the Linux environment, like using the make build system or CMake, or well, CMake's cross-platform, but the make build system, the GCC compiler, all that stuff, because those were just the most portable, widely used things that made a lot of the infrastructure today. And like, and Windows historically had a really shitty C compiler. That was really behind on standards. So a lot of the reason why IMSys type stuff exists in the originally was because the Windows C compiler was so bad that people just ported the GCC compiler to Windows, which is why it's MinGW. It's minimal GNU like Windows port is basically what it means. And like it's only gotten more sophisticated. Like IMSys is one of the big ones, but there's like another one that's called Cygwin. And it effectively just tries to put like ported Linux environment onto your machine so that you can actually like do Linux stuff. Like you can open bash command line, run standard Unix commands, and like all that stuff from within this like Cygwin environment. And then Microsoft themselves actually made something called WSL, which literally like effectively you can install Ubuntu on Windows and run it as like a sub operating system.
What's Cygwin?
It's like IMSys on steroids. Like IMSys kind of just has the programs and sets up like some variables to make it so you can like compile stuff and run certain things, but it's not really a full Linux environment. IMSys is just enough to like compile programs. Cygwin is like basically tries to dump as much of the Unix stuff onto the Windows machine and let you operate from within it like it's a Linux machine, but it's actually running on Windows. It
That's
ports a
interesting.
lot of stuff from Unix over to Windows. It's kind of old though, and it's not as used much anymore because like IMSys is usually all you need, and WSL kind of superseded it in a way because you could just literally run like a actual Linux distro on your computer, like on your Windows machine, and Microsoft did a good job with it, and they recently open sourced it, so it's actually a really good tool. It's actually helped Microsoft a lot recently with because a lot of really important software, like especially like the AI stuff recently, is usually developed on Linux, not Windows. Which is like the reason AMD had to give a shit, or not AMD, Nvidia had to start giving a shit about Linux recently, and same with Microsoft. They started seeing that a lot of like Windows is actually, oddly enough, Windows has slowly become more like Linux like every few years.
Like how has it become more like Linux? How would they be able to do that considering it's so different, and I believe on the kernel level it's supposed to be drastically different from Unix.
Yeah. Well,
like Windows they intentionally developed in a different direction.
Oh yeah. They had very different concerns. They're oddly like early Windows, like the C code era of Windows before they went like nuts with C++ and stuff, and like you get more into the modern kernels. They were like one of the best at their craft actually. Early Windows was crazy good. Like, okay, do you know Lego Island?
I've heard of it. Why?
So there's a game called Lego Island. It's a really old game. There is literally patches in the Windows kernel just to make sure Lego Island worked.
Wow.
Explicitly. Like we have some of the source code from the original like older Windows kernels, and there's literally like a comment to piece of code that says, "We did this so that users could play Lego Island." Like that's like what it cool. is. Yeah, no, they were crazy. Like, because one of the things that people tout with Linux, like Linus Torvalds' philosophy with Linux was we never break user space ever with the Linux kernel. It's a no-no. So Linux always makes sure shit works and keeps working. And Windows was actually really good at it too. And they put a lot of effort into it. Like they came up with a lot of, because like there's a lot of it gets a bit gritty, but there's a lot of unsolved problems with like binary.
Sorry, I just came across an enemy.
Run!
I got most of my stuff back, but now I just immediately got ambushed again.
The psycho get you, please. No! I think you're faster in the water than them, right?
In the water? What?
I think you're faster than them in the water, but I don't remember.
Oh, that's right. You played a little bit of this game, you said, didn't you?
Yeah, I used to play it.
Speaking of Linux, is there a good Linux build for this, or do you need to use something like Proton?
Yeah. You can just add it and it'll just run. This game's portable.
That's cool.
For the most part, like I don't typically have like the only stuff that's Windows that I can't really run is anything with kernel level anti-cheat, so like League of Legends and gacha games, because they just basically like have low level like kernel level spyware on your machine, and Linux doesn't let them do that. Windows does. That and certain software just has really sophisticated like DRM control or like just kind of a like an adversarial code base almost, like Adobe. Like good luck getting Adobe to run on Linux is a nightmare. The way they develop their software is just shit. Yeah, like there's not really a lot of programs that there's not a Linux alternative for, or you can't run. So like you can have Steam. Like if the game's on Steam, it'll probably fucking work. Like Steam's really good at making sure games work.
Yeah, it's almost been like a revolution with Proton.
Oh yeah, like gaming on Linux has only become possible because of Valve. Ice Shadow asked you a question.
Yeah, I remember trying Wine back in the day. It made me want to tear my hair out.
Yeah, it's bad.
Well, speaking of which, while I'm waiting on some of the night and healing up, so I just installed it to my C drive. Made a clean install just because I wanted to show people, though I think kind of got a bit off track there. Oh, hey, Ice Shadow. Do I need some extra supplies? Hi, Shadow. It's my Shadow from the server. Never mind. I guess I'm
It's
back
been
on
around
the
a long
subject
time.
of the game. I do have backpacks because Ori gave me them. I could use some food. By the way, I was trying to build a place and it looks like it's pretty close to one of your houses. My apologies if it's too close. I built out down south.
Invasion.
I built a house like down here. Like down somewhere down here is where I built like a house somewhere down here, and I was like, oh, your house is right over here. My apologies if it's too. No, you're fine. You're fine. I was just like, oh. But yeah, I built like a house somewhere around here, and then when I was exploring, I'm like, oh crud, I'm close to someone else's place. I'm sorry, Shadow. I didn't know when I built there that was gonna be so close to your little property down here. Oh, actually, my base is like, wow, that's a little too close for comfort, actually. I'm so sorry, I can move elsewhere. I could use some food. I've already got several backpacks, thankfully. And things are fine. I'm in here constantly starving, unfortunately. Ori gave me some food, but it got destroyed. Anyway, I'll go back to that. So what you want to do is you install this. You want to do it in the C drive for the reasons that my friend here, my new friend, my acquaintance.
Hello. It's me.
That's right. And their name is Spicer, and they're really cool at computery stuff. So yeah, you need this sys2, or at least if you can use something else. I don't know how to do it. I've only done it with sys2. And it took me a while to figure it out.
There's probably other stuff.
So if you want to install...
MSys is the easiest one.
Okay, cool. So it's probably possible to do another stuff. It's just not documented.
Oh yeah,
really.
there's like a list somewhere, and there's like 30 of them. It's like crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of like minimal GNU implementations for Windows. It's kind of crazy.
So yeah, if you want to make Cream 64, if you want to make Super Mario 64 EX or Super Mario 64 EX Allo, Cream 64, which is a Sonic style mod fan project for Super Mario 64 PC's decompilation, is based off of the Allo fork of Super Mario 64 EX, which itself is just a fork of the PC port. So after you do this, you don't need this anymore. You actually go straight into Ming W64, however it's pronounced. How do you pronounce it?
That's up for debate, but Minji W is a common one.
Minji W. I look at that and I think of like a Ming, like the Chinese name, like a Ming dynasty.
Yeah, so if you just read it, like I used to just read it, so I'd be like Mingquin. But technically it's minimal GNU like Windows, or minimal GNU for Windows, so it's technically like
minimal GNU for Windows. See, yeah. I didn't know what it stood for. It literally has GNU in
Yeah,
the
most
name.
people don't. It's been around for so fucking long, people just forget what it means.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Well, so yeah, you'll want this or some alternative, but probably best to just use this. It's the one that the guides are built
they list
for.
some other ones on their website too. Yeah, the MSys website.
Oh, on the MSys website.
MSys was designed to be a like. So if on the MSys website, it'll list at the bottom like the Sigwin and stuff. And yeah, the goal of MSys was to be much more minimal and lightweight and easier to install, just to build code effectively, not to actually emulate like a Unix environment.
It's basically only what's necessary. It's not trying to give you a whole ass virtual machine.
Yeah, Cygwin like literally puts a little mini like Linux environment on your fucking Windows machine. And that's actually how I got into Linux. It's just a few
steps. It's like reverse wine.
Yeah, effectively. Yeah, no, actually, it's not a compatibility layer. So if you want Linux programs to work in Cygwin, you have to compile the Linux programs with Cygwin, and then it works on Windows fine. Whereas Wine is a full like binary compatibility layer that uses some of the tools that Linux gives like programs to, like, because the like, do you know what WINE stands for? It's an acronym.
I don't know. I just thought it was for what boomers who like to live, laugh, and love. I thought it was just about laughing, and loving.
It's not. It stands for Wine is not an emulator, so it's not emulating Windows. It's like a binary compatibility layer. So basically, it runs a Windows program, but it hijacks how it loads like DLLs in code, like any external code it needs to call out to, like the operating system, and basically just puts its own version of that and then implements it on Linux. So basically, all the APIs and libraries and everything that like programs interface with to operate, it just makes a Linux version of those Windows APIs. And thankfully, Windows has actually made it easy to do this, because
except for DirectX, apparently. I heard that's a pain.
They've figured that out now. There just wasn't a lot of good work being done on that because there wasn't much motivation to like make the gaming good. Nowadays, you can actually run games on Linux in some cases better than the Windows like counterpart.
I've heard that about like SteamOS a lot of times. I want to respond to Ice Shadow. Where is the kitchen? Which kitchen? I assume different players have different kitchens.
Which way from the creepy mannequins in the hallway?
Mannequins. The mannequins are here. They sometimes come alive during the night. Don't mind them. But yeah, where is... You walked past it
You've
twice.
walked past it twice.
I have. It's down here.
It has the oven in it.
The oven.
That's food storage.
Storage. So this is like just the shared player. Am I allowed to do that? There's just a lot. Is this the kitchen? This looks sort of like a kitchen.
This is a kitchen. There's literally pots and pans.
I guess I could, if I have permission to do that. I guess I could.
I'm gonna eat oats.
Yeah, I know I could use this. Well, thank you for letting me eat some of your food. Whoever's food this is. And,
from the kitchen.
I need some wood.
There's actual food. Hey, there's actual food.
Go
across from the kitchen.
I can not steal that. Instead of... I was gonna make some grain roll, but where's the actual food?
Across from the kitchen. So I think you just go straight across.
Across from... So it's not in the kitchen?
Yeah, I think it's that other door. Across.
Oh, that's a bunch of doors. Oh, maybe it's this... Oh, bread shelf.
Hey,
I feel so bad taking such nice food. I feel bad taking, like, freaking bread. This looks way too nice. Am I really allowed to take such nice bread?
Do it.
Pots in the cellar. Oh, where's the pots?
You were in the cellar earlier.
Like downstairs?
Yeah.
There's a lot of... Where did I go to the cellar? I'm so lost. Down here,
Go towards the front door. Yeah. I have to deal with the stream delay, but yeah.
Oh, there's a bunch of barrels. Fire pit, wooden chest.
The ladder. Oh, there's a scientist food.
It's kind of creepy. Oh, I sure do.
Look at all that food.
I used to.
I'm staying with this guy
Is there
whenever the
any
apocalypse
bowls?
happens.
Wait, what? I need to grab a bowl somewhere. I don't know where my bowl is. Let me go up because I think I may have placed a bowl somewhere. So there's like a bowl here. Nope, not a bowl.
Bowl. I'm a bowl. What's wrong with that?
I apologize if I'm boring you. There's a bowl.
I don't get bored. I always know how to self-entertain.
So over here now.
I'm never the victim here.
Well. Never.
I said that about my job, where if they ever had me like have to train someone, I'm like, hey, I'm not the victim in that situation.
What the heck? You don't like training people, huh? So which of
No,
these
I'm
things
saying
am I allowed to eat?
I would not be the victim in that situation.
Oh.
We have another guy that doesn't like training. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm not the victim. if I trained someone.
Well, I thought there would be some food in there. What's going on? Nope. Well, I thought I would be able to, but it's like...
Pick it up and put it down first.
Don't pick it up and put it down first, really?
I don't know, I'm just reading what he's saying.
It's not letting me... Oh.
Right to put on the ground.
I didn't think I would have to do that. It's not happening.
Vintage is weird.
You're right.
You have to like open it? Like, I don't know the rule. I never really got this far with food. Is that a bowl or a saucepan?
This is a crock.
Oh. That might not work. Oh, in your hands. Yeah, yeah. I was confused about that too. I think it was.
Is it a saucepan? Oh, it's not a freaking bowl. It's a hammer mold. I'm stupid.
It's a hammer mold. I like to eat out of the mold, please. I want my food to make me like Thor.
I thought that was a bowl.
I like to cast some soup, please. I'll put a stick in it and it'll become.
It looked like a bowl. I'm so dumb.
Go back to the.
Or back
Go back to the kitchen. There's probably a bowl.
Yeah, there ought to be. I thought I placed a bowl in here somewhere. Where the heck is a bowl?
I'll just hover the mold again. It's like when you can't find something, you just pick up the same damn thing you looked at like the 5th time.
Kitchen.
Go to the
This is
kitchen.
the kitchen. There we go. Here's the kitchen. Maybe it's in here. Is there a bowl? There's a bowl. Friggin' bowl. The quest to not starve. Riveting.
I don't know about that, but it's definitely the quest to like find X.
Okay, now.
And, like a lot
Thank
of
you.
times. It's like a 7-step quest
Please
you
work.
made out of getting food.
It is a bowl. It is a bowl. Why?
It
Don't
has
tell
to
me it's
probably
not
be on the
gonna
ground.
work.
I don't think it'd be on the shelf.
So I do have to pick it up?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has to be on the ground, not on a shelf.
Weird. Oh my
Welcome to
gosh,
Vintage
food.
Story. Programming's hard.
Thanks. I'm not starving now. That's a lot of food. Thank you.
Yippee. Well, Ice, it took like 20 minutes, but we did it.
Right. I'm
The fairy is fed.
I'm using a good use of time. Good use of time.
This is like when you got a pet and it just won't fucking eat. Like, eat!
That took a while.
I gotta go to work. Eat the food!
I probably also need, I need to make like a... There it is.
Torch. Sure is green over here.
Was able to help. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry I'm such a dummy. Grab a freaking mold rather than a bowl.
I can't say tupid right.
What?
Where's that meme from? What is he? Tupid? Like, what's that from?
I don't know.
Okay, I've been hearing it a lot where it's just like, what is he? Tupid? There's no S.
What's that? What's it me? Freaking.
You're getting hit by a guy.
I am.
Truly the greatest enemy of all civilization. Homeless people.
I was almost homeless once.
That's scary.
Yeah.
I don't want to ever do that. It's on my list of shit to avoid.
Thank you for the help, Eyeshadow.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have permission to take the food in there. Yeah, no. I took too deep of a dip in the water by accident.
Run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
Lol. I'm trying to find where the place was around here where I got a whole bunch of clay. Clay is pretty precious. My precious.
Clay is like a fucking superpower. Like, you find some clay on the wild, like, I can make bowls and cups and...
Yeah?
Is that hard?
Indeed. Oh, all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah, I wonder where it was when I last died around here. Like before the last one, like the one where it was like tons of clay. I wasn't able to get all in my inventory because I don't want it to just despawn. Oh, it's a dead rooster. That's sad.
Nature. Anyway, you shouldn't let it go to waste.
If the game will let me actually do something with this. It doesn't seem to want to let me. Okay, finally. I got feathers.
Were you holding it down?
I was.
Weird. Oh, I think
Was
it's
it
just
over
the
here?
animation it does.
Was this where I got all that? It was. It's over here.
Play.
Thank goodness. There's still more I'm unable to pick up. Jeez.
I like the clay. Don't wait
It's
the fucking
useful.
5 sticks and the 6 dirt.
Dig up the final dungeon. There's a final dungeon in this game? I didn't know that.
The final countdown.
Let's grab a lot of the important stuff. And there it is. Torch extinguished. Oh, it's not like...
I'm back, guys. I found lots of mud.
Alright, so I'm gonna go back to doing this. Not sure why, but there's 2 different programs, maybe you can explain that. There's like the msys2.exe. I don't know what that's useful for. But then under that, there's the one for compiling 64-bit specifically, and to do what I want to do, you have to use that, presumably.
Yeah, so Minji W64, that's the actual C compiler. msys2 is just like a terminal program that's supposed to emulate like the shell environment of Linux so that you can run those tools.
What things would you use the msys tool to exe for then?
The msys tool is for running the compiler, basically. Like, it's just a command prompt, I think. That's just designed to work with these tools, and it like alters the path so that like it acts like a lightweight Linux environment when you run it.
I see.
Have a good night, Ice Shadow. Thank you for feeding the fairy. I think she would have died.
Yeah, probably so. I was pretty close to dying.
How to save a life, give her a bone.
Vital brain cell. Me. I'm stupid. This is why it took me so long to figure this out.
I mean,
so the next step on this is
I don't think anyone can figure this shit out without doing it all day.
Say what?
I said I don't think anyone could figure this shit out if they didn't do it all day. That's fucking warlock magic.
Yeah, that's more than it's like I just wanted to play Mario 64 like a normie.
I don't know why they didn't come up with like a more automated way to do this shit. Like you could have come up with a more automated way.
They did, but it gave me a bunch of error messages, and also it doesn't have the option in that one to make this mod. So to make this mod, I literally have to do it the hard way. There is one that's simpler. I'm like PC Builder 2, I think it's called. Super Mario 64 PC Builder 2.
Yeah, there's an automated tool for building the Mario 64 port with mods and stuff.
I think it's called, sorry, I have it on my computer, but I think it's called Mario 64 PC Builder 2. I remember
using it at one point.
But I can't use it to build Cream 64, at least.
What was the...
Not easily.
You said Cream 64. I'm actually really curious.
Yeah. It's a whole mod. It started off as ROM hack. Anyway, the next part of this, because I wanted to give like a tutorial. I should just make like a tutorial video to save someone the trouble, since I went to so much trouble. But yeah, once you have this, you run Ming Dynasty W64. And then I need to update it with Pac-Man -u. What is SYUU, I wonder? Anyway, it's...
S means sync. So the capital is like, it's like a section of commands. It's like a submenu. It's the sync submenu. It's for synchronizing with like servers.
Y it should be to update it, right? Like just to update the program.
Y means update the local databases so that I know what the latest packages are, and then U means upgrade all my local packages to the latest ones.
I see. Thanks. Wow, multiple you're sure knowledgeable. Well, good night. Good night, iShadow. Good night, Kuma. For those who are still here, if that's anyone, I'm going to show how to do this.
Return
and then enter. I'm surprised it's not Control-V to paste. Like,
what?
I'm used to Control-V being paste. Is that what it is on Linux? Or is Control-V paste on Linux typically as well?
Try Control-Shift-V.
Oh, it's Control-Shift-V? I guess I could try that. But it's not Control-V, it's actually Shift-Insert to paste.
That's a common one. Well, Shift Insert is the older Windows insert key.
Is it? Huh. It's the old paste?
Control V came later. Control V
I
was only in
see.
like notepad stuff. Shift Enter was like the universal one. That and middle click in a lot of cases in some of these older programs was
Huh.
sometimes used. Middle
Yeah,
click's
see you,
actually
I shadow,
pretty
see you,
common.
Kuma. Thanks for helping me not starve. Anyway, enter.
Return
Or if
the
we're gonna be old
hero.
school, I guess we could say return. Return key.
Return.
And then
Carriage
just
return.
press Y
Fun
and
fact:
enter for
people say
installation.
Linux has a lot of legacy, but Linux doesn't fucking maintain backwards compatibility with typewriters by making carriage return plus new line be the way that you delimitate lines and text files.
Wait, what? Oh, Mac
So in
is
Linux, there's
backwards
a
compatible. Wait, what?
so you need to have a so in the ASCII like character table, there's what's called control characters that are not visible, and one of those is called new line, which is supposed to say like go to the next line.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you hit enter, it inserts a new line. On Linux, they just use the new line character to mean a new line. On Windows, for some godforsaken reason, I guess to be the same as typewriters, they use carriage return, which is not really a key that exists on the keyboard anymore, but it was a thing that was on typewriters. And then new line. That's how you do a new line in like a text document in Windows is carriage return plus new line. And it's really fucking annoying when you have to go back and forth between those two. And I have
I
been fucked up
see.
by that many times.
Anyway, after you update it, it will ask if you want to close out. It's basically restarting to update. Update and restart. So you press Y and enter to confirm the installation, then Y and enter to
If the
exit, and
Y
then we
is
just restart it.
if the Y or the N is uppercase, that means it's the default option, and you can just hit enter to do that. So in that case, the Y was capital. You just hit enter.
Oh, you need a capital Y?
No.
Oh, you just press enter. It doesn't matter if
Yeah.
it's Y.
Whichever
Okay.
one is capitalized is the default if you just hit enter.
Okay. For some reason, the instruction, it wanted me to press U again, even though it should already be installed. Is it really important to do Pac-Man Sue again?
What? Why? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. So here when I first did this, it said, run the main WEXE. I don't know why it calls it a prompt rather than EXE, but it says that. I guess because it's a command prompt. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It just says run the.
I don't. Why'd they say that? I just realized too. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, that threw me off at first. I'm like, what do you mean?
If you
run
double
the
click
prompt?
on like MinGW, does it open a prompt?
No.
I don't think it would. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's just like run the prompt. But yeah, what they mean is run the EXE.
But I don't think the MinGW is a prompt. Like, I think it's just a program that runs, and if it's not given any input, it just dies.
Yeah, that's a confusing part of this instruction on the GitHub, isn't it?
Like,
anyway, it says,
go double click on the MinGW program. I want to see what it does.
What does?
The MinGW
if you
64 program.
put that as
like,
a texted?
No. Like, just go double click on the MinGW 64 exe. I want to see what it does.
I don't think it'll do anything.
That's what I'm curious about, because like as far as I know, it doesn't.
Double click, it should just open it.
Yeah, but does it just like? Wait.
I'm confused as to what you're asking.
Wait, so okay, it does open a prompt.
Yes.
That's not what I would expect from a C compiler.
That's
whatever.
How I've been doing all this is because you can't do anything with the MSys2exe. All this you end up doing in the main W64.
Yeah, so that instruction is right to some extent, but also the fact that they want you to update through that doesn't make any sense to me.
Oh, so you shouldn't update through that? Should you update through the MSys.exe?
Well, try running Pacman like -QE, like uppercase Q, lowercase e.
Okay. In
Like
the
just
in the
like
main W.
yeah, in the min GW one.
All right. Tell me what that is. You want me to try again?
Pac-Man dash uppercase Q lowercase e.
Uppercase Q, lowercase e.
Yeah. Does it do anything?
It just says base
Oh, it did. Okay.
2022 6-1 file system 2025
That's so weird.
23.
I guess running any of these programs just kind of opens up this terminal. Strange. Okay, I guess they're technically right about those instructions that you can open them. You can just double click on the MGW program and you'll get the terminal.
That's how I did all of this. Why is it called
Okay.
prompt though? Because it's like a command prompt.
Yeah, that's what this is often called, as a prompt.
Oh, huh. There's so many names for this. Terminal,
well, it's a
command line, shell, CLI. What's the difference between all these things?
Okay, so terminal is kind of a leftover term. There used to be called a machine that was a terminal. Like, do you remember Fallout?
I haven't played Fallout. I am so sorry.
Okay.
I know that's considered a legendary game series.
There used to be I haven't played much of it either, but it's just a game that I know that has them. So a terminal used to actually just it's like a computerless computer. It basically had a keyboard and a printout screen. And anytime you like typed keys, it would actually send those keystrokes like down a wire to the mainframe for your like session that you were running. It was basically just an interface, and then it would send like the text back that came from the mainframe, and so everything was text driven.
That does seem
really
how
cool.
old computers worked before Windows came along and we had GUIs.
Well, yeah, before we had like effective standalone machines.
Yeah,
that actually could do anything. Like mainframes were kind of the only thing that existed that could do any work.
Yeah, you had to have a supercomputer to do literally anything. And a supercomputer
take up a
is
room. Yeah, we
like
didn't
take
really
a couple rooms for what people put in like a card, a gift card now. Those little gift cards
a lot of those
with like the little audio thing. You open up the gift card and it like plays a sound. Yeah, that's more powerful than mainframe computers back then.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because I mean most of those just have like a tiny little like $5 CPU in there. I mean, what is it, 1950s? If they wanted to create the original iPhone with 1950s technology, it would take, I think, half the total economic output of the world to make it in terms of vacuum tubes.
Yeah, it's crazy. You know, we ran,
shit them out.
We went to the moon on a computer that is less powerful than is in gift cards that people throw away. The little gift cards that, you know, play a sound when you open them.
And yet we can't land on the moon.
Well, it's expensive. A lot of fuel.
But so back in the day, everything was mainframes. There wasn't like personal individual computers at the time. So whenever you used a computer, you logged into a terminal that was wired up to the mainframe and like did your work there. Because almost all computers were timeshare based, where everyone was kind of distributing out resources and time on the machine between lots of people. That was the most common computer. But yeah, that's what terminal comes from. And terminal usually just means like text interface, where you're just pressing keys and you're getting text back. And there's like some sophistication where there's certain key like combinations that the terminal, like a program, can send to the terminal, and the terminal will interpret it like to do stuff. For instance, you can move the cursor, like say to the beginning of the line, and delete everything on the way back. So you can like rewrite the whole line over and over again in the same place, or you can clear the screen, and like there's like whole games that have been made in just the terminal. And like me, I use the terminal for everything. Like my text editor is the terminal. And it has like a full UI and stuff of like a text editor.
Yeah, didn't people make like text adventure RPGs and stuff back in the day?
Oh yeah.
People wanted to make, I forget, does Moria count as one? There was that really old dungeon crawler, Moria.
Moria is one of the old ones, yeah. Yeah, like most computers didn't have like rendering. They just had text terminals. So a lot of stuff got made using those text terminals. Like I think it was the VT100 was like the big jump where it had enough like control stuff that you could do to like make little games and UIs and stuff using text. Because you could like rewrite the screen and like move stuff around and all that stuff. It was cool. I love it. It's neat. But yeah, and then command line is more particular to the like what type of program is running in a terminal. Like you know how you see how you're entering commands and getting results back.
Mm-hmm.
That's more a command line where you send a command and then you get a result. Shell is typically, it's kind of a broad term. Shell basically just means it's some kind of program that the user's interacting with that gives them like some kind of interface to the OS. So like
so shell is specifically for like Windows shell.
Sort of. It's really broad. So like there used to be like, so originally the earliest shells was SH, which was like a Unix, the Unix shell. And it was a command line. You would give it a command and it would like do it, like RM, which means remove file. So you could run the RM command and it would remove a file on the operating system. Basically, a shell is just a way to interact with the operating system without having to write code. You write command line stuff, but it kept evolving. Like GNOME, the full word for like the GNOME desktop is really the GNOME shell, because it was one of the earliest like graphical environments that let you interact with like the operating system.
So whether it's a text base or a GUI,
Yeah.
it's all shell.
Yeah, like
Like me interacting with
Windows
right here and pressing the minus button, that's me interacting with the shell.
Yeah, effectively. Yeah, that's all shell really means. But more often than not, it usually means a command line interface that like runs programs and interacts with the kernel.
So it means what it sounds like. It's a shell on the outside of the kernel that allows you to do stuff. With.
Yeah, it's an interface. That's all it is.
Okay.
And then CLI just means command line interface. It's just like command line
again. Just another word for command line. Of course,
yeah, it's just shorter.
CL.
Yeah, CLI, command line interface.
Well, now I understand a little better all these words that just sounded like they were just different ways of saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, I know.
Me.
There is a lot of history with some of this stuff from early computing that still stuck around.
Anyway, yeah, it says, do it, and it says, if it asks you to restart, or rather exit out. But then it says to do it again, I think. If it asks you to close the prompt, do so, which I did.
Enter
and then restart it and run the same command again, which means run pacman minus or dash syuu again. It says run the same command again, so that's what I did. I restarted it and ran, the same one. Where is it on the list? Installation.
That's weird.
Where's where I did it? Here, I did it a second time, even after restarting it. I don't know why, but that's what it said. Run the same command again. I assume that means pacman -syuu.
Here, can you check something for me? Go to the prompt and type in pacman -s h.
SH?
Yeah.
Is both lowercase?
No, the S is the first letter is always going to be capital.
Oh, okay.
In most cases, especially if there's two letters. Scroll up. Do that. Yeah, that works. Enables downgrades. Why the fuck would you enable downgrades?
I don't know.
What the fuck? You should only need to do like -syu and that's it. Like once. I don't fucking know what this other stuff is. That's really weird.
I don't know. It's just what I interpreted that. I don't know why you would update.
Like I don't know why
the MS or MSS2 and then do it again.
I don't even know if this person understands how this works, so I'm pretty sure if you run it once, it's fine. Like that's the job of the package manager, and it did it.
Right?
So,
That
yeah,
seems like common sense to me.
I don't know why you
I
would do
don't know,
double U. That makes no sense. Like, why would you ever want to fucking enable downgrade?
I just went. I tried not to question it, even though it said it, but I was just like, run the same command
Yeah.
again after I restart it.
Yeah, I don't even know if they
After it
know
updates
what
and
this
asks
is.
you to exit, and then
To be fair, they probably just like got it working, and this is the steps they did. They didn't like question it further.
And neither did
This
I,
is the
but it
magic
did seem
sauce that
weird to
worked.
me.
Yeah.
Now I
No,
need
they
to
probably just
install
don't
these
understand
dependencies. I am
how
definitely
Pac-Man
not
works.
typing that all out. That is huge.
Yeah.
So this is the dependencies I need. So shift insert, not control V, which is my brain is what it's used to. What's it called? Muscle memory. Control C, control V is my muscle memory now. Proceed with installation. So you got to get these dependencies from that. And I think I could have like put -J something or other to speed it up, but a little late now. It's already doing the thing. I forget what it is, but there's like a -J or something like that to like speed things up.
It looks like it was already doing like I think that's to make it so it'll download multiple at a time, but it looks like it already was. Because I remember they changed that in Pac-Man. The default now is to download 5 at a time. That might be out of date.
Let me
Yeah,
check on
Pac-Man used
here
to only
while
download
it's
one
doing
file
that.
at a
There's
time,
like
one package at a time. It's really annoying. It was slow.
Let's see, was it on here? Here it is. It's saying this was -J4, which, as far as it explains, can make it faster.
Yeah,
You can increase the compile speed with. Well, that's the make when you're making it, but the -J4 is supposed to speed things up apparently.
So make is a build system. It basically tries to figure out how to build all the C code. And by default, make runs like single threaded. It only does one file at a time. If you do -J4, you're telling it to do 4 compiles at a time. So it'll compile 4 different files all at once. So it's faster if you have multiple cores.
I think this AMD should have a decent number of cores. I don't remember exactly how many.
Oh yeah, no, it's a most computer. At the very least, it won't be slower. Like most computers, like multi-thread fine, even if there's one core. It's no, it's because make is really fucking old and they just never change the defaults, like ever.
So if I was going to continue with just making the vanilla Super Mario 64, where you're just Mario and stuff, and just making Super Mario 64 EX, I would git clone this code, but I'm going to show how to make the cream 64 one. And so I'm going to clone, because I want to show you the absolute shenanigans to getting this one working, because there is something that will happen that's annoying. So I'm going to copy this because I want to show specifically how to make this and what went wrong. So, oops, I pressed Control V again out of muscle memory. There. Shift insert. And so it's gonna make what I didn't realize when I was searching, I was like, where did it clone this to? It's in the home folder. It doesn't tell you that on the instructions because I guess they just assume.
So
if you're a fan of Mario 64, you must know how MSys2 works. It goes in the home folder.
So on Linux, like whenever you open a shell, it always goes to the user's home folder. So after this downloads, type in ls and hit enter.
LS? Okay, well, I'm waiting, but what
stands for list.
Huh.
It'll list all the files and folders that's in the current directory, and you'll see that it's your home folder.
I see. Yeah, I didn't know that. A thing is, I don't know a lot of these
I think,
text commands.
also, I think after, if you, where did you run it? Oh, it doesn't show it. Oh
like,
no, it
I
does.
barely
So you see that
learned
little
anything
squiggly
beyond
line?
like sudo apt-get.
So here's a basically. So here's a weird thing. You see that little squiggly line after
Squiggly line.
Ming
Yeah, I do. The
W
tilde, I think it's called.
64. Yeah, so that's actually your location. So in Linux, like shells, the semantics is if you have a tilde, that means relative to home folder. So it shows that because you're in the home folder. For instance, if you wanted to go to your downloads folder, you could do cd tilde what is that, / or whatever, and then like downloads, and it'll go to the downloads folder in your home directory. It's basically a shorthand for home. Yeah.
I didn't
Cool
realize that this tilde represented the home folder. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
you
because
want me
it's
to
such a
put
common thing that
ls?
Yeah, just type ls and hit enter. Should have this command, hopefully.
It says cream 64 PC.
Huh.
Which is strange because I think I was supposed to part of the instructions
I wonder
is
where
to press
this
cd
where
cream
is this
64
folder?
PC. You know, it
Type
says
in
after this.
Well, that's the
Oh, sorry.
folder. Yeah, so that's the so the git clone makes a folder and puts the git repo inside that folder. What's the way? How do you get the current path? I never think about that. Man, how do you get the current path? CDH. Does that tell you how to do it? Change. Use if. Nope. 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 I think you could just do. What was it? PWD. Yeah. Type in echo. And then space, and then $, uppercase PWD. And that should tell you where your current directory is.
Is all PWD and just the P is uppercase, right?
No, all of it.
Oh, okay.
It's a this is an environment variable.
Is there a
They're always
space
uppercase.
between any of these here, except between echo and?
No.
Okay, there it goes. Oh, hey, look, it just shows home, and there's the user, which is just kind of like clones the user.
Oh, this must be kind of
Windows.
some kind of virtual file system.
It is, yeah. It's got like its own
virtual.
like pseudo Unix thing.
It should be in that folder. Or maybe there's like a folder inside your user folder that actually is this.
Yeah,
oh, wait, no. Oh, there it is. Home. Right there.
And user.
Yeah.
And then this is where the game
is.
Well, it is kind of, it's like the stuff to build it, and then when it's done, there's a build folder after you press make.
Yeah. Yeah, it's common.
But yeah.
So you should be able to CD into that and then just call make, and then it should just work.
Yeah. That's what I did. That's why it says, you know, CD cream PC, make, baby, and then it puts you in that folder.
Yeah. So the make there's a file. So in that Git repo, look for a file called makefile.
Yeah, there is. There is one. I've looked for that before. There is, in fact,
so whenever
and
you
that's
call
what
make,
allows you to make, I guess.
The
here
make
it is.
Program
it's right here.
Runs that. Yeah, that's the build system that describes how this project is to be built. This is also why I joke that Windows isn't a real operating system, because they don't include a fucking C compiler and build system. Which is there is actual standards for what an operating system is. There's several, but one of the big ones is POSIX, which is like a standard for being Unix-like. And Windows does not even fucking close meet the standard. So I often joke that Windows isn't a real operating system.
Because it doesn't have makefile, or?
It doesn't have a lot of things, but two of them is a build system and a C compiler, which like I consider really important to being an operating system that's like user friendly, like, or you know, user enabling.
I see.
Like just to point out, on Windows, if you want to get software, you have to go on the internet, search it, hopefully you get the right website, don't accidentally hit the fake download ad button, and then like run a fucking random program off the internet, and that's how you get software. Like, it's fucking horrible. On Linux, you have a package manager that's all vetted and stuff and is supposed to work on your system, and you just type the name of it and say, I'd like to install that. And it goes through and figures out all the dependencies and installs that shit. The end.
So
like,
also
I'm on Arch.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
I was gonna say, I'm on Arch, so like if I want to install like the Super Mario 64 EX or Super Mario 64 PC or whatever, there's just a package someone has made for that, and I could just type that in and it'll automatically go through and download it and build it and install it on my machine.
So basically this would be a lot easier to do on Linux.
Yeah. There's also, because of the whole Nintendo, it would be like dramatically easier to do this. Because you're doing it on the system it was built for. Also, so you know how Nintendo went after the Switch emulators, like Yuzu and stuff?
Oh, I hate that. That made me so upset. Between that and their lawsuit against Palworld, I am not happy with them.
Yeah. So after Yuzu got killed, your only option for a little bit was basically just to run the latest early access build they had, which was already starting to have problems, and then with compatibility, and then the random fucking forks like Suyu and all that stuff that was spinning up that really had no promise. It was just a bunch of kids running them that wanted money. But there was one promising one, and there's some debate that it might have actually been a developer in hiding that spun up basically dark web Git. There's something called dark Git, where basically you run a Git repo on Tor.
Don't let people know about the secret club.
Oh yeah, good luck to them finding it. I hate to try but he always maintains one what's called ClearNet website, which is a normal website. He always maintains one ClearNet repo somewhere to like easily download from without having to use Tor. And the thing I love about Arch and always keeps me on Arch no matter what is, so this software is called Torzu. There is one of the things that makes Arch really unique, besides the rolling like distro where it's always the latest software, is the AUR, the Arch user repository, which is basically where just users can upload package like files that describe how to build and like download software. And so there is literally a Torzu package on the AUR that goes and downloads Torzu, builds it, and installs it on your system. So I could I have an automated way of just getting the latest like dark web fucking Switch emulator.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the AUR is legendary. I
wonder how well it runs on Linux.
Oh, great.
Well, maybe I need to start. Maybe I need a dual boot and just have a Linux, Arch Linux, just for playing Switch games.
Arch has
it's a middle finger to Nintendo.
Just to show how legendary the AUR is, there's a guy, he's been maintaining this for years, and I think he still is. There's a piece of software, I forgot the fucking name of it, but it was like a music library software. And it's built on Electron and stuff. But they never made the Linux release. And so what this guy did is he made a package file that would download the Windows release, extract all the code out of it, because it was written in JavaScript for Electron. So he just pulled out all the JavaScript and assets and stuff out of the app, did some patches to make it compatible with Linux, and then reinserted it into a Linux version of Electron and got it running. And so people just have a Linux version of this app thanks to this guy that's been maintaining this package for 5 years or something.
Yeah, I would have no idea where to take JavaScript from a newer version of a program and insert it back into an older version of the program in Linux from Windows. I would screw something up.
Really stupid. I dealing with Electron's a pain. There's also another really hilarious one. There's certain fonts that you can only legally get from a Windows image file.
Oh, that's annoying.
And so a way for certain stuff that needs that, a way that they get access to it is like on Arch Linux is there's an AUR package that downloads the Windows image file, extracts the fonts out of it, deletes that image, and then gives them to you. It's technically legal.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, I know. Like, I fucking love the Arch community. They are just so insane. And there is so much just super niche software that's like supported by the AUR. It's why I always stick with it.
Anyway, that's not been a strong train of thought, but what I was gonna say earlier is that it's not all included with this. There's also a separate, and I mean, I hate that this could like get pulled down because it's like not it's like on Google Drive, and I'm not sure I trust that, but yeah, I mean, not that I think it has viruses. I'm saying like they could get it removed by accident. Like I don't trust Google to like host these files forever. But so it's not all just like something you can just type out via the command line. You have to download these. So what I figure, well, it doesn't specifically say very easily. I need to go into what I think is the root of Cream 64 rather than the assets folder. Even though it says put it in assets, all of these are from the folder. So I downloaded it, even though I already have it. I just want to use that as an example. And so Cream 64, I'll just show you why I think that is. So like, if I go in here, well, there's an assets folder. All of these are folders that are already in the root. Or was it? Textures, yeah, look, there's a textures. Textures. So while it says put it in assets, I've just defaulted to putting it, there it is, actors, levels, sound, textures. But on the instructions, it says, download the extra assets.
Oh, look further down. Number 4. Dump the contents of the assets folder into the root where you cloned
Oh,
it.
okay.
So that,
yeah,
like,
that was
zip
me
you have
misreading
is
it.
the assets folder.
Of the assets. Okay, that was just me being stupid and misreading that. I'm an idiot.
Paps the fairy.
What? What'd you say?
Huh?
Oh, I didn't hear you.
I said Paps the fairy. I said it with an accent so you couldn't understand me.
Pat's the fairy? Is that what you said? Pat? Like head pat?
Paps. Paps is like when you like pat like a like a dog on the head for like doing something they shouldn't.
Oh. Well, I am stupid.
It's like
though.
a pat, but a little more aggressive and short.
Hey, Sergeant man. Okay, but anyway, I misread that. Being dumb. So it is in the root folder. I was right, and I misread and was
Your
like,
intuition
what do you
was
mean?
correct.
Put it in the asset. Okay, yeah, there's that at least.
You misunderstood all the instructions, but you got it right.
Alright. Okay, so that's what you do with that.
I've done that a lot.
And here I'll show you the way that EX Allo, which this is the fork of the fork of the fork this is based off of and uses, which is where you get the thing. I will try just making it and it will error out, and I will show you why. But I already explained it in the Discord, but I just want to show everyone it erroring out badly because this EX Allo is missing a line of code or whatever in one of the files. You can, I don't know if it's like code, call it code, but it's like instructions.
Let's run it. I want to see. I'm curious now.
What?
I said run it. I'm curious.
Reddit?
See what's wrong.
What?
I said run it. I want to see what's wrong.
Oh, okay, yeah. Anyway, I should be all ready to quote unquote make, but it's not gonna work. So
let's make.
I think that's everything I'm supposed to do aside from the thing that I'm supposed to do to fix it. I'm trying to remember if there's anything. Dump the contents. Did that. Oh, I need to get the ROM. The legally obtained ROM. Actually, technically, I do own the cartridge, but I don't own a dumping thing.
If you
What
want
do you call
access
them?
to
ROM
it,
dumper hardware. I only have one of those like for the Game Boy and Game
Yeah.
Boy Color.
You don't have a dumpy.
I don't have a
not to be
dumpy,
pirate,
no.
but if you want, if you want access, Vim's Lair is a really reputable one, and they actually got some of the Nintendo stuff back on it, including Super Mario.
They already got most of their stuff taken down by Nintendo because people are like, I see, I'm gonna tell you where you can get these ROMs. It's either people who are like really, really like, see, I think the piracy is wrong. Leave me alone. Don't take my YouTube video down. Nintendo, don't come after me. I disagree with piracy. My ROMs were legally obtained. And I can't tell you where to find the ROMs, and other people are just like, oh yeah, just go to there. The thing is that those ROMs are apparently have like extra files and like unnecessary junk in them. A lot of them from Vims. And number two, like all of the Nintendo and Sega stuff got taken down because they finally got found out.
Well, it's back on now.
Is it really?
You can't. Yeah. I'm literally looking at Super Mario 64 right now on it.
I don't want to get in trouble with Nintendo or YouTube or Twitch or whatever. But also I don't want them to find out these videos, these websites, but I know where you can get them. I'm not lying, have a cartridge. It's not in great condition. I got it a few years ago, used it at a retro game shop. It's got like some kids writing all over it where they were like, Jim or well, I'm gonna go find my cartridge. It's got some kid's name written on it in a marker. Let me go find my cartridge. Mario.
One of my
Super Mario
favorite
64. Find my actual cartridge. Who's JBR something. Wrote it on the left side of the cartridge. I bought it several years ago. It was cheap. At least unlike some games that I believe are absolutely very easy to pirate. I don't think it matters if you pirate Mario 64. Because Nintendo doesn't seem to care about selling it to you. They put out Mario All-Stars, which I have a copy of, in limited run.
I do too. A
limited run of Super Mario All-Stars. Or whatever, it's not Super Mario All-Stars. 3D All-Stars. So I have two copies of this game.
And it doesn't even run that well.
Alright. But yeah.
Yeah,
my roommate Julie can come confirm it. Come take a look at this cartridge. See if you could read the text of this kid's name on here. Who wrote their name on the left side in marker. You'll have to go to the kitchen to read it. It's JBR something.
J. Brooks.
J. Brooks. I have J. Brooks' cartridge for Super Mario 64.
Yo, I'm J. Brooks.
So I own the game. I ought to have a right to do this, but also what I don't have the money for right now is a Nintendo 64 ROM dumper. I have one for the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, but not for the Nintendo 64.
Fun fact, it works that way in Canada, but not here. Legally, you have to use your own dump here in the United States, but in Canada, as long as you own the appropriate game, then you can freely download a ROM. It's kind of weird.
Wow. Good on Canada.
Literally everywhere but
buying
here
ROM
has
dumpers
better
is
consumer
annoying.
protection.
Sorry, what?
I said literally anywhere but America if you want better consumer protection.
Right? Plastic Fondue says Mion is mega gay, ultra goober. Anyway, you have to rename the ROM. You just take your Super Mario 64 ROM. I use the USA because I think it would probably cause problems if it was the Japanese ROM, since it's an English ROM hack. The only real difference is going to be like the Texas and Japanese probably. That and the other revision that they use for a lot of the ports that gets rid of all the fun speedrun glitches is a Japanese one, I believe. Anyway, this one should work. And that's the real life cartridge I have is the American cartridge anyway. I don't have a Japanese cartridge. And you're going to want to put it. I should have just made a new tab. I'm being a dumbass. Wait, what?
Are you teaching Auri how to do hackies?
Auri is ended stream.
Yeah, I thought so. So who are you talking to?
Just chat and
Because someone was like, Neon is gay, and so I was like, are you still talking to Auri?
Plastic Fondue said that.
Oh, plastic, okay.
I am talking to Spicer.
Okay, Spicer.
I am, Mr. Tech Boy. Mr. Programmer Genius Wizard.
Don't talk to Spice, he'll reprogram your mind.
Probably. So you take that and and you have to put it in the root folder. You just put it in the root folder. Like all the other stuff from that. So where is it? It says home because it's in the home folder and then the user folder and then here it is. So you paste the ROM in here. And it's got to be named base ROM, then .us or whatever the region of your ROM is. If it's a Japanese ROM, then .jp, and if it's European, it'd be .pal, I think. Mine's an American cartridge. It's an English mod. I assume that Japanese text might cause problems. Not sure. And then it should be ready to make, except it's not. Except it's not because you press make. Oh, it's almost accidentally wrote make. It will error out because there's something wrong with it. It's going to take a few moments because I don't know why there's a delay. There is a delay.
It's processing.
It takes a bit. Sorry, what were you saying, Spicer?
I said it's probably processing the make files.
There it
goes.
goes.
Pretty complicated.
It takes a while. It is turning a video game ROM. It's turning a video game ROM into a PC video game. Except it's gonna fail. It is gonna fail. And I'll show you what's wrong with Allo. That there's something wrong with one of the pieces of code or files /files.
Oh
anyway, there it goes. But excuse you.
Look
Yoshi's Egg 1204. What? Are you saying? It's gonna take a while. Anyway, this is just an example. You press make. But yeah, there's an error. I'm gonna have to go back and mess with one of the files. 56709. Oh.
Fire.
Hey, Cricketoon.
Main menu segment 7. Oh, that's my favorite segment.
Yeah, it takes a while.
That's something I wish we could have picked
The
up.
fuck is SSL in there?
Oh, yeah.
You
need more. Oh, sorry, I was talking to my roommate.
Woof.
We're out of tasty butter for popping popcorn. I mean, we have real butter, but, not popcorn oil.
Hey, Cricketoon, have you ever compiled Super Mario 64 PC before? I like how that's called Chain Sharp Bark. Chain Sharp Bark .aiff. That is the infamous Chain Chomp barking sound. Do you like me to show you how it's done? I got Cream 64 working, except I'm showing you how it doesn't work. Because when I first did it, it broke horribly. Because one of the files in EXAllo is busted. Maybe. I wish I could afford to buy. Even though I know people hate the Nintendo 64 controller, I wish I could afford either a good adapter for a Nintendo 64 controller or a USB Nintendo 64 controller. Because these games just feel more right on a 64 controller. I'm weird that way.
I'm sorry, DualShock or die. I don't care what game.
DualSense is peak.
The only other controller I've ever liked as much as a DualShock is a Switch Pro.
My favorite, like, modern Nintendo controller is the Wii U Pro controller. I just feel like it feels better in the hands and that it has a better D-pad.
Actually, wait, hold on. I take that back. I forgot. The Wii Classic controller fucked.
I like that okay. I feel like the Wii U Pro controller is really, really, really good.
I never used it, but the Wii
Xbox
Classic
360
controller fucked.
never died.
What never died?
The Xbox 360 controller. That thing was a fucking brick.
I hated the D-pad on that thing.
I know, but I know people that still have them and they still work. They had children. Like, those things are ridiculous.
What, Julia?
D-pad on what thing?
On the Xbox 360 controller.
Oh yeah, fuck that shit.
Right?
But hey, if
the
you needed a controller that was
Xbox
cheap, it lasts 10 years.
Controller was as popular as it was, and why I used it is because it was the only one you could just plug into a fucking computer and it worked.
Yeah, that was the main appeal.
Yep. That's the beauty of being on Linux, is the DualShock controller just works. It actually makes it so that the touchpad is mapped to your mouse, and you can like use it as a mouse automatically.
Hey, Lynn. You've successfully compiled a Mario now. Right?
Yeah.
But have you ever compiled a Puyo?
Probably not. Did they like port one of the Puyo games on the Nintendo 64? Did they like decomp at that?
Joke overhead.
It did. Compile, because that's the developer. Derp. Nice. Hi, Blobus. Yeah, it's a Linux style command line. It is a Linux style command line. I would love to show you how it's done. There it is. There's the error. Look at all those errors.
Wait, scroll up.
Look at all those errors. So many errors. This stumped me for like 6 hours straight yesterday.
This is what this is what C++ does. It's really annoying. It doesn't give up. It's just like, here's everything I found wrong after I found one thing wrong that broke everything else.
Exactly. One little thing wrong destroyed everything else. Error, 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 error. So many error messages.
I think I see what the problem is. Scroll to the top of the errors. Do the first one.
Oh, I know what the problem is, but only because someone on the official Discord told me. So many errors. A menagerie of errors.
A menagerie. Yeah, it's really obvious what it is. Something didn't get included. The symbol's missing.
That's so much to even go through that it would be hard to
Just
figure
keep
out where
going.
things first went wrong.
You just go to the first one. It's C++ is
Yeah.
linear. It's always going to be the
Okay.
first one. C++ never does anything out of order.
Oh god, there's so much to scroll up through. There's so
Yeah,
much.
this is the problem with the fucking compilers. It keeps going, and it's just like, well, I had a problem that's probably going to cause like hundreds of other problems, but I'm going to keep trying. It's so annoying.
Yeah,
I wish it would
I
just give
agree.
up.
Okay, here we go. Wait, no, there's still errors.
No, keep going. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hopefully we don't hit the end of the scroll back buffer. That would suck.
Is that what that's called when you can't scroll up anymore?
Yep, there's a limit. Might have to pass a flag to tell it to like just stop on the first fucking error.
Okay, here it is.
Ah, here we go.
I think.
Inline variables are only, that's a warning, is not declared in this. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Armips? What the fuck is Armip?
Okay, so I can show you what the problem is. I mentioned it in the Discord, but I even wrote it down in this little guide I'm trying to make, which I can improve, but I just got started and it's also for me as much as anyone else. I want to do this again. Where in that part?
Down.
So yeah, I'll need to scroll down. Here it is. There is a file in cream64pc/tools called armix.cpp. This best to open in Notepad++ just because it like tells you what line it is. And you need to have this. They were missing this line right here.
You have an error in there.
What?
You said between lines 221 and 221.
Oh, derp.
Wait, go back to the error real quick, like the one in the terminal real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I know, missing a fucking standard library include magical. Like, why? That's so strange. Oh, it's so weird. I wonder why. That's odd. They must not set up something with the makefile right or something. I don't know. That's very odd. Oh, I bet they changed something, and there's another file earlier on that includes that, and they just got rid of that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that'll fix it. It's really weird that it's a problem.
We're speculating now.
Yeah, that'll probably. I mean, they'll fix it. I can see why that works. It's really dumb. I love how it even thinks.
My cat's really meowy right now.
And classic fucking C++ compiler where it's like, oh, you can do this, it'll fix it. And it's like, okay, well, could you do that? Yeah.
Hey.
That makes sense.
Oh, yeah, is this right? What? Let's see. Am I in the wrong folder? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder, derp. I'm so sorry.
Blabus, you summed it up well. Well, there's some code bases that are really nice. I've definitely read some good ones.
And go to home. This is I've learned everything is always in home. And then tools. And then you have
Reading
to go
suckless software is so easy.
to this. 221. Let's find 221. 221. So enter. Paste. Save. Now we can make it. In fact, I'm gonna make it with like more features because there's like build options.
Wait. Go back to that file. I think I noticed what might have been wrong.
Sure. You mean the one in Notepad?
Yeah. Wait. Tiny form.
This is what I added. Was include or hashtag include. Oh, I forgot what that bracket is called. And then CST didn't.
It doesn't look like they're. Double click on that C standard int part.
Oops.
If
I click it, it turns green.
Oh, click it once, and then do Control F.
Oh, okay. Oops. Did I mess something up? I guess not. I hope not.
I want to Control Z.
Find what?
Just type in C standard int. STD int.
Just type in what?
The C STD int.
Oh, right, that.
I want to see if there's anything in this file that references it. That's like just some kind of weird.
Where did I put that? I don't see it anymore.
You deleted it on accident.
Oof. Let me go to undo.
Just Control Z it, yeah.
Or yeah, Control Z works. Find next on doing it. Can I find previous? Here, let me go to the beginning. That's literally the only instance of it is the one I put in here.
So weird. Oh, wait. There should be an armips.hpp or .h.
Like in the folder or in here?
Yeah, in the folder. Should be.
Okay.
Usually next to each other.
I don't see it. I mean, it's alphabetical. There's apply patch and assemble sound. And then we're in the letter B.
Interesting. I wonder if they just directly. Let's see, this code, what is this? Cream 64, Super Mario 64.
Yeah. Let's see. We're watching my stream, so I can, like, link it to you, though.
Well, no, I found it. Don't worry about it. I'm really good at finding code. I've been doing this a long time. Where's the fucking make file? There it is. Let's see, what is it doing?
Anyway, now that I fixed this, it will actually compile.
Wow, no wonder this thing has a big delay. This is a giant ass Megalo.
Time to make. Now it should make.
Oh, it looks like it just compiles our MIPS by itself.
Oops, I keep forgetting. Shift.
I'll just search the whole code base. Fuck it.
Insert. Now it should build it. Only difference, I pressed make, but also I removed the drawing distance and made it 60 frames per second. Julia thinks is wrong. Julia thinks these games look like crap in 60 FPS for some reason.
Yeah.
The animations are not made for 60 FPS.
What's not made?
The animation. They don't look right because they're moving too fast.
I think I should not play Mario 64 in 60 FPS.
Wait, what? The animation's all tweened, so it's just gonna be like a higher frame rate generated.
Right? Yeah, I don't get that.
Like it's not gonna run faster. It's just gonna be smoother, which may or may not look good or not. It's kind of preference. Yeah, there's actually not a single entry of C standard int in the entire code base, so I don't know what's up with that.
Hey, by the way, Lynn, completely unrelated, there's a really good Bridget player right now.
Oh, nice. On Twitch or what?
Yeah, on the Plus R channel.
Huh, nice. So it's not Strive, it's Plus R.
Yeah, it's Plus R.
Cool. Still cool.
Which it's rare to see a good Bridget on here, so.
I suck at plus R Bridget. The controls are different, and I've gotten more and more used to Strive. I played Bridget in an older Guilty Gear back in the day, but I don't remember very well, and I remember when I tried playing Bridget, I was like, oh god, this is not what I'm used to anymore.
Bridget's like a trap set zoner.
Hey.
I can't
Sorry. You'll have to excuse me. We're cringe.
but her yo-yos are kind of like Venom's balls taken up to 11.
I see.
True, Venom uses cue balls.
It is true.
Venom fights with his balls and long stick. What am I saying that's incorrect here?
Are we sexually harassing you? I'm so sorry. Spicer, are you there?
Huh? Oh, I was.
Oh,
I was
okay.
reading
Did I
code.
make you uncomfortable?
No? Okay.
Oh, okay.
I am used to all kinds of shit.
Oh, okay.
I don't really get uncomfortable with much. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that code. Like, I go all the way back to the forks, and they're all the same, and none of them reference that. So it's something must be pulling it in somewhere. I just don't know what. I wonder if standard it actually comes in. Yeah, there's standard.
I'm grateful I eventually got it working.
That must be what it is.
Why does it seem like it's stuck on that? This takes a while, I guess. Hopefully something didn't go horribly wrong. Maybe. This is just on stream. I'm gonna actually make like a short and sweet, short and simple, like a construction of how to make, how to install Cream 64. I'm not gonna be
How to install Cream 64 without joining a Discord.
right, yeah. And I won't be like so many YouTube. I mean, obviously, I need to not be on YouTuber or Nintendo's bad side, which is almost impossible. But I'm not gonna be like, piracy is wrong. I'm not gonna tell you where to find this ROM. You'll have to dump it yourself, like a moral, upstanding individual. I'm not gonna tell you where to find the ROM.
Go get your ROM from your local back alley drug dealer.
Yes. Go find your ROM from your local game store that has J Brook or whatever his name is written on it for like $10. I think that's how much I paid for that. It's old retro games have gotten insane prices, but also Mario 64 is like one of the most common games ever. Yeah.
The include folder doesn't have it, but the Blobus, the RMIPS file is directly compiled. There's
It's
no
games
header.
that have really
it's an
limited
EXE.
releases that are.
Yeah, we're both talking at the same time. Oh, sorry. You first, Spicer. Sorry.
I was just talking to Blobus.
Oh, okay. Sorry, what's that, Julia?
I was just saying it's really only games that have really limited runs that wind up having a big price jump. And almost always it's like some game that wasn't popular until 20 years later.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
Even some games that still are considered bad, it can still be insane prices because people want a complete collection for their huge walls of games they never played.
You know, speaking of, wait, hold on. I know what I'm gonna do when we start getting the DoorDash money. I'm gonna save up for Outbreak.
There you go. I'm gonna go put this away. Be right back. I want to put something in the fridge.
Hey, we even know a place to buy it.
Alright, be right back.
Remember they had Outbreak at the classic game store?
Mm-hmm.
So, Blobus, lol. So Blobus, it looks like it was actually an older GCC thing that used to auto-import C standard int. I think it was GCC 13 is when they changed it. A lot of projects actually had this problem, and there's a big chain of them in like GitHub and stuff of when this change happened. Typical GCC just saying "fuck you guys." They love doing that. The compiler whose developers literally said, "We'll lie to you, we'll crush your dreams, and like you can't ever trust us." Oh man, classic C++.
Whoa.
Weird nonsense.
I'm not allowed to tell you that you can find ROMs at insert URL here, or that you should put them in the insert directory here folder afterwards. That would be totally immoral.
I love one of my favorite like piracy things was there's a guy like, well, you can't really get it, but I can't really think of any ways you could get it, and it just cuts to him in a pirate costume for the rest of like the end of the video. I just can't think of any way that you would ever get access to these easily, because they're not selling them, and there's no official way to get them. I just don't know. I just sitting there in a pirate costume.
Some of the people who are just like, but you could probably Google it. I'm just gonna go ahead and say, try Reddit.
Yeah, most of that shit's on Reddit. There's like whole fucking subreddits for that shit.
Right? Yeah.
And Discords. Yeah, no, it's super easy to get pirated content. Like, my god.
It is still compiling. No wonder they tell you options to compile faster. This is like
C++.
Go watch an episode of an anime. Sort of thing.
Yeah, it's embedding all these images. That takes a while.
Anyway, I already have one that's working that I got to work. It is right here. It's me. It's actually a little loud. I'm gonna turn down the volume just a little. I'm sure there's an in-game option, but I don't remember all the commands.
Why wouldn't they? College books are fucking racket.
College books? Getting an education without going further and further into debt as a student?
So you paid
that would be immoral. He's cute. I'll do my best.
Dear Cream, please come to the castle.
They replace Princess Peach with her mom, Vanilla.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're actually playing.
I am. I decided to actually get around to actually playing.
And
they got her mom Vanilla on the stained glass. That's a lot of work into this.
Is that screen tearing?
Is there? Yeah, there is screen tearing. I don't like that. I should go into NVIDIA and VSync it.
I thought there was an in-game settings menu to like turn this.
Is there? I don't know. Do you know? If you know of one, I don't. I
might be thinking of the Ocarina of Time decompile.
Yeah, Shibuya Parkinian has a menu. There's menus for some of them, the like EX co-op or whatever it's called. That one has a menu. I forget how it's done, but
yeah.
There's a one called like co-op. Or sorry, what were you saying? I interrupted you. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
What? Oh,
I bet you're tired. I'm really sorry if I was rude.
One of the best. Huh? What about time? I don't need it. I just like this stuff. I get obsessive. Like
I'm
I've
so
stayed at
sorry
work
for
really
continually
late
talking over
doing stuff.
you.
Huh? No, you should do that. I do it all the time.
I'm glad you're also
Whatever you
sensitive to
think
screen
might.
tearing, just like me. My
Oh
roommate
yeah, I hate
doesn't
that
even
shit.
notice when there's screen tearing. I'm like, oh, there's screen tearing,
How
and
do
she'll
you
be like,
not
what?
notice?
I know. How do you not notice screen tearing? It's so
nuts.
noticeable.
On like old Linux. So I remember you talking about like what's Wayland. Well, there's two ways to do display stuff like in Linux, and it's X11, which is like really old, and then Wayland's the new thing. X11 had a really fucking horrible problem with screen tearing, and my god, it drove me nuts. Thankfully I figured out how to fix it, but like there's a programmer like influencer that me and some friends like really love. We watch him a lot, and he fucking can't figure out how to fix it on his machine. So there's so many videos of him like watching like or like watching a like reacting to a YouTube video of someone else doing programming stuff, and it's just so much screen tearing the entire fucking time, and this chap's doing
Ugh.
so much shit.
Ooh,
Like, I can't figure out how to
gross.
fix screen tearing.
I'm
I don't
glad
know.
that for all NVIDIA stinks, at least there's that little menu right there that's just like, here, add a game, change the game settings, enable
Yeah, AMD does it
VSync.
too.
AMD does it too? Okay, nice. Been a while
Yeah.
since I
Also
used an
on
AMD
Linux,
card.
on Linux, especially Wayland, VSync is enforced. Like you're actually not allowed to screen tear in Wayland.
What's Wayland again?
So Wayland's the modern like display protocol for like your desktop and stuff in Linux. It was developed to improve stuff like multi-monitor, multiple like different frame rates between multiple monitors. It's really good. I just hate the way they architected it. It's really annoying. Because basically, like, with X11, which was the original, there was like a central server that everything talked to. And it kept a lot of stuff very consistent. The problem was it was like slower and it had issues with like more recent innovations with like how displays are handled, like monitors. So it really just couldn't keep up. But Wayland requires, if you want to make it like a desktop environment, you know, having, you know, windows and menus and stuff, whoever implements that has to just make the whole fucking like stack. They have to make the entire thing. There's no like server that implements most of it. You just talk to it. Like you have to just write it entirely for your, like if you want to make your own desktop environment for Linux, you have to just write the whole thing. It sucks, and it creates kind of a lot of mismatching between them where they don't implement protocols the same way. It's a mess.
Wait, if you want to make a GUI for Linux, you're...
No. So, okay, so there's something called a compositor, which is basically what figures out, like, so when a program wants to render itself, it has to talk to the compositor, and like the compositor gives it the frame that it, you know, like the window it's supposed to, like the size, and then it renders to that, and then the compositor displays that on the screen. So you can think of it like, you know how there's like the OS kernel that like actually does all the work and, you know, reads the files and gives the data back to the program. Like there's this mediator there at the central part of your like system. It's kind of like that, but for like graphics and displaying. So if a program wants to like display, it just tells the compositor, hey, I want to display. And the compositor figures out where the window is, you know, is it in focus, you know, what inputs do you have like to read, stuff like that. And that's basically what Wayland is, the compositor. It figures out like, you know, you can put shadowing around windows, and the compositor can render shadows on the edges of the windows, or
wow, that is a term that I think it existed in the deep recesses of my memory, is the word compositor. I haven't heard that term in like a long time and totally forgotten. It's like, wow.
The first time people
that is
probably
a
heard
word.
it was Windows. Windows used to not have a compositor really, until they introduced. So like, if you wanted a window to be like translucent, you couldn't do it in old Windows. And so in Windows Vista, I think is what it was, they added the arrow compositor, which you might remember because it would break a lot of games.
I remember a lot of people didn't like Windows Vista.
Yeah, I think it was Vista. It was at a 7. But yeah, they added the arrow compositor, which was like the first time the like menus and stuff in Windows could be translucent and like show the background behind them and stuff like that. Because that's what a compositor does, is it figures out how to layer images on top of each other in the right way, which allows you to do stuff like have transparent windows and stuff that you can, you know, show stuff behind them.
I wish that Windows had a lot of transparent windows without an external program.
Yeah.
I have like a program that allows you to have transparent windows in, well, Windows. And I wish it was just like a default thing.
Let me show you a screenshot. This would be funny.
Okay, sure.
Shows on stream. I don't care.
Like on
That's
Discord
what my
or
desktop looks
something?
like. Yeah, I just sent it to you on Discord.
Okay.
And you can show it if you want.
Select bun.
Grabs the button.
Oh yeah, you do have that. Looks like you're using Linux right now.
Yeah, I don't have a Windows
Spicer
computer.
is allergic to Windows.
What, Julia?
Fuck Windows. I have one
Julia?
Windows
I
computer I
said
interact
Spicer
with,
is
and it's a work
allergic to
computer.
Windows.
Aw. I mean, if it makes it easier to have a more customized GUI, that would be nice. I get
I like
sick
minimalism.
of the limited options for like changing the way the GUI works.
You want to know
Like
how
if
I
I'm
check
doing
my
something
battery
like
on my
streaming
laptop?
Dungeons and Dragons stuff, it would be nice to make the GUI look all fantasy themed and stuff. Or if I'm playing some sci-fi themed thing, like going into my menus, it could be cool if it looked all cyberpunk and neon. But I don't have the option to like do that in Windows. It's just, you got your file explorer, it looks the way it looks. You can choose light or dark mode, you can choose wallpapers and a couple other things. You can use what's it called, wallpaper engine. A few other options like that, and rain meter. But not a lot of other options. I've looked. Sorry, continue. Spicer, I'm sorry.
Dear Cream, please come to the castle.
It looks like there's a bilinear
Loving
filter on the
Princess
texture.
Vanilla. Mom,
You bilinear Spicer? Where does Spicer go? Did I scare away Spicer? Maybe he had to go. I just didn't hear him say it. Probably got sick of me talking over him. Good chat. Oh, chat. Hi, Spicer. Hi, Spicer. Discord chat. Oh, okay. Chow, Chow, you've reached Princess Peach's castle. But isn't it Princess Vanilla's castle at this part? Looks like you got a bit of a makeover. Oh, okay, derp. I'm a goober, it's true. Okay, I'll just call you here if that's okay. It should be fine, unless you prefer something else. Hey.
I hit my... yeah, I killed this one.
It's okay.
It's like
But
a
yeah,
single hotkey.
the options for messing around with Windows have left me disappointed.
Yeah.
Like in
it's pretty-
terms
yeah,
of the
and they
GUI,
always
at least.
they actively brick like the customization tools too. Like,
I'm just worried about having trouble. Like, I already had so much trouble just getting this working. And I remember years and years ago when I used Ubuntu, like, I could never go to, like, what's the little shop thing they have in Ubuntu where you can, like, find stuff just from a list of stuff? Like a menu.
Yeah.
It's like a shop, but it's
stupid.
not a shop. So a lot of the emulators I weren't there, and this was like before the days of RetroArch. And so like I was trying to get like a PlayStation 1 emulator working. I remember being so frustrated and spent a lot of time because I couldn't seem to get the root permissions, despite the fact I should have been the root user, to download repositories so that PlayStation 1 emulator would show up in that store. And so I looked through there and decided I would like look to see what repository option. I couldn't do it. Eventually, I was able to sudo apt get it all, and do different sudos to get it.
Yeah, anytime
but
you're
I remember
adding or
it was
packages,
a learning process. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it is. No, yeah, a lot of the Linux has changed dramatically over the years, and especially like even just the last couple of years has gotten way better at a lot of stuff. And yeah, like if you're trying to do gaming and stuff, like Ubuntu's terrible. That's not what Ubuntu's designed for. It's an enterprise like business thing. It's not designed for gaming or anything like that. And Debian, like, it's one of the biggest package stores. Like, they have a lot of packages on the Debian repos and stuff, but they're usually out of date. And there's no way for users to really get their stuff on there. That's why I said Arch is like really unique in the fact that they have such easy access to like user submitted packages and stuff. Really niche ass shit.
May I try a single fry? Thank you. Julia made fries.
Yeah, like I said, there's only a few sets of programs that are difficult to get going on Linux. Everything else, like in some cases, is almost easier. It's pretty automated. You just have to learn a new way of dealing with, like, interacting with your computer than the Windows way.
Maybe it would be worth it, especially since Proton has made running games and other software easier and easier.
Yeah, so
like mostly what was keeping me on Windows, aside from getting confused by having to do so many things via the terminal because some of the things in the menus just weren't up to snuff yet. And so you would still have to go back and just do things via terminal and sudo this and that. Is like, I mean, the amount of software I was missing out on.
Yeah, if like the problem with Linux is it's an environment you control, and that control you have to learn how to use it. Like, that's the problem with a lot of people is they don't really want to like actually learn how to set up a system, or like what even is involved in their computer doing what it does. Like, you can use pre-made distros, but you're gonna just always run into some kind of wall. Like, that's why I love the Archway, which is they don't give you like this pre-made environment. They just give you the bare minimum, and then they provide you like the best Linux documentation there is, which is the Arch Linux wiki. Like, literally other distros will reference it. It's like so complete.
Well, I'm certainly willing to try it out. Sorry, were you still talking?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
No,
I'm really sorry.
It's fine. I literally have a history with being talked over or me talking over other people, so I'm fine with that stuff.
I've talked over you a lot. Anyway, continue.
It's earned. I talk over a lot of people. Yeah, so like there's a bit of a learning curve, but like if you're just read, like the Arch wiki is crazy good. Like, if you're just willing to read and learn, like you can get through it pretty fast and like have a lot of control over your system and what it does, and learn how these things actually work. Like I love the minimalism. Like I don't really have like the only programs I have that are graphical is literally my web browser, Steam, and like emulators. That's it. I don't have any other graphical programs. I do everything like in the terminal. It's just such a nice minimal environment.
I mean, I'll try to learn. I used a bit of MS-DOS when I was a kid.
Yeah, but you can absolutely like set up a full ass, like you can just throw KDE on there. Like that's what Auri
That's
does.
what Kubuntu uses, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like the KDE GUI
KDE
then.
is Windows but customizable. Like that's like KDE's thing. Is they let you do whatever you want. You can make it look however you want. But it's still like kind of Windowsy. KDE and GNOME are the two major ones. GNOME is more like Mac, where it's very opinionated and doesn't really like you're supposed to learn it and adapt to it. Whereas KDE, it adapts to you.
I'll say that I tried Ubuntu and I tried Kubuntu, and Kubuntu is the KDE. I liked the GUI of Kubuntu better.
Yeah, no, I think most people like KDE, and KDE's really like come a long way, and they're kind of leading now. It used to be GNOME, but like KDE's really gone fast, and a lot of standards are actually being implemented based on theirs now. And they're usually at the forefront of like the Wayland development stuff too. They're definitely the gamer desktop, like the SteamOS uses KDE. It's the most like gaming friendly. But if you want to go minimal and get the tiling window manager, so like see my desktop.
I'll have to switch over to like Discord again to check that out. Did you send me something new, or is it you're just talking about the old one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where you had like the transparent, semi-transparent terminal,
yeah,
and then you had on the right side Twitch.
Those windows are auto-placed. So if I have one program running, it takes up the whole window. If I run another program, they both take up half the window. And if I run another program, then it gets placed somewhere in there, and then like one program takes half a window, two programs take quarters. So a tiling window manager just tiles windows out automatically, and you can like move them around. US screen. And it basically just figures out how to position and size the windows to keep this like tile layout around. And it's all like animated. Cool. And the one I use is called Hyperland, which is like the most popular Wayland tiling window manager. Or I guess Wayland are called compositors. Window manager is a X11 name. And it's all like Hyperland's all based on like being really nice to use and being really like good feeling. Like there's shadowing on the edges of the windows, so everything looks smooth. All the windows, like everything's animated. So like if I spawn a window, it like smoothly moves the other window over and shrinks it, and then expands mine, the new one. Or like if you make them switch places, it'll tween them between the new places and stuff like that. So it's got animations for everything. It's really, you can make it really fancy. In Linux, there's a thing called ricing. I don't know if you've heard of that.
I haven't.
Oh, look up when you get a chance, Unix porn. I'll put it in chat. It's a subreddit.
Okay, cool.
It's just people that rice the shit out of, like, you know how you can make a car like really customized and super fancy and shit with like lights and textures and all kinds of shit.
That's interesting. I think some people used to call like racing out a car to be like racist against Asian people, though. I remember someone being like, don't say that.
I don't remember what the original fucking term is, but I'm pretty sure it's like car culture stuff too. But yeah.
But yeah, I know what ricing means. I stopped using that term because someone told me it was racist against Asian people.
Etymology. I don't know, it's very heavily used.
But yeah, it's like the drift culture of like taking cars like Hondas and stuff and lowering them, adding spoilers,
term for fast cars and
adding neon. The very Fast and Furious East Asian style of making drift style racy cars. something that is racing up a car is like a euphemism for drift culture. For drift culture in Itasha.
Oh, it's so interesting. So it comes from the term rice rocket, which was basically a pejorative term for fast cars and motorcycles of Asian, specifically Japanese origin.
That probably makes sense.
And then it got transferred to ricing, meaning like car mods. But in the IT world, it was borrowed to describe desktop modding and customization.
So cute.
Because many of the community, like the thing is, it actually kind of makes sense why it's called ricing in a fucked up way. Because a lot of ricing is anime like oriented, so it kind of like makes sense.
Itasha is very anime oriented. That's
so
like where people
it's kept
customize their cars in otaku or anime.
Yeah, it's definitely kept its meaning. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Oh well. Anyway, that's the term that everyone uses. So yeah. Unix porn is basically, it's just people that rice the fuck out of their like Linux desktops, like to be exactly how they want, and all like style.
That sounds nice.
It's a whole world you could just fucking like devolve into, and it's all you do is just rice your Linux desktop.
I probably would. I've spent way too much time doing things like
you should go on there. There's some crazy shit people have made, but yeah, if you look at it, most of it is Hyperland. It's the most popular one. Besides, like, I think KDE and XFCE, I think those are the three main, like, most riceable desktops there are. It's a wild world.
Anyway,
I don't really do it.
Is it my turn to speak yet?
Yeah.
So, I would consider trying it. I really am not happy with Windows 11 that's on this gaming computer. Like, really not happy. Windows 11 has been a really frustrating GUI. I've heard all sorts of things that they're planning on implementing. Does not seem to respect its users. Is much worse than Windows 10, which already was worse than Windows 7 in many ways. But I don't want to completely lose access to it, especially after, we paid for Windows 11. So, like, is it still possible to dual boot, or has Microsoft completely killed that possibility?
You can dual boot. It's just a bit of work. It can sometimes cause weird stuff, but
I'd be willing to try it. I know that I ran, oh gosh, what's that super privacy focused thing that I have? Tails OS, like I have Windows 8 on a old laptop, and I wanted to try that out, and I was easily able to boot Tails OS from a USB, but I know Windows has gotten more closed off since then, has been less dual boot friendly.
The thing is, if you really need to get access to Windows for something, you can just run a virtual machine and just run Windows inside of it. It's like a pretty well-developed thing now.
I would definitely like to try at least trying Linux again outside of, just messing around from time to time.
Another computer that you don't care about.
Wait, what?
I said you should
another
do another
computer you don't care about. What's this?
I said if you're gonna try Linux, just put it on a computer you don't care about or don't need, and you can just mess with it there.
Well, it would be nice to use it as part of like a main computer and like really build and work up towards something. Like, I would like to turn this gaming PC into something that runs most of my... mostly I play... The thing about, like, moving over to that is that I mainly use this computer to play games. And so, I would have to rely on things like Proton. Or Linux builds for games.
Yeah, no, there's really not much that's going to get in your way. especially.
I've been
if you're
kind
just,
of
like,
waiting on them to just open up and allow Steam OS. I know I could probably and should probably just try Arch Linux or something. But part of me
mean,
has my
SteamOS is
heart hoping
just
that
gonna
Valve
be-
will just release Steam OS for desktop computers.
Yeah.
They
Well,
will.
SteamOS is just going to be a distribution of Arch Linux. That's all SteamOS is.
I
Just doing
see.
some of the work for you.
Well, in that case,
Yeah,
my
it's what it-
main concern is that I want as high of game compatibility as possible.
Yeah. If all your games are in Steam, you're good. Like, holy shit. like,
Most
Steam
of
makes it
them.
a breeze.
I only
What are
grabbed
your
a
other-
few on... I've grabbed a few on GOG, and I really
I
don't
can
like
help
the
you
Epic
get
Games
GOG.
Store, but I got a few of them for free.
I think
You know,
Epic
because they
Games
would have
is
occasionally do those,
So,
you know, free
Steam
game
doesn't-
things.
support normal applications really, and it's not really worth it to try and get it to. But there's
I'm sorry,
another
what's
program.
not really work?
Steam is not really good for running like Windows programs directly. There's issues there. But what you do is there's another
There's supposed to be 12
program.
frames in there.
Yeah.
I think it could be the fact that I'm video editing right now.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
It's taking up a lot of the cores editing that video.
The fact that this is running as well as it is while you're doing that is actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, my computer's doing a lot of stuff. Sorry, what were you saying, Spicer?
If you want to run other stuff, like, because I also have a lot of GOG games, like, if you want to run Epic Games, GOG, and stuff like that, there's another program called Bottles, and it's basically, it takes Proton and, like, effectively sets it up more for just running Windows programs and other stuff, and it actually has automatic installers for, like, GOG. So you can literally just set up Bottles, you make what's called a bottle, which is just like a little virtual Windows environment, and then you can just hit like install programs and then just hit download like GOG Galaxy, and it'll automatically install GOG Galaxy into that bottle. And they have the same thing for the Epic launcher. Oh yeah, Epic Game Store is Platinum, so yeah, it works. It's actually a higher tier than what I use for GOG.
It's cute, isn't it?
But yeah, there's some like hard edges with standard Windows programs that, you know, like that are just GUIs. That can get a little iffy, but the games themselves will work great.
I've got a pretty big Steam library. There's various games that I have that are not Steam, but primarily Steam. Like, I run a lot of emulators. This is definitely not Steam. This is a
almost all
decompilation.
emulators are like have Linux builds.
Yeah, that's a nice thing.
I do a
Like
lot
this
of
right
emulation.
here is not on Linux though. Apparently it builds
That?
using something very Linuxy anyway.
No, that builds on Linux. Like, I don't have that exact fork, but all the other forks that fork is based on is like literally in the AUR, and I could just install them. Like SS, SM64, yeah, Super Mario 64 PC, Super Mario 64 EX, Super Mario 64 EX redrawn, Super Mario 64 Co-op DX, Super Mario 64 Plus. Like, oh yeah, a bunch of forks are like in the AUR that can just auto build.
Let me look at my computer just to see some things, and I hate that I've got dropped frames for this game, but it's because my computer is literally video editing at the same time it's also running that. Oh, let's also check on the file. It's done. See, it worked. You just had to fix that one file. See? Make work
which is
this
just
time.
a change to the compiler. I looked into it. It's just the compiler changed. It doesn't auto include that for some reason, so you have a newer compiler. I guess that code was built against an older one.
I hate
was
that has
GCC
caused a
13.
problem.
So that's... Yeah, welcome to fucking C++. They do that a lot. Like to break stuff.
Ugh.
I don't like C++. They're so annoying.
But I've got
Yeah,
a
'cause GCC
huge
set 13
library
was
of Steam.
recent.
Oh, sorry, you're still talking.
Ugh. What? Talk. Little game fairy.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I haven't really run into a Steam game. You're fine. You haven't run into Steam games that don't run. Like, I think the only 2 I ever had that was an issue, which one of them was stupid. It wasn't even like Steam's fault, it was just me. But it was like Dragon's Dogma was a little like crashy at the start, but they patched it pretty fast.
That's
and also
good that
most
it's
people
improved.
were I was also gonna say at most people were for fucking crashing in Dragon's Dogma, so it wasn't that surprising.
Luckily, I can confirm that Final Fantasy XIV works, because it took me a bit of work, because you need like it helps to use like an external program. I forgot what it was, like Dalamud or something. But I was able to get Final Fantasy XIV working on Julia's Steam Deck, and I played quite a lot of Final Fantasy XIV in handheld mode.
Yeah.
On my roommate Julia's Steam Deck.
If you're really curious, there's a website called ProtonDB that just keeps track of what games on Steam like have good support on the Steam Deck.
Yeah, I have over 1,000 games on Steam, so that's the primary thing I use this computer for, that I would be afraid of working worse if I were to switch over to Linux, like Arch.
The main things I would look for is programs. Like art programs or editing programs. Those are the ones that actually have the hardest time.
I have been trying out RPG Maker. Like, I own several pieces of software via Steam.
Most of those,
just on
like,
the software end,
works,
I've got like...
I'm pretty sure I can just literally type in like Haru S RPG Maker and it'll show up in this list. Yeah.
RPG Maker XP I own, RPG Maker.
Oh yeah, if it's on Steam, it works.
MZXP. I know that there's better options like getting into Godot, or even better, you know, you've said I should just probably try, you know,
RPG Maker is more for writers. Like, that's what I would say RPG Maker's for. It's for people that want to get into writing. I know people that
I kind of do. I have been trying to write a story. I'm not sure whether I want to write an RPG or a visual novel.
The guy that did the writing for Outward, he got the job he wrote a bunch of RPG Maker games to like show off his writing. So yeah, there's a lot of writers that get into that.
It's true that I want to write. It's true that I'm trying to tell a story. I want to tell a fantasy story. I'm trying to consider different options for doing that. That's part of why I wanted to get into RPG Maker again.
It's one way to do it. Undertale approach, basically. Use Game Maker.
Let's see, Undertale was made in Game Maker Studio.
Yep.
Which I unfortunately don't have.
But it's costly. Not worth it. You can get most of the same experience, which is like Love 2D or something.
Let's see some of the other things. I play Touhou. I did have trouble getting Touhou working on the Steam Deck one time. So I don't know what went wrong. I played a few MMOs. So Final Fantasy XIV, Terra. I've tried some of Phantasy Star Online too. I play a lot of MMOs, and I'm worried that wouldn't play well with Linux, because a lot of them have like anti-cheat and stuff, or have weird.
Yeah, so that's the problem.
Things.
If they have kernel level anti-cheat, and they don't allow you to like get around it, like a lot of Steam games, like they opt out for Linux, so that people can still play them. Like easy anti-cheat, like what Elden Ring uses, there's a runtime that like lets it not like be kernel level and actually run on Linux, so you can play that stuff on Linux.
Ooh, Elden Ring would definitely be nice. I don't own that game, but yeah, it would suck to miss out on Elden Ring because of being on Linux. No, I don't have Elden Ring. I want Elden Ring though. Really would like to have Elden Ring.
But yeah, it's mostly the really sophisticated kernel level stuff, like Valorant and a lot of the Chinese gachas. Basically any Chinese online game is going to be a problem. Most of the other ones don't use that kind of anti-cheat.
I have no idea what is the Z button on here. Oh, there it is. Jeez.
I've done a lot of professional C# programming, Globus and Vestige. I don't care for it. I don't like the Java style languages very much.
That's right. You said C# was similar to Java.
Yeah, it's like the joke is it's Microsoft Java.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear that, considering its name is, you know, C.
Oh, well, yeah.
I would have thought it would have been similar to C or C++ with a name like that.
It shares a lot of syntax and a lot of, like, ideas from C++, but there's a lot of big differences for how it works. But yeah, that was intentional. It was supposed to, like, grab that crowd.
By the way, hey Viv, sorry I haven't responded. Hey Vivs, it's good to see you. Also, yay! Blobby is compile success.
Dude, anything's better than Java. Like, Oracle killed that. Like, Java could have been actually pretty good if, like, Oracle wasn't the one fucking charge of it. And Sun was sadly, like, too passive. It's just not a good combo. No. I mean, I think in those types of languages, I think the best one right now is probably Go. Actually like statically compiled and doesn't have fucking crazy expressive syntax, because my god am I tired of spending like hours out of the day just trying to find where the actual thing happened in a guy's giant code base that, you know, doesn't work there anymore. There's so many ways to hide
frames
code.
Are annoying. Oh jeez, I need to get some
To put this in perspective, I'm a C programmer. I love C. I've tried a lot of languages, and C was not the first one I used, but that's the one I ended on, where I'm just like, I like there being functions and structs and like maybe a couple of macros. The fucking end. Giant fucking labyrinthian template meta programming and generics and like all that nonsense. I just want code that does things. Not code that's just the compiler doing things to my code. That'd be nuts. And I like fast build times. C++ does not build fast. Holy shit. Yeah, no, if I had to work in those kind of languages too. I mean, I could like C# maybe, but like, I hate how like walled in it is into the Microsoft ecosystems most of the time, and like how dependent on having a good editor it is. There's so much like syntax and different shit you can do, and like, just to make an exception you have to like generate an exception. Like there's so much stuff you need a good editor for that C# depends on. I like languages where you can just like open Notepad and just program and not feel like you're missing out.
I've heard people mention the Notepad programming before. I don't understand how that's possible, because you aren't able to test what you're writing out.
C# is more cross-platform, but it's still like it's really hard to develop in it unless you have Visual Studio or VS Code, and the VS Code like extensions are shit. So like it's still pretty kind of very Microsofty. It's not fun to write C# like outside of Windows, really. Sucks. That and a lot of the stuff you actually like C# gives you to make like UIs or web servers and stuff like that is not really that cross-platform. Yeah, exactly. Like C# is an amazing experience because of Visual Studio. If you try to write C# without like good IntelliSense and autocomplete and like, you know, all the tools that Visual Studio builds for C#, it's
sorry, pardon.
It's a shit like it's such a shit experience if you don't have like C# was designed around being inside Visual Studio, and if you don't have it, it sucks. Java was the same way. Java was built around like having the Eclipse help you write Java. That was the idea. And it was kind of by design. Like Microsoft and Oracle both, and like Sun to an extent, they all wanted like to wall you off into a garden, and the editor was a really good way for them to control the language. It still is, even though they've open sourced it and like made it cross-platform, but that was more for their benefit than anything else. And you still depend on a lot of Microsoft ecosystem stuff, which they're often really bad at supporting long term. No. I like the Linux way of doing things, so I do stuff with C. Because that whole ecosystem was designed with like there not being a lot of centralization, and you know there was lots of standards, and it was an open thing. A lot of freedom.
Free software, software that is free.
Yeah, software that is free, like free beer. Yeah. No, I did a lot of C#. That was how I started a lot of it.
And what sort of programs have you made in your programming languages that you've tried?
Most of my early stuff was games and like modding games. It was actually what was on my resume when I got my job, was just like, I modded games and programmed games. Which it came in handy because there's lots of times where like we didn't have time to really like figure out how to build like the original code from the developer, because he was like missing for 2 weeks, but they needed to get a patch out. And so like I've literally gone through and like modded programs just to get the patch out fast. I have to spend like a day just getting his code compiling, stuff like that. So it's come in handy. But yeah, no, it was mostly like, I think my first real programming project was Don't Starve Together. I ported a lot of the single player Don't Starve mods for a couple of people, like 2 Don't Starve Together. And then I also worked with a couple of guys and made a bunch of characters with them. Don't Starve Together. And that was all like Lua scripting. And that's when I used Notepad, because I didn't know any better. I didn't know there was something better than Notepad. Eventually discovered Notepad++, which was nice. And then eventually stopped doing that for a long time. Eventually got into Outward, and then my friends wanted to play together, but Outward only supports 2-player. There was a mod that expanded it, but it was buggy as fuck.
Speaking of which, there's a co-op mode for Super Mario 64. I could play co-op sometime with maybe Auri. Maybe you as well. I think it's up to 4 players.
I think it's actually unlimited technically, but it probably breaks
Really?
down.
Oh, neat.
Oh, yeah, I've seen like 100 people in it.
Whoa, that's cool.
Yeah, it kind of freaks the fuck out because it's too many people, but you know, it works. But yeah, my dad was like mainly a C# programmer where he worked, and so I also like ended up getting involved in C#. And I learned some of it, but I never went very far with it. But then Outward is a Unity game, so that's all C#. And so in order to update that mod and improve it, I busted out the Visual Studio, and I actually started out like not directly, like I did some patches on the original broken mod, but I eventually found out it was just easier to like directly decompile the game and just edit it there. So I wasn't really gonna support like a mod and distribute it. I just wanted to get it working for my friends. But there was enough people on the forums that were really like excited about like it working. And so I was like, fuck it, I guess I'll like actually write the mod correctly. And so I ended up getting into that and creating raid mode for lots of people to play. And I get pretty deep into that, like the game design side of it too, trying to make the game more playable for lots of people and still have good difficulty. So I wrote a bunch of like scaling algorithms to make the enemies like accurately scale to how many players there were. And like making changes to balance the game around having more players and stuff like that. And lots of bugs. I actually had direct Discord conversations with like the main programmer on Outward, just helping him like bugs that I found like in the 2-player game. One of the main ones was the bow was really fucked up. Had a lot of glitches. And like traps would set off twice and stuff. So yeah, I had a lot of conversation with him. It was fun because he's like, yeah, we're not gonna code it this way. The next time we make a game, there's a lot of mistakes, a lot of bad ideas. Yeah, that's how it goes. But yeah, that was a lot of fun, and I learned a lot from that. There's a lot of stuff you have to kind of like figure out if you're gonna mod games, how like code works and how programs actually work, and how you can like take them apart. Then pretty much shortly after that, like I think it was like a year after that, I got my job now. And I basically work for a company that creates
that makes sense.
The hardware that controls these giant earthquake trucks that they use for like oil exploration or any kind of like seismic exploration underground. We're a hardware company, but like we have more software than I've ever seen a software company have. And one of the first projects I finished was a like software hub program that people could use to download or install our software and update it, because we just had so fucking much of it, and it was updated like all the time for customers for whatever issue they had. So that was one of my first projects, and that was made in Godot. That was my first like professional project in Godot. Was I made the installer program, managed the software in Godot, because it was just the easiest way to make a UI on Windows fucking sucks. That's why everything's made in a web browser now. Like Discord stuff, that's all web stuff. Because just no one can stand to make UIs on Windows.
Is that the reason?
Sort of like Steam for work. Yeah, kind of. Basically just had like a list of all our programs, and like you could just check them off and install them all. And then like there's a button to just update them all. And a lot of other utilities, like Windows kept fucking changing the way you like set the IP address on like your Ethernet port, and our devices have a very specific like network that they're on, and it's so hard to deal with people because everyone has a different Windows machine, and Windows keeps changing it, so it's so hard for us to figure out what instructions to give to set the Ethernet port like IP address correctly. So I just made a tool in the installer that just automates it. And man, did the IT guys really like that, because there's so many calls were just that. Yeah, like I literally had to make my own like IP, and I made it. There's a mode switch in it where it becomes like really advanced. You can set a lot more settings, because I ended up using it a lot for stuff like besides that. So I just wanted to make myself a Windows Mini that was better than the stupid default Windows Mini for doing it. Such a pain. And there's like certain settings that I enable that aren't enabled by default. Like being able, like if you're given an address by like a router or something, it usually disables any static like IP addresses you set on port in Windows by default. But there's like a secret setting in PowerShell that you can set to like turn that off. And that's like something I set automatically in it, so that you can have your computer connected to internet through the Ethernet and also our systems, and then they can still talk. Yeah, I've done a lot of. There's a reason I hate Windows, because I've really had to deal with Windows shitty edge cases and stuff with customers a lot, and it's really annoying to deal with.
I'm not exactly the most power user. I don't know nearly as much as you. I just do a few things like stream and play games. Modify ROMs, maybe. Kinda like this one. ROM hacks and things like this.
Hell yeah.
I emulate. I put so much work into emulating Tears of the Kingdom, my god.
Ah, you've emulated Switch games before. So which is better? The forks of Ryu... I guess it's pronounced Ryujin, so I always want to call it Ryujin.
It's Torzu, but you're on Windows, so it's going to be a pain in the ass to get.
What's a pain in the ass?
I misunderstood your question. Yeah, Ryujinx is more accurate, but it runs like shit. It was not designed to be like performance oriented like Yuzu is. Yuzu does a lot of tricks and like a lot of work went into making it so that it ran fast.
A lot of HLE stuff, basically.
Yeah, no. Ryujinx is like really slow compared to Yuzu. Even on my high-end machine, I can't get it to run fast enough. And there's just a much bigger modding scene with Yuzu for like the FPS
Alright,
stuff.
that's what I should try then.
Yeah, the problem is just getting it. It sucks on Windows. There's no easy way to like really get it. That's one of the weird forks. You'd have to build it, which I think Torzu is a CMake project, so it might work. Pretty sure. What's the? Was it not? Fuck. Oh, did they move it? Oh, that's not good.
Oh.
You still here?
Yes, I'm here.
No, sorry, I was looking for your correct Borzu upload on the ClearNet. Sometimes hard to find. Here it is. Okay. Should be built for Windows.
Usually I look for things like Yuzu builds on places like archive.org.
You can just use the latest Yuzu EA build. Like, that's fine. It should work. Other than that, if you can't get that to work, just come talk to me and I can help you set up Torzu.
I appreciate that.
Which is more up to date, but yeah, it's gonna be a little more work on Windows. People already did the work for me on Linux, so just no builds.
That's fair. Let's see, am I missing one?
Linux is a lot hotter. That's most of my experience, but I was mostly a high-level programmer for Lua and then C# and then Godot, which is like basically just Python. But I hit a lot of limits on stuff because like there's a lot of like data processing that we need to do it like the software that the company I work for like makes, and like Python is not gonna fucking cut it. And I got really sick of. I started getting sick of Windows and C# and stuff like that. The more I started learning more of like how other programming languages work, and I went through kind of like a journey for like a year and a half where I was learning like. First, I learned a little bit of C, and then I tried to learn another language called Zig, which is like kind of like it's trying to be a modern C that fixes a lot of its issues and is trying to be the new kind of base for what's called systems
Never heard
programming.
of Zig. I think that's what is supposed to take off. You're supposed to take off every Zig. Take off every Zig, right? For great justice.
I think it's like Arabic for poop, but yeah, they literally just used a random letter generator and made a 3-letter word with it, and just said, "Yep, that's the name of the language."
It's because you have to take off every Zig. It's a word. It's a word ship, you know. It's because you have to do it to stop cats. For great justice.
They also Auri likes it because their mascot is a lizard. Yeah, Zig was really cool, but it's not quite there. It's still early in development, but it does a lot of cool stuff, and it might actually like end up being a good successor to C. Did that for a while, and then I deep dive into C. Then got scared of the like memory insecurity of C, and so I tried to learn Rust, which is supposed to be like systems programming but with memory safety, and did that for a little while, and then fucking hated Rust because it's so fucking abstract. Just bike shedding drove me insane. And I also learned that I hate the way modern programming is done a lot of ways, where like, I'll make a little web app, and you download like fucking 8 gigabytes of like dependencies just to build your program. It's like, okay, I don't want to do that. And so I just kind of went back to C and went, I'm just gonna stay here and make really minimal like programs. That was kind of my idea. Was I wanted to like learn how everything works and not have much done for me. So I use like 2 dependencies to like build all my programs at most. And I just write it all from scratch. It's been fun. That's why I like my job. They kind of let me do whatever I want.
I found the missing ring. Jeez. I don't know why I forgot to go up there. I was like, which one am I forgetting?
There's a guy in Auri server who's he does a lot of like data science programming. He has to work on a team and stuff. And I remember I talked to him a lot about like my languages I was exploring. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna start using this language to write on my programs. He's like, what the fuck? Like, don't you have to talk to your team about that? I'm like, team? Like, all the programmers at my company are like teams unto themselves. No one really works together. It's great. We can just do whatever we want.
I think I'm gonna need to go to bed relatively soon, but
Yeah,
it
me
was
too.
fun talking. Is it okay if I ask you for tech issues in the future, or do you not want to be someone's tech support? Because I know that's the last thing a lot of people who are tech savvy want to have to deal with.
I don't play video games. I fix stuff. Look, if someone else does it, like, ask it of me, I just start doing it to myself, and I'm like, I want to fuck with my Linux. Just, like, figure out how to fix a random thing. Or try something. Like, I just do that. That's just what I do all day. And then I play Tears of the Kingdom sometimes. Like, that's, like, my day.
Yeah, I heard that you can build, like, bases in Tears of the Kingdom. I've seen, like, some YouTube videos where some people figured out how to...
There's a house system.
Yeah, I'm tired. I want to get to the point in the game where you can do that.
You can get it pretty quick. We can like build a little, like they give you a system where you can like put a house together.
Oh my gosh, I love Knight's Journey of Dreams. Underrated. I know it's not that well received, so because of that, I feel like it's an underrated game.
Knights was such a weird one. I think I had a problem where it really didn't stand out in like an easy to understand way. Like for some reason Mario just like hits. It's like it's an Italian plumber. What else would it be? He jumps around. There's mushrooms. Like it's just so weirdly identifiable despite it being fucking random.
I think I'm gonna end the call now. I'll talk to you some other time, hopefully.
Yeah, anytime.
Maybe I can learn how to, like, make some video games. Me and Auri together will learn some things. And I appreciate all the information you've given me. I've learned an absolute ton today. I hope I remember it all, but, yeah, you're very well informed. You're absolute fountain of knowledge about this stuff.
I'm obsessive. What can I say?
I'll talk to you another time. I'm gonna end the call now. Thank you for hanging out.
You have a good night. And everyone in chat, fuck you and have a good night.
Oh, God. Okay. Silly. Alright, bye-bye. Alright, I'm gonna go find someone to raid. Sorry I didn't talk to chat more. I didn't want to interrupt him more than I was already interrupting him. I had a bunch of questions, but I didn't get around to asking them. Alright, a lot of programmers here. Certainly not me. I found it really frustrating every time I've tried to learn programming. I'm gonna, like, who should I raid? I've got a few options. Very croggy. Actually, I could also read. Hard to decide who to read. I think I'll read Croggy. They're gonna show the commercial again, jeez. I do need a recharge. I'm tired. The game looks fun.
It was like reach level something, and then you'll get like 35% discount on subs.
Okay.
Wait, turn that
I'm
light.
moderating to go to bed.
Well, like, it's a scam. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Hello,
See you all. Good night.
Check out my
Good night.
character.
Sorry, I'm just ending Golden Cream.
For
Hi and bye.
Gifted after. Wait, I don't understand. So like, once it hits level 5, anything after that is 35% off. But like, that's still.
See you all next time. Hopefully next time is soon. Especially since Steam's whole, or sorry, Twitch's whole
No discounts until you hit
VODpocalypse has already happened.
35% off gift subs.
I need to find more places to back up my VODs to and not just YouTube.
But thank you very much. I
I'll
should have pointed it out.
worry about that tomorrow.
I've never seen it before, so
I need
was
to
really confused.
read and feed my cat and go to bed. I'm really tired. Good night. Mwah.
I'm sorry.
Mwah. Good night.
Let me. I'll give it this in return. There you go. Oh, I only have pies and toast. I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a thing. Hey, little robot fairy, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. Horn sniffer. Hello, this game looks cute. It is really cute. I was gonna go to sleep, but actually, I don't think I can go to sleep. I'm gonna play a little more. I'm gonna play a little more. I'm just gonna show you guys people in the raid. Hello, everybody from the raid. I want to show you guys this game. It's called Fantasy Life. I'm the biggest shill for this game, and look at how awesome it is. There's so much to do. I think let's go to Ginormosia.